Thanks so much, everybody. Welcome to the uh, Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, June 8th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw and Ministerial Order M192. If my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until my connection is restored. If a council member loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly, and the voting process will be suspended while we do that. Videos of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available, and council members are reminded to please enable their video to ensure quorum is maintained during the meeting. Of course, we acknowledge we're in the unceded traditional territories, the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations, and thank them for having care for these lands. I look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. And of course, we want to thank the staff for all the amazing work they do in our city, especially during this prolonged state of emergency. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, we have Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr?
Here.
Councillor DiGenova?
Present.
Councillor Fry? Councillor Fry?
Sorry, present.
Councillor Swanson?
Here.
Councillor Hardwick?
Present.
Councillor Wiebe?
Present.
Councillor Boyle?
Present.
Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato? Okay, we'll move on. Councillor Bly?
Present.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, Council. We start the day on a somber note. We have two condolences today, and the first is for the Kamloops residential school. And I'm going to read a short statement, and then we'll have a 215 seconds of silence. On May 27th, the world heard confirmation from the Kamloops Tishkwetmik that the bodies of 215 children at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School were buried unceremoniously in graves away from their families, culture, and lands. While this news was horrifying to survivors of the residential school system and anyone who read the testimony or final reports of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, this was not a surprise. Instead, it was yet another immeasurable tragedy stemming from Canada's residential schools. Following the news, Council directed the flag at City Hall to be lowered for 215 hours, and flags at other City and Park Board facilities have been lowered as well. The Kamloops Indian Residential School was the largest residential school in Canada, and as such, these children could have come from communities across British Columbia and beyond. In fact, leadership at Musqueam have already noted that many of their members had loved ones taken and sent to this so-called school. So it is important that as a city that sits upon unceded Indigenous land and a city that is committed to reconciliation, we should mourn this event, and we should continue to mourn the legacy of violence and genocide against Indigenous people. But I know that this council and our city staff also understand that mourning is not enough. We must continue to seek full truth of what happened at these so-called schools, as well as other systems of oppression created by our government to destroy Indigenous peoples. So let us pause and reflect on how violence against Indigenous people remains with us to this day, and how it is incumbent upon all non-Indigenous Canadians to not only atone for this legacy, but also help with the hard work of reconciliation. So with that, I'd like to ask all of us to observe 215 seconds of silence. Thank you, Council. I'm going to move to our next condolence. This is for Cam Cathcart. It's with great sadness that I announce the unexpected passing of Cameron Cathcart on Saturday, June 5th. As a former broadcaster and television producer with a career spanning 40 years, Cam served as a parliamentary reporter in Ottawa, foreign correspondent, writer, executive producer, and on-air host for CBC radio and television networks. For the last 20 years, Cam has spent his retirement volunteering extensively in Vancouver. He is most recognized for his leadership on the Vancouver Remembrance Day Committee and as Master of Ceremonies of the Remembrance Day service at Victory Square from 2003 to 2020. Through Cam's leadership, the annual Remembrance Day service has become one of the most largest and most respected Remembrance Day ceremonies in Canada, with an annual attendance of over 10,000 members of the public. Cam worked tirelessly to honor Canada's veterans and to keep Canada's role in World War I, World War II, and more recent conflicts, as well as peacekeeping missions, alive in the public's heart and mind. Cam was instrumental in the major renovation of Victory Square in 2002 to ensure that it continued to serve as an important memorial to the women and men who served and made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedom we enjoy in Canada today. In 2017, Cam was successful in convincing Council to restore the braziers on the Burrard Street Bridge as part of the Burrard Street Bridge Update Project. The restored braziers at the top of the 4 pylons of the bridge memorialize British Columbians who served in the First World War and symbolize the service by all Canadians in subsequent wars and peacekeeping missions. In addition, Cam served as the president of the Royal United Services Institute, a nonprofit that promotes informed and balanced debates on strategic and national security issues. He also led the Vimy Day commemoration ceremony held annually in April at Mountain View Cemetery. Cam is awarded the prestigious Minister of Veterans Affairs Commendation for his outstanding service in promoting awareness of veterans issues in Canada, and received the Queen Elizabeth II Diamond Jubilee Medal for his dedicated service to his peers, the community, and to Canada. Cam was also honored with the Civic Merit Award by Civic Council in 2015 to recognize his outstanding contributions and service to the city. Cam was 83 years old and leaves behind his wife, Christine, with whom he celebrated 60 years of marriage in November 2020. He also leaves behind 2 daughters, Erin and Sean, and his 4 grandchildren. We are so grateful to Cam. He will be missed by many, including current and past members of Council, our staff who work closely with him over the years, our veterans, and the public who attend the Remembrance Day service at Victory Square and found comfort in his voice and consistent stewardship of this long-standing ceremony. Council, I'll really miss Cam personally. I remember as a rookie mayor, somewhat intimidated by my first Remembrance Day ceremony. He was such a calming influence, and I think he'll be remembered for a long time. So thank you, Council, for that. Okay, Council, we're going to move on to plan for the day. The public is strongly urged to listen to proceedings via the city's website or on YouTube link, and follow along at Van City Clerk on Twitter. Any comments and agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website, and that's also on the Twitter stream. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders, and I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we'll avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items, 1 presentation, 1 unfinished business item, 2 communications, 2 reports, and 5 referral reports, 11 bylaws, 2 administrative motions, 10 members' motions, notice of Council members' motions, new business, inquiries, and other matters. The plan for the day is to break at noon for lunch and in camera, return at 3 p.m. to deal with the remainder of the agenda. Council is required to meet in camera later this week, and the reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the updated agenda. Somebody like to move a motion to go in camera later this week?
So move.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. Seconder.
Councillor
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All those in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, so that passes unanimously. Thank you, council. We have a lot of minutes to get through. I think 6 sets of minutes, so just bear with me. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the council meeting of May 18th. Are there any corrections? And I'll just go for a verb. If you have a correction, just let me know verbally. Would someone like to move the adoption of the minutes?
So moved.
Councillor
Second.
Carr, Councillor Dejanova, second. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That carries. Thank you. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the public hearing of May 18th. Any corrections? Someone like to move them?
Herbie,
Thank you. Seconder?
Second. Dejanova.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks, that carries. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the special council in-camera motion meeting of May 20th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
So move.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Second.
Second.
Councillor Dejanova, thank you. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Carries. Thanks, Council. For the minutes of the Auditor General Recruitment Committee of May 25th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
Hardwick.
Thank you. Seconder.
Swanson.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That carries. Thanks. Minutes 5 are the minutes of the Special Council Auditor General Recruitment Committee meeting of May 31st. Any corrections? Mover, please.
Hardwick.
Thank you. Second.
Dejanova.
I heard Dejanova first. Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Passed unanimously. Thanks. Last minutes, minute 6 are the minutes of the council meeting following the policy and strategic priorities meeting of May 19th, 25th, 26th, and 27th. Any corrections to the minutes?
So move.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seconder.
Second.
I think I heard Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Thanks. That has passed. Just trying to find my pen here. 1 second. Just 1 second, Council. I have to grab a pen. I'll be right back. Okay, Council. Next, we're moving to the. We're just moving to the agenda of the day. Matters adopted on consent. So, Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communications reports 1 and 2. Sorry, communications 1 and 2, reports 1 and 2, and referral reports 1 to 5 on the consent agenda. Council may adopt the recommendations in the reports as collectively in a single motion. And I'll just go to the queue if anybody wants to hold. Councillor Kirby-Young, do you want to hold something?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'd like to hold communications number 2.
Communications number 2. Okay, I see Councillor Hardwick.
I'd like to hold referral report number 1. And
Okay.
just to confirm, we'll deal with referral reports separately.
They would all be adopted in this consent vote. So if that one held, it would be held separately, and that's the only one we would discuss.
Very good. And bylaws will be dealt with separately.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry.
Report number 2, please.
Report number 2. Okay, so that's the Franklin Street closure.
That's right.
Okay, great. Okay, that's all I have on my list.
Move consent.
Yeah, just 1 second. We just have to ask if there's a conflict of anybody have a conflict of interest in any of those that we're holding. I don't hear anybody. Okay, thanks, Councillor Dejanova. We will be moving consent on changes to the meeting schedule. That's communications 1, report number 1, which is the funding application to the UBCM approvals program, and referral reports 2, that's at East 35th, 3, which is a rezoning on West 30th, 4, which is a rezoning on Burrard Street, and 5, which is a rezoning on Madam Street. Do we have a seconder?
Second.
No. Thanks very much. All those in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great, so I'm sorry, Council, I have to read these titles again. So we have approved changes to the 2021 council meeting schedule. We've approved the funding application to UBCM's local government development approval program. We've approved the referral reports, CD1 rezoning on East 35th Avenue, a rezoning on West 30th Avenue, referral report 4, which is CD1 rezoning on Burrard Street, and referral report 5, which is the CD1 rezoning on Madams Street. Okay, Council, we are moving on. We have one presentation today, which is a presentation of the Internal Development Application and Permitting Modernizing Task Force, which is the first bi-monthly update. So we have Jesse Adcock and team, but maybe City Manager, are you taking this one off, or I'll just turn it over to your team.
I can. Thanks, Mayor Stewart, and morning, Council. So yes, Jesse Adcock, along with Teresa O'Donnell and Lon LeClaire, will be presenting the presentation this morning. We have a substantive presentation for you, both providing an update on work that we're doing in relation to modernization of our permitting processes broadly, as well as you know, a number of specific recommendations for your consideration this morning. So that's the plan. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jesse and Teresa and Lon. But just as I do that, want to really acknowledge our team. You know, we've heard very clearly from council the direction. Sorry, I'm getting some background noise there. Jesse, if you could mute maybe. Thanks. Have heard really clearly from council your direction with regard to our permitting process and addressing some of the really critical operational challenges that you've heard from us about that have emerged over the last year, but have been building for several years. Our team has really dug in very quickly to look at options. There's been a lot of work ongoing for some time on this issue, so this is not new. We've been working on this for many years, but the circumstances we're facing now certainly represent a significant escalation of the operational challenges and the impacts on project applicants. So this is top of the agenda for us. And as required or directed by council, we will be coming back to you, you know, roughly every 2 months with an update on how this work is proceeding. So this is the first of those reports, and we'll walk you through a pretty comprehensive update of all of the work that's going on and leading up to those recommendations. So thanks. With that, Jesse, I'll turn it over to you and Teresa and Lon. Thank you.
And just before we start, just so you know that council knows, we have about 70 speakers that are signed up to address this report. And so this will take a significant portion of the day to deal with. So with that, turn it over to the team.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Yep. Are we good?
Can hear you, yep.
Perfect. So I'm just going to share my screen here. Thanks for having us. We're pretty excited about this. We've been working pretty hard. I'm here in a room with colleagues, including Teresa, and we've got folks from DBL and PDS here, all masked up and safe. We're looking forward to giving you our update today. We'll be focusing on initially providing, oops, not what I want. You guys know? Sorry. We'll be focusing on providing a bit of a recap of the last year, and then talking about an update on our transformation initiatives. The first report back from the task force that was mobilized after council's motion on March 31st, and then finishing off with the first of 3 policy recommendations that have been identified specifically for their impact on our ability to take some of the work as directed by council in the March 31st motion. So
sorry, Jesse, it's Paul here, just to interrupt quickly. I'm seeing the split screen view of the presentation. And the other thing is, if I could just ask that you talk directly into your mic. When you turn your head, we lose your sound.
Sounds good. Do you guys know how to change this? You?
Just need to hit F5.
No, it's a Windows update. Is it here somewhere? There? Oh, there we go. Can you see the full screen now?
Yep.
Perfect, thanks. Sorry, it was an update to the laptop and I haven't used it before. So in terms of 2020, I think we've all talked about how essential the services that we provided were in keeping the economy going during COVID. In order to do that, and as we've talked about over the course of the last year, we did quite a bit of work to pivot and transform the business model to be able to deliver a lot of our services online. We also mobilized a significant multi-department response to deliver the temporary expedited patio program. And in fact, that program is the inspiration for some of the policy recommendations that are being presented today, in that we are replicating a lot of the methodology that we employed with respect to the ability for council to provide us with a little bit of relaxation in order to eliminate some of the process overhead that we're currently dealing with. Teams also supported the emergency response, and we've been consistently and very deliberately and intentionally continuing to prioritize digital solutions and continuing to move functionality online as much as possible to take advantage of the situation that we're in. Teresa, did you want to talk?
Yes, thank you, Jesse. Yes, thank you. Oh, that's, you're gonna have to be able to see. Just a second.
Sorry, we're getting an echo. If you can, I think you're getting two mics.
Can you
live
hear me
here.
now without an echo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Paul, can you? Okay, super. Okay. And we're going to go through a series of, metrics here about our volumes that are going on. You can see that our zoning applications have stayed relatively consistent and they're still strong this year. This slide does show a slight decrease in our inquiries. I don't think that's reflective of what's going on. I think what this might be indicating is a pause, as some folks in the development industry are awaiting the Broadway plan and the implementation of SRP and some other policy initiatives that are coming forward. But our zoning and inquiries, and of course we've got our policy LOE that will be rolled out here next month that we're excited about. So I think we continue to see very strong demand in terms of zoning and development permits in PDS. Okay, back over to you, Jesse.
Hi, Jesse. We can't hear you. You're muted.
Jesse, you're on mute.
Services. One of the challenges that we saw in the last year as we moved digital is just an exponential increase in the amount of email and online interactions, whether it be by chat, phone call. And so we have done quite a bit of work to respond to that. Overall, there was a decrease in incoming applications that had an impact on our cash flows. However, we do have multi-year backlogs, and so we were able to take some of our staff capacity to address some of those. We're seeing a slight recovery now, which coupled with the backlog size already in the system, plus the challenges associated with the services center closure and the increase in email interactions, we're still seeing a significant amount of operational stress as it pertains to processing and clearing this. We're unable to sort of get ahead of the backlog right now, and that's why we're here today. Lon?
Point of personal privilege.
Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Going back one slide, I cannot see the slide. If we could go back one slide, there seems to be a bar or something covering the number of development permits, and I need to be able to see the presentation properly.
Yes, the presentation has been sent to you on PDF, if that's helpful. We also have an echo there. So if I could ask everybody to mute, not speaking, that would be great. There also is Councillor Hardwick. No.
So Jesse, sorry, we're seeing overlays on the screen, and they're getting an echo from your mic in that room.
Okay, well, let us give us a second to turn all the laptops off in this room, so we only have my laptop on. Could we just have a minute to fix that?
Yes, please. I'm just going to respond to Councillor Hardwick too.
Mayor, point of privilege. It's
Yeah,
also.
I'm just dealing with this first point of privilege, and I'll come to you, Councillor.
Thank you.
I want everybody to log out of this. Well,
Jesse, your mic's live.
Okay, Councillor Hardwick, there has been a PDF that's been sent to you with the entire presentation on it. That's my understanding. I did also see the silver bars on the Cisco presentation, but if you do go to the public one in your orange cone, all that disappears.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, a point of privilege. I think this has been quite disjointed for council and the public. I'm wondering if we could take a few minutes recess to restart and start fresh.
I think we're, if you know, I'll leave that to staff if they want to recess. Otherwise, we just move on. How are staff feeling about all this?
Thanks, Mayor. Apologies for this. What we'll do is go back to the previous slide that was obscured, and we can proceed from there.
Okay.
So we'll go back one slide. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
okay, sorry about that, everybody. We basically had multiple laptops logged in as well as a phone bridge. We're trying to do it in person today, and so we haven't done this for a while. It's been a year since we all kind of got together to try and do something like this, so apologies. Could you just let me know which slide where it became obscured, Paul, because it was unclear
Slide
on this.
6.
Great. Okay. So
So if you could just repeat your points, Jesse, on slide 6, and we'll start from there. Thanks.
Perfect. Sorry. Thanks. And apologies again. We're just talking here about the status in DBL over the last year, and we have talked about it quite a few times now. Overall, there is quite a bit of a challenge pertaining to the increase in customer interactions as a consequence of digital interactions. So the number of chat messages, emails, phone calls that we were dealing with. We've employed some strategies, and we'll talk about those shortly in terms of what we've done to try and stem those thousands of emails that we were getting on a monthly basis. Overall, in 2020, we saw a reduction in all our volumes. We were able to still focus on applications that were in the system from previous years. Many of our permits are received, but then worked on a multi-year basis. So there isn't a relationship between intake and issuance in the same calendar year. We've seen a recovery now as a consequence of emerging out of COVID, and we are seeing our volumes tick up and the size of our backlog increasing as a result of that. Over to Lon.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. From the engineering side, also in 2020, we saw a drop in special zones and permits. In particular, in the spring of 2020, we saw a drop. Our permits have generally remained steady over the years, although the increase is in the complexity of the work. And we see a lot of issues related to coordination and inspection that's required. Back to you, Jesse.
And now moving into some of the updates in terms of what we've been working on in parallel to our operational permit processing. Leading into the pandemic, as you're aware, we had already been looking at methodologies, projects, processes to be able to transform the permitting and licensing operation. It had been ongoing for quite some time. Where we found ourselves at the end of last year and early this year was in a situation whereby those technology and process-oriented projects were not going to be able to provide relief in the kinds of timelines that we needed to experience relief, and meaning that they are typically multi-year projects that involve quite a bit of staff and a significant amount of change management to undertake. And the pressures that we were experiencing sort of at the changeover of the year and continue on through to today required solutions that would provide relief and allow us to issue permits much faster than those longer term technology and transformation projects would allow. That said, before we get into the solutions that we are proposing for that, we wanted to just give an overview of what is in the transformation program. One of the directions that we received on March 31st was to try and consolidate all of the different initiatives underway. And so this is an attempt to do that. So we're going to talk about regulation redesign later. We also, within this regulatory stream, have a forum called Policy Implementation Advisory Committee, which is an internal forum where we assess impact of policies as they come down the sort of the pipe from a staff perspective. We're also working on, with our colleagues in finance, a shift to a different accounting methodology, which is actually going to be very beneficial for us. We currently account on a cash flow basis, and we'll be moving to an accrual basis of accounting, which will be a lot more reflective of the work that we have in our system and our multi-year backlogs. From a process improvement standpoint, we have development process redesign, which we are going to hear about a little bit later. We've also undertaken an external review of our end-to-end sprinkler process. So that's ongoing, as well as a process mapping initiative. As I've spoken to this group about several times in the past, a lot of our operation is largely undocumented, and it shifts often, and therefore it's difficult to find a time and place to sort of create that documentation. And so we've been making, again, an intentional effort to do so. And then there's the transformation program as it pertains to all the digital things that we're doing. We've been working on, as our top priority, a shift to electronic plans. Electronic plans in and of themselves, are not that exciting, but it's the workflow that supports this shift that is really transformational. The ability to receive an intake or an application directly into a system, and then tracking the electronic plan as it changes hands between different departments, gives us a completely different level of insight into where our applications are, how long they're staying in which groups. And some of that data, is informing a lot of what the task force will be doing moving forward as well. We're also, again, applying, we've got different projects here to undertake a review of how we deliver services with the objective of trying to deliver a future state, which is a lot more applicant and customer oriented in terms of experience. And so we have some work ongoing there. It weaves its way into a lot of things, but we wanted to just call it out. We also have intentionally tried to move staff out of sort of manual systems and into the systems that we currently have. The more staff we have doing automated work, or the more work that is automated or within the system and not in an external manual system, will enable us to achieve a faster cadence of transformation, because we'll have more commonality. The more commonality we have, the easier it becomes to digitize. You just approved in the consent agenda our application for provincial funding. We've proposed an interactive tool that would enable, the concept that we've proposed would enable an applicant to navigate our very complex regulatory structure in a digital way. We also have work underway to redesign our analytics, which is fundamental right now. As you are aware, a lot of our steps in the process are manual, and it's very difficult to get accurate data when there's so much manual that needs to be done. A lot of that manual is a function of implementing policies very quickly and urgently. And so manual is often the way that is achieved. And so we are looking to try and leverage the shifts that we're making as a function of moving to a digital business model and e-plan and others to reset how we collect metrics. And then finally, integrating more tightly with 311 and digital services to try and push more support out into those other service areas so that we're not bottlenecking as much in DBL. In terms of E-Plan progress, we've activated 6 out of 8 permits. We'll be doing the 2 hardest permit types at the tail end of this year, the development permit and the building permit. And again, this is a multi-departmental effort. All staff must be proficient in not only the system, but also in how to undertake all the various interactions with the document itself. So it's a very significant change exercise, but it really is fundamental if we're going to move forward into a digital paradigm. We've already achieved so many benefits. You know, the lineups, the visual that we always see, those are all virtual now. We've saved thousands and thousands on paper plans that didn't have to get printed. We estimate, and this is notwithstanding COVID. This is sort of in a non-COVID scenario where we estimate that we've saved over 1,500 trips to City Hall in 2019. So that was before COVID, and that continues to grow. We're also saving a considerable amount of time on the stamping and sealing process, which was, again, manual. So if you can imagine, some of our large projects are thousands of pages for a set of drawings, and those would all have to get stamped individually, and then those stamps checked. Those types of activities have now been replaced with digital stamping for the permit types that have been enabled for electronic plans, and those benefits will continue to grow. When I spoke to this group in February, we talked about the fact that we had several hundred applications that we could not intake because of the size of our email inboxes. We're really happy to say that the work that we've been doing with our colleagues in 311 and digital services, that we've been able to reduce that that intake backlog by up to 80%. So those are applications that we work with the applicant to intake into our POSI system. And so we were really behind on those. And as a result, we've now seen response times improved by 50%. It was taking us weeks to answer the emails previously. And we are down to 5 to 10 business days, depending on the nature of the query. We're also seeing the use of email continuing to drop off. We've enabled an online web form, which is now our primary channel for inquiries. And that has been plumbed into our CRM system, which is allowing us to route those cases straight to folks that can get the right subject matter experts on them to be able to close them. And this has proved to be not only beneficial for our applicants in terms of the customer experience, but it has been immensely helpful in reducing stress levels in terms of dealing with email in our services center. We talked a little bit about the work that our teams have done. Again, you know, I just want to recognize our teams in PDS and DBL who have worked on our application, which really does propose a novel concept for being able to leverage, you know, contemporary data systems to lift our regulatory regime into a more navigable construct. Again, it's all conceptual, and we propose a 2-year project to do that. But should we be successful in our funding ask, you know, we think that we could really benefit from that. So I'm going to pass it over to Teresa now. I'm just going to move off. Okay, want to go for it?
Thank you, Jessie. Okay, good afternoon. These next 4 or 5 slides really are focused on the zoning and the development permit process. Jessie's team has been doing great work. PDS and engineering have been involved in that. At the same time, we are running some parallel streams to look at the development process and the development regulations. These first couple of slides talk about the process itself. We've had an internal phase and an external phase to this. done a lot of work with staff just in mapping the current state, improving our project tracking, updating all of our procedures, cataloging that, really improving staff training, our website improvements. And so that's a continual process of change management that we've been going through, just because we really do want to be best in to advance it. Jesse, I do. Okay. Okay, sorry. And we have an external part of this too, because we want to be in sync with our customers and be interacting with them. We have put together an external committee. The committee has had 8 meetings over 2020 and 2021. The committee has developed about 30 recommendations that we'll be bringing to council later this year. Some of the things have included the policy LOE inquiry process that we're going to bring to you next month. We've also looked at new options for zoning inquiry and these new procedures for non-compliant zoning applications. So we're really proud of that work, and we really want to compliment our advisory team. We had about 25 folks. They were from all different ranges of the development community, architects, nonprofits, developers, the big groups like UDI, but also small home builders and the smaller developers. So that was really very productive. We had a great time with that, and we intend to continue that next year, this coming year, with looking. We covered zoning, and the next tranche of meetings and process improvements. We'll look at the DP process specifically, and look to do concurrent DP and rezoning submittals. So in terms of the regulation redesign, this slide designates 3 different streams of work. We've been looking at modernizing the bylaw in structure and format, really trying to simplify and clarify those regulations, and establishing a more enduring land use framework. You'll be seeing this work coming to you soon. It's a lot of reformatting. It's very clear. The rules are clear. The diagrams are clear. We have the rules consolidated. We have consistent document standards. Much easier to use, much more user-friendly. We've been looking at modernizing the district schedule format. Again, we want to make it clear and accessible for folks reading it online with hyperlinks and color-coded wayfinding, better diagrams and tables, and also clarifying those definitions and the language. And then over to you, Molly.
Hi, Mayor Council. Just have 2 slides here to give you an update on what's going on in the engineering department. First, I just want to mention that the Professional Governance Act is coming into force this year. It does mean that as of July 2nd, all firms that practice engineering services must apply for a permit to practice. This includes the city, but it also includes all the external agencies that do engineering work. This act was brought in by the province to strengthen the professional reliance on the resource sector. It's based on 3 pillars of professional practice: ethics, quality management, and continuing education and competency. And I can let you know that this engineering department actually went through a process very similar to this a couple of years back. So we're in good position where we actually went through a process to improve our quality management processes. We do hope that as the industry also goes through the same process, that this will help improve the quality of the submissions that we receive, because in fact, often we have to reject any incomplete or poor quality submissions. The other item here, what a latecomer agreement framework is for areas of the city that are actively developing. Often one developer, the first developer in, will trigger an upgrade. This could be to, say, a traffic signal or create a traffic signal, or it could be a sewer or water upgrade. And they would have to carry the cost of that triggered upgrade, and then subsequent developers would benefit from that upgrade. The latecomer agreement allows us to share the cost of those upgrades more equitably amongst the developers. This is something that's new to the city, but it's actually exists in most cities already. Most cities have this in place. It's a big effort on the part of staff to set this up, but it is something that the developers and applicants have been asking for and looking for. I just mentioned that these two big initiatives, we really don't have an option to defer either of these. These are actually in force or planned to come in force. Both initiatives are welcome and ultimately will improve the process over the longer term, but it's a lot of work in 2021. Next slide. Just a few other things under engineering, the street and traffic bylaw changes. So we're updating the street use permitting permissions that we grant. This will be coming to council in July. This will bring us in line with best practices and what we see in other jurisdictions. And this is really related to developers need to use the sidewalk, a parking lane, or a traffic lane, and kind of charge the appropriate fees and process those requests. In terms of the development permits, under our continuous improvement process, we're actually going to turn our attention to development permits. We applied a Lean Six Sigma approach to our rezonings in previous years, and it resulted in a dramatically reduced processing time. And so we're going to be applying the same process to the development permits. And then finally, on the infrastructure design and construction, engineering with development as it comes through the city, we play a role at the beginning and then during and then in the end, because ultimately we do have to review designs and construction of what will become city assets, such as road and sewer and sidewalks. As part of this, we're looking at the efforts that we put into that process. And later this year, as part of the fee review, we're going to make sure that we're actually recovering all the costs related to that. In this area, we're really trying to achieve cost recovery on those processes. And that's it for engineering, so I'll pass it back to Jessie.
Okay, so we'll just get into the modernization task force and what we've been up to since March 31st. Again, at the sake of being repetitive, we have been experiencing significant and unprecedented pressure where our permitting and licensing operations are concerned due to a confluence of factors. The rapid shift to remote service delivery in 2021 or 2020, the volatility of our demand. We had a number of vacancies that we had to hold last year. And those have created a domino effect in terms of a gap in resources as well as training issues, given it takes several months to train new employees before they are able to fully participate in our operation. We've been navigating a lot of regulatory complexity and competing priorities, which makes it very challenging to issue permits in an expedient amount of time. And technology and business model gaps. Again, we have identified a number of opportunities to expedite our permit processing, and a lot of them are rooted in manual activity. And so by eliminating some of that manual activity, we can, where it's low risk, we can eliminate large chunks of work from the system. This has had quite a significant impact to staff. Staff are very tired and burnt out. We are currently actually also enabling staff to do overtime outside of their regular work hours, and we're quite concerned that this is going to further contribute to the burnout issues and stress. We're trying to be very considered and careful about it. However, there's just so much work in the system that we really needed to take a look at creating more capacity to do the processing work. And so we are operating on an overtime basis outside of regular operating hours. There's also a significant impact to economic recovery if we can't keep pace with the amount of demand incoming. There's a lot of pressure that staff receive correspondence that I know council receives, as well as city staff across the spectrum of development. We are on the critical path for economic recovery, and our ability to issue permits and licenses in a timely manner is a critical component of that recovery. And where we're at right now is that we have a number of issues that we try and handle through our land use system. And as a consequence of that, our permitting and licensing tools have been used to achieve non-economic objectives in some cases, policy objectives, but also many economic objectives. The result is just that there are a lot of conditions applied to both of those, and those are the kinds of things that we are looking at as opportunities as to, similarly to the TEP program, is there an opportunity to maybe streamline on a sort of like a one-off basis so that we can get out of the current crisis. On March 31st, Council directed us to strike a application and permitting modernization task force to be headed by the city manager. We're really happy to report that we have set it up. There's a project steering committee comprised of engineering services, PDS, DBL, the city manager's office, legal services, and we've been meeting quite regularly. A lot of our opportunities and conditions in the permitting process are a function of multiple departments. And so even the simplest of ideas require quite a bit of collaboration to undertake risk analysis and impact analysis. And so there have been a lot of folks collaborating very, very tightly to be able to meet the timelines of the bi-monthly update, such as this one. And I just really want to recognize all the staff that have been working so hard and so intensely to do the analysis that's presented here today. We have tried to focus the initial 3 opportunities that we're presenting based on the direction to look at smaller scale projects. And so that has been one of the factors that we've looked at, and we're essentially coming back with a series of recommendations from our opportunity list that we've compiled. We've created a 2-tier sort of system whereby opportunities that we see that are not a long-term project will be overseen and implemented by our task force. But in some cases, a lot of the opportunities that are presented and a lot of the content that we get is consistent. Like, so multiple folks will tell us the same thing. And there are some of those that are associated with a longer term transformation project. And for those, we map them into the appropriate stream from the programs that I mentioned at the top of the presentation, our digital transformation program or reg redesign or DPR, or the others. The list that we are working off of is a master list of ideas. It's been compiled from staff, from external applicants, industry groups, and it continues to grow on a regular basis. As word has gotten out about the task force, we've been adding to it as we go. The very interesting thing is that there is a lot of commonality amongst the feedback that we receive. So our issues are quite known and our issues are quite publicly understood. We are working to engage industry now. We are working on some focused workshops. We are trying to ensure that we create space for everybody. It's sometimes a challenge given how fast we've been asked to move, but we are looking at ways to engage industry given the high degree of interest. The opportunities are being filtered into the streams. And again, just to be clear, the ones that we have brought back today have been prioritized given that they were fastest to implement and achieve impact from the long list. However, this is just batch 1, and there will be several batches coming to council over the next while and presented by the team every other month. And the goals will be to decrease the backlogs, to improve our processing times, and to minimize impact on policy goals. So we will come back to you on a 60-day cadence, every give or take based on council calendar. And the stuff that we're going to talk to you about today is part of batch 1. There were seven I guess, actions that we undertook. Of those, 4 were within our operational purview. However, 3 of those recommendations require council decision. All in all, if approved today, they have the potential to eliminate 10,000 processing weeks from our current workload. And to give you a sense, that's just a drop in the bucket. We have so much more that's in our backlog, but that just gives you a sense of order of magnitude of just these 3. We talked about overtime, so we've done that. We're going to pilot another data collection model for ASHRAE compliance to try and improve the customer experience. We're working with staff to limit penalties for some of the work that we discover when permits come in. We're also shifting some of the burden of the work we do onto applicants during the construction process in terms of maintaining their landscaping while they're constructing. And the 3 that I'm going to hand over to Teresa to walk through momentarily are a relaxation in terms of reviews as they pertain to design guidelines for specific neighborhoods. These are quite low risk and they do take a lot of time. Again, keeping in mind that we were directed to look at ways to reduce the backlog in short order. And that is sort of what we're presenting here today. Following that is a temporary relaxation in the tree bylaw. And then finally, a 12-month extension to allow DBL staff to focus on the current work in the system rather than to reallocate staff towards building a framework to introduce new requirements. So this is mostly based on an opportunity cost analysis, whereby there's a limited amount of staff and a lot of work that we're trying to get through the system. So I'm going to hand it over to Teresa.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. So as Jesse said, these next few slides will refer specifically to recommendations A through D. That's what we'll be talking about. And they really are looking at the RTRS zones, the low density single family applications, really reduce their processing time. So the first one, as many of you probably know, we have 2 different application processing streams. We do an outright processing stream where there's very little conditionality, where both the DBL staff and the PDS staff take a look at them. But we also have a stream that includes quite a bit of conditionality. Again, those are primarily in the RTRS zones. The permits that require a conditional review take twice as long. Those reviews can take up to 4 months because we're looking at a very detailed level of architectural compliance with those homes. And so this first proposal suggests that we suspend that more detailed review and that we only look at setbacks, height, the roof, kind of the primary form of the building. So we wouldn't be looking specifically for architectural character of doors, windows, materials, cladding, detailing. We would not be looking at that. And we think we can cut that processing time in half if we reduce that conditionality. Again, we deprioritize the review of the architectural details and really just focus on the overall form and the roof. There's some risk in that. There is the potential impact that some of the houses won't necessarily match the neighborhood character, and we may get some resident complaints from neighbors. We don't get a lot of complaints from neighbors now, even with the conditional review. I think I've only entertained like 2 or 3 in the entire time. But of course, the benefit of that is we could potentially save 8 to 12 weeks for as many as 100 permits that we could come through this stream much quicker. Similarly, with the landscape review, again, we really would prioritize more life safety concerns and deprioritize all other landscape reviews. There's a potential risk there with some out of character landscaping. Again, we get very few complaints about this, and we could, again, reduce that review to almost half of what it is now. Recommendations B and C in your report talk specifically to relaxation of the tree bylaw. Again, these are trees on private property. Well, it wouldn't include trees on public property. The current requirement is to protect all trees or look at all trees 20 centimeters or above, and except in limited circumstances. And then this has been a really very effective strategy in retaining trees, but it does have a significant impact on the time because those permits will trade back and forth between DBL and PDS. So there's 3 ways we see to improve this processing time. First one is just limit when we require an arborist report. Don't require one for trees for trees that aren't 30 inches or above. We believe that's a pretty manageable risk. We think we can easily cut a week off of those permits. Plus, we would save some money for our applicants that they wouldn't have to obtain those permits. The other thing we could do is we could allow some flexibility when trees conflict with the accessory buildings. That might impact as many as 40 applications a year. And again, we could significantly reduce that processing time. And the last one would be to increase the threshold size of the tree from 20 centimeters to 30 centimeters for the purposes of this interim relaxation. We propose this for the next year. Again, this would probably impact about 170 permits a year, and we could greatly reduce the processing time and eliminate that churn back and forth. So those are the recommendations for the tree bylaw. Then the last one, and probably the one that you've garnered the most attention, is a 12-month extension on the effective date of the zero emission buildings requirement for new homes. And that's recommendation D in your report. What this does is for all new homes that are 3 stories and below, townhouses, we would require space heating and domestic hot water to be electrified with some additional insulation for windows. You could still have a gas stove, fireplace, barbecues, be fine. Council did adopt this policy back in April of 2020, and for that ordinance to become effective, that bylaw to become effective in January 2022. The DBL staff is requesting that be extended for another year. So there are a number of considerations for that. If we continue in 2022, DBL really hasn't gotten the operational design of this determined yet, and that's going to require quite a bit of staff time. And we'll take the kind of key senior staff away from developing some of these other reports. It would give the industry some additional time for capacity building and give primarily DBL staff the time to absorb the policy change. Deferring, of course, till 2023 also has risks. It would reduce the complexity on those 400 or 500 homes, but those wouldn't have the new but it does give DBL that time that they need of these new processes and to operationalize it. Of course, there'll be a lot of discussion, I'm sure, about the GHG emissions. It's hard to estimate those right now. The staff team have been working to get you a good estimate. We've kind of got a ballpark out there, but we're going to try to get a little more of a precise answer for that for the council on days to come. So those are the recommendations before you today. We will have the second batch coming in a month or 2, but I believe now I'll turn it over to the city manager for a wrap up and conclusion.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Council, for your attention there. I appreciate that there was a lot of information that we've just presented to you. I want to just provide a couple of additional closing comments, if I might. First of all, acknowledge, as has been referenced, that really the focus of this first round of recommendations is smaller scale projects. That is consistent with Part E of the Council's motion. And these are obviously these are high volume kind of permit streams for us, and they impose a relatively high level of effort relative to the footprint or impact of those projects. So it is an appropriate focus. The recommendations that you've seen here will certainly save time for applicants, but I think the corresponding benefit is they will free up a significant amount of staff capacity to handle other work. So while the focus of these particular changes is small projects, it benefits the entire system. And then also want to just confirm that when looking at this issue broadly, our staff are not limiting kind of their consideration to small projects. So the additional recommendations that we have under development that you'll be seeing in the future, some of those will pertain to other larger scale projects as well. And then the last point, I want to just speak briefly to the substance of the recommendations. Obviously, we've provided a set of changes for council's consideration. Those are all standalone recommendations, so we would see those as distinct decisions for council in each instance. Those recommendations have been developed in the context of council's direction to address, the really critical issues right now with our permitting process. But we do acknowledge and recognize that the recommendations have implications for other policy objectives for council. I think what I can say, council, is the city's permitting process and all of our requirements have evolved in the way that they have for a reason. So all of our permitting requirements, we have lots of them, but they all have a purpose. So starting to simplify and streamline regulation has impacts on policy. I think that's just the nature of the challenge we're facing. I do want to acknowledge and just confirm for council that the recommendations that we've put forward here today do have implications for other policy objectives. We're not intending to dismiss or diminish the importance of those objectives. And as far as possible, staff have looked to balance policy goals with the practical reality of our permitting function right now and the impact for applicants that are seeking to build and do business in Vancouver. Specifically with respect to recommendation D, and Teresa referred to that, deferring the notion of deferring the zero emission building guidelines for a year. We certainly acknowledge council's direction, the declaration of the climate emergency, and the challenge that the city and the planet are facing in relation to climate change. We've had, as kind of a more general note, council, I've been part of lots of discussions over the last 5+ years with staff and with stakeholders regarding our regulatory regime for development and building in Vancouver. And often there has been criticism of the city and for this council and previous councils for layering on to what is already quite a complex regulatory framework. As staff, I feel that we have an obligation to ensure council is fully briefed on the implication of policy and bylaw changes, and that includes the impact on the permitting process. In some cases in the past, I do not believe that we have, in fact, provided council with a full assessment of the impacts on our permitting process, that we haven't fully scoped those at the time we've made policy recommendations, and it hasn't been in front of you as part of your policy debate. And that's a challenge. So from my perspective, so I think in respect of recommendation D, these are regulatory changes that are still pending. They have not been implemented yet. As I'm not sure, I'm not confident that the impacts on permitting were fully canvassed and reviewed with council when those policy changes were determined. And now considering the other direction we've received around process improvement, I believe it's important that you have an opportunity to consider that dimension. It's your prerogative, council, of course, to proceed on the current timeline with recommendation D with those changes. But I think for us, it's critical that we provided you with a holistic assessment, as holistic as possible regarding that decision. Again, our intent is not to call into question the policy objective. We take that as given. Our job is to bring you options and ultimately defer to you, council, on the discretion, your discretion in terms of weighing those trade-offs. So just wanted to provide that additional kind of closing commentary. And Mayor Stewart, with that, we're happy to take any questions from council.
Thanks so much. Just remind council that we have 70 speakers set up for or registered to speak to this today. I'm wondering if we might do, say, one round of questions to, we don't need a motion or anything at this point, just ask for your consideration, but if we do one round of questions to staff then maybe hear from speakers and then return to a second round if that's if that might work for you. I'll just leave that with you. I see a whole bunch of councillors on the queue for questions. So let's just start with a round of questions. So that may answer questions that the public have as well. So I'll start with Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes, questions to staff.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I'm just hoping to actually move that we would have questions after we heard from speakers, considering there are 70 speakers waiting to speak to us. I'd like to move a motion that we would suspend the rules and have our questions to staff after we hear from speakers.
Okay, thanks. Second from Councillor Carr. All right, I'll try a verbal vote first. All in favor of that motion, say yay.
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 Opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nay. Nay.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to call a vote on whether or not we suspend the rules. I'll just ask clerks to call that up.
Just point of privilege, Mayor. My
We're in a
clock is still running, so thank you, just in case. Thank you.
Point of privilege.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor
Oh,
Carr.
all right. Yeah, I'm sorry. It looks like I finally was able to vote. It didn't look like I could to begin with, but could you check for me if not a vote in favor?
Yep, okay, Councillor DeGenova, we've got you. Okay, Council, that motion has failed with Councillor Kirby, Young, Blythe, Dominato, Weeb, Swanson, and Fry in opposition. So we will go ahead with questions from Council. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. Just also aware that the public has commitments as well. So I'm just first of all wondering if any of this work is going to preclude or prolong the work that was being done on a motion that was unanimously supported by council that I brought back in November of 2018, setting new standards, expediting development and building permits, and examining fees to improve affordability in the city of Vancouver. So I'm just wondering, are staff still in fact working on that? Because I understand that there wasn't a lot of work done, but I also understood that there were pieces and components that had not been completed, like reviewing the schedule of fees, looking at fast tracking, and especially looking at other municipalities in our region that are able to clear their backlog a little bit faster. So just wondered how the work and the recommendations here would in fact impact the work that staff, I understand, are still doing on those recommendations.
Thanks, Councillor. So yeah, we see that motion as very much aligned, and all of this work really focusing on the same fundamental issue there, which is improving our permit process. So we wouldn't see it as delaying anyway. It's obviously there's a lot of potential opportunities for staff to consider, and we're doing our best to prioritize. But we would see the direction from that motion as aligned and being incorporated into this work.
Okay. Is there any reason that that wasn't considered in the presentation today, or in the recommendations or report, and sort of streamlining and bringing together, council's decision in March and this as well? One of council's first decisions on TBL?
I think, yeah, so thanks for the opportunity to clarify. So we do see these, all of these recommendations addressing the same issues from the 2018 motion. So in terms of streamlining process, that's what these recommendations are intended to do. So there are a number of motions from council that, by virtue of the task force motion, which is to consolidate all of that work, that's what we are now doing. So we didn't call that out specifically, Councillor. That's a fair point, but we believe that this work aligns with that motion as well.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to make sure for those who are looking at several different motions. I also just had a quick question on whether or not staff have undertaken or will be undertaking in what's being proposed today, the opportunity to work with other municipalities like the city of North Vancouver, the city of Coquitlam, to look at the way that they may do things in deregulation and different requirements or having less requirements, but still meeting within our goals as the city of Vancouver to help us sort of operate more swiftly? Are we looking to other municipalities in the region? You know, have the I'll just leave it there because I don't have very much time. I'll need a second round afterwards. Happy to move that too.
So yeah, thanks, Councillor. The short answer is yes. I would say our regulatory framework in Vancouver is very different than other municipalities. The way the charter works relative and our zoning and development bylaw is quite distinct, but we are absolutely talking. I defer to Jessie. I think she can provide some additional
And
context.
I actually just sorry, I will move another round of questions, but one more really quick question I want to get in there is has there been consideration overall to looking at perhaps even reorganizing development, building, and licensing into planning or interchanging that?
Thanks, Councillor, for that question. There's a lot of complexity with respect to the kind of organizational structure. At this point in time, a reorganization would work absolutely counter to what council is asking us to do. It would create an enormous amount of additional work. The role of DBL really, and the role they play in the permitting process is to mediate and coordinate between multiple departments. That is the function. That's why that development services department in particular was initially established. And they do liaise with planning and with engineering, as well as with parks, with fire, with ACCS. So that really is their role as a coordinator. So at this point in time, in the longer term, I think, Councillor, there's a great question there about structure, and it's certainly an open question. At this point in time, my recommendation would not be to pursue a reorganization.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
we're at
That's
the
my
5.
time. Mayor, may
Councillor
I
Carr,
ask for a second round of questions? Perhaps Councillor Carr will, but for later on after speakers.
Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, great. Thank you, Mayor. And actually, are we going to have a second round of questions after we hear from speakers? Is that?
We could, if we had a motion to do so, we could.
I move that we have a second round of questions after we
Second.
hear from speakers.
Okay, we have a seconder for that, and I'll just call a verbal vote first. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Opposed, nay. Nope. So that's passed unanimously. So council will have a second round. We'll have this first round of questions, and then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll have a second round of questions.
Great.
Okay, Councillor Carr, please continue.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. Great. Thank you. So on a recommendation A regarding design guidelines, I understood from listening to Teresa O'Donnell that there would be still some conditional work that was being done, but I wasn't quite sure if the conditional parts of the of implementation of the design guidelines is being put on hold or not. Or if they're going to have to do it if they develop, but it's not going to get checked by DBL. I wasn't sure of this distinction there.
Thanks, Councillor. Teresa, maybe I'll defer to Teresa for that.
Sure. Yes, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, the staff would only be reviewing for the front yard setbacks, rear yard setbacks, side setbacks, height, and the roof.
Okay, so in other words, all of the other requirements of a development per building permit would have to be undertaken. You would only review for those things, not for the conditional elements.
That's correct.
Great, perfect, thank you. There was a timeline in the chart of when the decisions on this process were going to be coming forward. I noticed the final one was Q3 2022. I'm just checking. That is an election period, Q3 2022. Pre-election, are we going to get the final report or not?
So yes, Councillor, we would see this work continuing on, and I expect we're not going to be completely finished by the time the next election rolls around as well. So yes, we would be looking to provide you with certainly a consolidated update, and the motion, council's motion that directed the creation of the task force called for kind of results by Q2 of 2022. So that's what we would be looking at as kind of not final, but like I say, a consolidated report back to you at that point in time.
Okay, appreciate that. On recommendation D, Have staff calculated the implications or the impact in terms of GHG reductions? Obviously, we have a very clear goal around reducing GHGs in line with our climate emergency action plan. Is there any kind of calculation around that?
Teresa, or maybe I'll defer to you on that question.
Thank you for the question. Staff has been working to really understand how we can measure that impact. It will be a function of how many single-family houses would be submitted and the review on that, in addition to the other space heating, and might have to have Doug help me on this.
Oh.
Hang on.
Okay, it may be by the time we finish with hearing all the speakers and enter debate, it might be I think welcome to understand the GHG impacts of what's being suggested here. It would help me certainly.
Okay.
Okay,
We'll
great, thanks. There was a part of the verbal presentation, and I think it was Teresa O'Donnell that talked about new options for rezoning inquiries. I wonder if I could expand on that, because certainly we have heard a lot from various people about how that rezoning inquiry and the detail we're now requiring with staff oversight is a duplication of what they then have to do as they proceed further. So could you just, it was mentioned and it's in our slide deck, but I'm not sure what the actuals are in that.
Thank you for the question. Yeah, this is a process that we've been working to roll out with the development community. I believe council received a memo on this last week. What we don't currently have a process in place for applicants who are looking to vary significantly from underlying policy, and this would create the flexibility for an applicant to bring proposal that they felt had merit, that the council would want to take a look at, that is not in compliance with existing policy, and bring that forward for council consideration. We are working on kind of the procedures and processes, and we hope to have that wrapped up by July. We'll report to council then, and to have that operational this summer.
Thank you.
Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks, staff, for the update and presentation. My first question actually is for the city manager. There was a comment made after the presentation around sort of an acknowledgement or recognition that there perhaps hasn't been clear signaling to council around the sort of layering on of various motions. And I just wonder if that was, now that that is a recognition, how, I mean, is there any way for you to comment on how one of the biggest pieces in this report is recommendation D, of course, in the zero emission buildings regulatory framework implementation? I'm wondering, you know, we can't go back in time, but it would be helpful. I certainly would find it helpful to hear from the city manager on how that could have been or might have been addressed, you know, at that time that we passed that policy.
Thanks, Councillor. It's a great question. I think with many of these policies, the implementation is very complicated. So what we've done in the past is actually defer a lot of that work until we have clear from direction from council to proceed. What that has enabled us to do is to get back to council with policy recommendations more quickly. And in many cases, council has been asking us for those recommendations quickly. And rightly so, given kind of those policy objectives. The challenge is that we defer the hard work of figuring out how to implement them till after. And that's where we run into some of these issues. So I think there's a balance there. But my concern is in future that we need to understand enough about how we're going to implement these things so that we can describe that to you when we propose the policy recommendations. And again, I would say in the past, that's not necessarily been the case every time. So there will be some trade-off there. It may take us longer. I think, as Jesse's indicated, one of the challenges we have is we are putting a huge amount of emphasis on our land and development building regulation to solve policy problems. it's a tool that we have, but we're getting to the outer limit of how effective that tool is at solving some of these other really hard policy challenges. So it's becoming increasingly hard for us to figure out how to implement these policy things in a way that doesn't have all these negative impacts. It's just part of the complexity, I think, of the challenges, hard challenges council is seized with and trying to solve. So in future, what I would say, Councillor, to come back to your fundamental question, is we will have to do more work to understand the implementation side of these things before we propose the policy.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. I have a question for Jesse around the sort of notion of slow down to speed up, and the impact on council endorsing these staff recommendations as a way to actually move faster in the long run. Can you comment on that? And I'm reflecting back on transformational change that's spoken about in the report.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I totally got that, but I think that the philosophy that we've applied and the essence of our recommendations are related to removing work from the workload. So not so much slow down to speed up, which we absolutely need to do in cases of large transformation. But in this case, it's almost even more tactical than that, where it's like we want to eliminate steps from staff workloads. So the proposals in front of you actually either defer work, as is the case with recommendation D, or allows us to skip steps. And by skipping steps,
so if I can just jump in, because I have limited time and it's helpful where you're steering my question, which I appreciate, is so they're not, some will say, well, why not just add that staffing? Like if it is about freeing up staff time to be able to get through the backlog, what would we be looking at in terms of, we're in budget discussions right now, what kind of numbers would we require in terms of temporary staff to do this without deregulation?
I think that's a fantastic question. We've reached the point of diminishing returns on adding resources because it takes 6 to 12 months to train up staff currently. We held 30 vacancies last year, which equates to a 30-year training liability in some cases. That's how complex our regulatory regime has become. We cannot, and it's all manual, so we cannot readily put people through a course that trains them up. It takes a long time. So going out and getting temporary resources is actually not an option where we're at now.
Okay, and it was suggested perhaps bringing people back from retirement and things like that. Just in 10 seconds, if you can give your thoughts there.
Yeah, so we that's on the list. So we have that one on the list, and we started with overtime. So in terms of
we'll do that as well.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Maybe on mute, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to staff for the report. Got several questions. I'll try to move efficiently. The first one, I just want to level set and clear up some of the dialogue in the public realm around this, and it has been suggested related to recommendation D with a proposed delay of the requirement for zero emissions for new homes by 12 months, that this is the result of lobbying, and recent media articles are saying that this is a result of lobbying and quote unquote staff, and I'm paraphrasing, these are not my words, caving to lobbying from various groups and letters that have come in. I just want to clear that up right away. Perhaps I can pose that question to the city manager. That's not my understanding. Is it not true that this is a result of staff looking at what will get through the backlog in order to move to a place where we can implement those recommendations?
That's absolutely correct, Councillor. Thanks.
Okay, I appreciate that, because council have received, there's some media articles quoting that, and council's received a lot of letters stating that. So I just want to kind of level set, so we're all operating on sort of the same sort of facts here. My second question relates to just clarification. This might be for either city manager or Teresa O'Donnell. Does expediting the RS approvals, will that provide a potential benefit of allowing greater time to spend on larger projects and affordable housing projects, which are key goals for this council? Does freeing up that capacity allow allocation of effort towards those types of projects?
Yes, ma'am, it absolutely will. Do have dedicated staff, but they usually do double duty on larger projects as well.
Sorry, we're having a very hard time hearing you there.
Oh, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Much better.
Yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
Yes, it would definitely free up staff time to work on larger projects.
Okay, so when we're talking about the fact that we also, we have a climate sort of crisis and an issue, but we also have a housing crisis. So that would allow us to sort of put some effort into that housing that is most needed instead of putting it into single family. That's my takeaway. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay. My third question, it relates to the recommendation around the tree component to go from the 30 centimeters to the 20. And I know on page 8 of the report, there's a couple of references that says essentially that the strategy, the negative impact of this recommendation will be negligible. And then specifically on strategy 2, where trees may conflict with accessory buildings, that despite the review of trees anyway, and it says there. So can you just speak to that a little bit? That a lot of this is about processing, but we might not see a significant loss of additional trees. We're limiting a process, but not necessarily at the end of it. Does that mean all those trees are retained?
Thank you. That's an excellent question. The way the tree bylaw is written now, if the tree is underneath the footprint of a structure, if it's in the way of a utility line, if it's in a construction zone, those trees would be removed anyway. So we would review for those trees, but we would allow the removal of those trees. So this would significantly reduce time, and we don't think there would be a lot of extra trees lost.
So for those champions, and I'm one of them, coming from Park Board around needing to maintain and increase our tree canopy, this is not something we're going to see a significant impact or loss. That's not going to be a major contributing factor, correct?
It will not be a contributing factor. That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, and my fourth and final question, and this might be one for the city manager, I'm guessing, or potentially Teresa, and that is, what if council says no to this? What does that mean after putting you on this trajectory? What does that mean in terms of clearing the backlog and or contributing or to timing for approvals for housing and for other initiatives?
I can start that, and thanks, Councillor. I mean, certainly we've tried to give Council a bit of an assessment of what the potential processing time and staff capacity reallocation opportunity exists here. Obviously, if Council isn't comfortable with these recommendations, it's your prerogative to decline them, in which case we would continue to administer bylaws and proceed with regulatory changes, et cetera, as is the current state. So we would not capitalize on those opportunities. We will continue to look at other things. But these, again, were the things that the staff team came up with that we could implement the most quickly, that would have the biggest impact on our throughput. The other changes that we're working on, to be honest, all get more complicated than these ones. So I think if these are, we'll keep working on this. I mean, we have clear direction. We have a very long list of opportunities. These are by no means the only ones, but this is kind of the first step.
I have a few seconds, Paul, but does that mean it's going to be really hard to chip away at the backlog right now?
Certainly, I mean, these are our opportunities to move fastest. So yeah, it will delay our ability to deal with the backlog. Yes.
Thank you. Great, thanks. Councillor Fry, up to 5.
Thanks. So I appreciate the presentation and the work that's been going on here. I guess right off the top, if these recommendations, either in part or in whole, are adopted, what happens in 12 months? They all seem to have a 12-month timeline. And would applications be grandfathered? Are we worried that with the law of unintended consequences, we might see a rush on applications to beat that 12-month?
That's a great point, Councillor. We do see when there are changes that could potentially impact projects, we do see people generally trying to get their applications in before those take effect. What we would be proposing to do is do an assessment at 12 months and report back to Council. There would be some around the impact of these. Are they delivering the intended kind of benefits, and are the costs what we had expected as well? If they're working, then we would continue them. If they're not working, then we could manage the timeline to reverse those or continue to refine the changes. So it's a good point, but at this point, like I say, what we'd be contemplating at this point is a report back to Council on the impact of these at 12 months.
So then, just to be clarified, what these recommendations are really being proposed in perpetuity, and we're going to check back in 12 months, not that they're proposed for 12 months.
Well, it's to give council a sense of how they're working and what the assessment is. And again, if the impacts are manageable and as predicted, I mean, ultimately it'll be council's decision on whether to maintain them or not.
So we would have to rescind these basically in 12 months if we wanted to.
Right
didn't
now,
think it was working.
they're being proposed as 12 months. The resolution, the non-enforcement resolutions actually have a term on them. So in the case of those changes, there is a term, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong on any of that, but those actually, and sorry if I'm confusing the issue here, Councillor, but the non-enforcement resolutions do actually have a 12-month term on them.
Okay. Okay, I'll move on. I'm gonna think that one through a little bit longer. On the tree recommendations, what's noteworthy, and I see this from personal experience, having had an arborist certification on and city bylaws requesting that we retain significant English laurel, which is by all accounts kind of a weed of a tree, but it's got a thick trunk, so it was retained under the tree retention bylaw. Have we not contemplated moving more to a qualitative analysis of trees, and why aren't we using certified arborists to do this work rather than our staff? I don't see that in the options that were presented. Like, for instance, on a you'd have a geotech or an engineer who would stamp their work, and that would be sort of a qualification there without having to double back with our own staffing. Is that a potential consideration?
If I may, through the city manager, this is Teresa O'Donnell. This is an excellent question. There's no doubt that I personally would like to see an overhaul of our tree ordinance. I think it could be much tightened up with different species and varieties and different caliper inches. However, we were tasked to do something quick, and this was a quick solution, but that is certainly something that I would like to undertake in the future, is a significant overhaul of the tree ordinance, and also to create a tree bank and probably a more substantial cash in lieu option for developers.
Could a quick option include having an arborist do this work instead, though?
Typically, what I think we might want to see is perhaps a certified professional or a professional like a landscape architect who holds a license. It's not hard to become a certified arborist, but I think if we had a professional seal on these drawings, then we could accept those drawings at face value. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Lastly, and I know I'm running out of time, we know that there's a cost to the climate on not implementing the zero emission building work. What about have we contemplated what the cost to the consumer might be as the price of gas increases in the coming years, as tax regulations increase the price of fossil fuels? Has that been a consideration in this work?
Just a quick answer, please.
Zero emission.
Teresa, are you able to respond to that?
Well, we are over the 5 minutes. Perhaps that could come back in the second round of questions if Councillor Fry puts himself on the list. Thanks. On to Councillor Dominato, up to 5. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, we can't hear you. I'm going to move on, Councillor Dominato, and just
Can
put
you
you
hear
back.
me now, Mayor?
Okay, yes, I can.
Yeah,
Yep.
thanks. I'm having trouble to send this to. Thanks. Thank you to Jesse, Teresa, and Lon for the great presentation. I have a couple of questions. I want to follow up. One is just with respect to simplified procedures and upcoming reports that'll be coming every couple of months. Can we anticipate seeing recommendations around simplified procedures around the review of laneways and secondary suites? Is that something that we're contemplating in as part of the work?
Hi, this is Jesse. Yeah, we do have that on the larger list. again, those are things that require a little bit more analysis than we had time for this particular update.
Okay, but that would be something we'll probably see in the next probably in the next updates around opportunities to streamline and expedite some of that.
Might not be in the next one, but in one of the subsequent ones.
Okay, great, fantastic. I also wanted to follow up on a question that Councillor Bly had asked, and you responded that some of the opportunities here is to eliminate steps from staff workload. And what I took away from the report and from your presentation was that we're eliminating places that staff have to check and do more granular reviews. And is that a fair reflection back?
Yes, Councillor Dominato, 100%.
Okay, great. In terms of follow-up reports, do you see an opportunity for an expanded role of credentialed professionals? It speaks a little bit to, I think, Councillor Fry's question around arborists, but I in the broader scheme of credentialed professionals that are involved in housing developments, do you see an opportunity for that maybe being playing a greater role in reviews and relieving staff and allowing them to focus on other higher priorities?
Yes, absolutely, we do. And there's a number of opportunities actually related to that. Lon touched on the Professional Governance Act. So EGBC, which is the overseer of engineers in British Columbia, is going to be taking a greater role in sort of auditing quality. We're going to be leveraging some of the move to the PGA. We're also, as part of our opportunity list, looking at ways where we could rely more on letters of assurance to enable us to pass certain steps in the process. However, the analysis required to do that, we've got to check where our legal liability is currently, where we can hand off, where we can't hand off. So there's more analysis to undertake to determine the impact and the change management. That said, the industry workshop I talked about during the presentation, that is actually the subject matter that we're going to be workshopping with industry is how do you think we can rely on you more? And so we're actually taking that to industry to work that problem through with them directly.
Great, that's fantastic. I've had a lot of feedback around that. And then I have a question, and maybe it's for our city manager, because I'm not sure if our communications director is on the line, but it is just with respect to the conversation around zero emissions. We've got a number, both provincial and federal incentive programs in place. The federal government has just recently announced one around supporting homeowners and others to do energy efficiency buildings and homes, to do assessments, but also to ensure in terms of heating technology and so on. And I'm curious if we're thinking about how we can play a greater role from a communication standpoint to make our own residents aware of these programs and opportunities. And I liken it to the work around, electric vehicles. While we haven't mandated that electric vehicles have to run in our city, the uptake in electric vehicle adoption in the city of Vancouver has gone up 700% in the last 5 years. So people are adopting and are moving in that direction anyway. So is there an opportunity for us to promote some of the incentive programs out there and make our residents more aware of those opportunities if there is a delay in implementing the policy directions?
Certainly, yeah. And I know our sustainability team are very much attuned to those various incentive programs. And I think that is a role that we can play, is ensuring that kind of amplifying the messaging from whether it's the provincial government or the federal government around the existence of those programs. So, if there's wherever we see opportunities to make sure that people are aware of that, those are things that we would be looking to do. We would be doing that, I think. That makes sense regardless, but yeah, certainly in the context of these recommendations, doubly so. So yeah, that's a task that I know our sustainability team is seized with.
Okay, great. I'll pause there. I know we have lots of speakers on the list. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Councillor Boyle, up to 5.
Thanks, and I'll also echo a thanks to staff for all of this work. And I had submitted a number of questions ahead and appreciate the responses I got. I'm going to ask a few of them just so the answers are public as well. And the first is, I think, a similar question Councillor Fry was asking, which is, what's the future cost burden on homes that get built if we approved D and delayed the zero emission plan? the homes that get built with gas now that would need to convert to electric at some point down their lifespan, what's the cost burden of that change roughly?
Yes, Councillor, this is Doug Smith from Sustainability. So to retrofit a house to zero emission standards, if it was built with gas appliances, would be $22,000 to $26,000, assuming that they don't need to upgrade their electrical systems or add an additional space in the house as well.
Okay, thanks for that. Doug, my second question is, my understanding is that West Vancouver already has this work underway and haven't been receiving complaints about supply chain or any of that. Are there other places locally who are already making these changes or in line close behind us?
West Van and North Van are both contemplating the changes. The earlier one was already put in place in February. Other cities are looking at this, both in BC and across the country, but I don't know of anybody that's implemented it yet.
Okay, thanks. And I have another question on the supply chain piece. Are there local suppliers who have the skills or the equipment to make this change in line with the timeline that council already approved?
Yes, we've been working closely with local suppliers, and we're fairly comfortable that they have the supply chains and the expertise they need to do the work. Having said that, this is a change, and any change often takes a little bit of a learning curve.
Okay, great. And then again, related to that, my understanding from the emails council's been getting is that a number of local companies have already been investing in changes for this. So what would a delay mean? I can ask some of our speakers too, but wondering if staff have a sense of what a delay would mean for those who have already made investments based on what we've already approved.
Yeah, a number of companies have invested either in upgrading their window capacity or bringing in products like heat pumps, and so it would just mean that delay would take them longer to realize any profits from those investments.
Okay. The last question I'll ask for now is, do we have a sense of if we delay, what signal this sends to those industry groups that have invested, to the many other municipalities that I know are watching the work that we're doing, who we engage with on this, or who see us as leaders on this type of climate work?
We definitely work with a lot of other municipalities and levels of government on this work, but it would be really hard to speculate on what this signal is. There's a lot of other good work on the books as well that sends positive messages, so it would be hard to estimate that impact.
Okay, that's a fair answer. I'll leave my questions at that. Thank you, Steph.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson next, up to 5.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions. Do other cities have this issue, or is our permitting system way more complicated than the permitting system in other cities?
Would you like me to take that one, Paul?
Sure, if you, yeah, go ahead, Jesse.
Councillor Swanson, we have a very, very unique permitting framework here, given the fact that all the other municipalities in BC are governed according to the Municipalities Act and do not have their own building bylaw. We have the Vancouver Charter, our own building bylaw, our own zoning and development bylaw, and as a function of that, we have layered on a lot of complexity over the years. And that is essentially why we are in the situation we're in.
Okay.
Councillor, if I can add, Vancouver, there's a lot more conditionality in Vancouver's, as I understand, a lot more conditionality in Vancouver's approval process than most municipalities. So there's a lot more staff review that happens here.
Okay. So I heard staff saying that just hiring more people wouldn't work because the people that you hire need a lot of on-the-job training. But what I'm wondering is there a plan to hire more people to deal with this, since aren't these people paid for by the fees that the developers have to pay? And wouldn't we start at least trying to hire people to deal with this problem if we don't have enough now?
We are constantly hiring, Councillor Swanson. We are trying to fill the vacancies that we had open last year. And again, there reaches a point where you can only train so many people at one given time. And so it's unrealistic to bring on, dozens of people and then not pull away your staff from the job of permitting to go and train. So we have hit like this tipping point that is that does make it harder to go to all of the usual go-to relief valves like hiring additional staff.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I have a few questions. Thanks, staff, for all your work here. And they're kind of macro questions to deal with the whole, not just this work, but forthcoming work. So my first question is the problem we are trying to solve is that it is taking the city of Vancouver too long to process permits and licenses? Would you say that kind of encapsulates what we're trying to fix here?
I would say yes, Mayor Stewart, that's a good synopsis of the problem.
Okay, and so can you showed us in the slides and stuff, but can you describe to us how severe this problem is? I mean, if you could quantify it, it'd be great. But really, how much of a risk is it to our organization, and how critical is this problem? I mean, if as you measure by council motions coming forward, it's severe. But from your perspective of staff, how severe is this problem?
This is an issue that's existed for many years and it's built up over time. We've been working on it for, I would say, 5 years, concerted effort, or perhaps longer. So based on direction from the previous council, we've made quite a bit of headway, Mayor Stewart, on solving some dimensions of this. But I think as Jesse and Teresa and Lon have spoken to, over the past year and a half, have just seen a whole new set of challenges emerge that are impacting us. So I would say, in terms of, from my experience, the point we're at now is definitely the service challenges. The turnaround times are the worst that they've been. Generally, it's very. The other challenge we've got is that there are a whole number of different permit streams here, and it's very difficult to generalize across all of those in terms of where the most substantial problems are. So it's again, as to state the obvious, this is a very complex system. There is not one overall metric that says our turnaround time or backlog is X. That's not how it works. There's large projects, there's small projects, there's commercial TIs, laneway homes. It's a very complicated system. So I think it's a great question. One of the elements that we're working on is much better metrics, both for management and for council, around how we're doing on this problem, so we can quantify improvement. But I would say it's fair that what you're hearing from industry and what we're hearing from industry reflects the deterioration of services over the last year. That's real.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to, for the kind of, intelligent but uninformed listener or member of the public, it kind of helps to kind of flesh this out a bit. So if we're thinking of it like of the health of the organization, like, is this a heart attack or a stub toe? Like, where are we in terms of how we could describe this in easy terms?
I'll be interested to get Jesse's can comment, and Teresa as well, but I would say it's more towards the critical end of that health analogy, Mayor Stewart, than stub toe. This is a really significant service problem for the organization, and it's a huge impact on our staff as well, because they're having to manage within a system that is not functioning, or has not been functioning effectively over the last year. But I'll defer to Jesse or Teresa if there's any additional commentary they want to provide on that question.
Yeah, Paul, I would say that it's a chronic health issue that's gotten quite critical and intense. I think the other flip side that we haven't touched in terms of the impact of this, it's not about just the service issuance. It's also, it's gotten so hard to get a permit in Vancouver that we are seeing the increase of a development of industry willing to work without permit, which actually undermines the regulatory regime's effectiveness in the first place. So if we want to rely on this instrument to achieve objectives, we have to make sure that we don't make it so difficult that we can't actually administer it. And that's where we've gotten to.
Okay. So I'm going to go with unaddressed hypertension. That's where I am on this one. Let's see. So these proposals, these initial form of proposals, how much are they going to help? Like, what are the impacts of these? Are they, will we? I don't know. Maybe I'll just leave it there and just if you could give some sense of, I understand it's hard to quantify. You have talked about savings of weeks, which is helpful. Anything else to add on that?
It takes stacks of work out of staff's inbox, right? So if we don't have to do, like Paul talked about, these multiple review streams, if we can eliminate 1 or 2 reviews, we actually can take stacks of files that staff have to look at and just move them to the next step. So it is really beneficial and will have quite a bit of impact.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to move on to Councillor Wiebe and Councillor Hardwick's on the list. Councillor Dejanova, I see you on the list, but you have used your 5 minutes for this round. So Councillor Wiebe, up to 5.
Yeah, and thanks a lot for staff for this presentation today. I really appreciated the breakdown on what years certain work plans are going to be done and all the different elements. It's really helpful to understand where we're at and where we're going to go. My first question is, today we've passed the funding application for the UBCM's Local Government Development Approvals Program. I'm just wondering what that money could go towards and how we could see that help this process in the future.
That money is tied to a specific concept that we proposed. So that's exactly what it would go towards. The concept, the project proposal is attached to digitizing our regulations, so creating a digital reference framework, and then the ability to navigate those visually through an interactive experience versus right now, which is sort of like digging into PDFs on the website and talking to staff.
And understanding the importance of that work, if we don't see the funding, is that something that will be brought forward to the budget process for this council to review?
Probably in the next capital planning cycle, because it will require involvement from our technology services colleagues. So what will happen is like this 4-year capital cycle and capital plan for technology services is pretty committed, and so it would be part of the DBL overarching multi-year transformation digital playbook, but we seek out funding in the next planning cycle.
Okay.
4-year planning.
Yeah, and then obviously the 1 million that was approved by this council, is that being utilized to this work that's being done today?
It is what gave us peace of mind to enable overtime. It's also what we're leveraging to do the industry workshops on relying on external professionals. Again, there is even just figuring out how to allocate funding takes some effort, and we've been really concentrated on these 3 opportunities, but all of our management staff are aware that funding should not be an impediment at this stage, given the generosity of council in that last session.
Okay, and then looking at the report last year, the development and permit process improvements on May 27th, it really talked about different KPIs and metrics, and I heard metrics coming up a few times today that council will get better metrics in the future. What is the timeline for council and the mayor to get better metrics on where we're at?
We are hoping, so our better metrics are really tied to the e-plan project, because we'll be moving stuff into an electronic format, and then you can actually pull metrics a lot cleanly, a lot more cleanly. We are resetting on that right now, so I think hopefully, in the next few months you'll start to see a better evolution of our metrics, largely as a function of moving to digital, to be honest.
Okay, and then I'm going to build on the health analogy and focus on the tree bylaw component. And really, it was talked about being a quick fix and recognizing that we don't want to just put band-aids on these, and we want to look at long-term solutions that better our processes moving forward, including increasing our tree canopy. So I did hear about a tree bank and other opportunities. What is the opportunity for council to look at opportunities to do complete redesigns to better the process instead of a 1-year band-aid where we could lose up to 250 trees?
I think, Councillor, to that point, a rewrite of the tree bylaw, having been here for the last time we amended the tree bylaw, is a very, very significant piece of work. It's not something that we have the resources to undertake quickly or right now. So I think, again, what we're trying to balance is council's request to us for quick action on this versus the type of systemic solutions I think you're referring to there, Councillor, which we would prefer to get to as well, but will take a huge amount of work. Rewriting that bylaw is very complicated. So that's I think the dilemma or the kind of decision point for council on that. It's something that certainly we can start to work into work plans and so on going forward. But yeah, I don't want to understate how much work it is involved in rewriting the tree bylaw.
Okay, and a follow-up on that one. When we first came into council, we saw this diagram of 13 binders. We needed to get down to 1. In this, it talks about kind of not looking at a bunch of the binders and kind of waving past a bit of it to move quickly. When are we really going to see us take away some of those binders and reduce the amount of overall, I think it was called, conditionality of the city?
I think and I'll defer to Teresa if she's got any additional comments on that. Again, the magnitude of that exercise, again, Councillor, in terms of condensing our regulation, I think Vancouver Plan presents an opportunity to do some of that in terms of the kind of macro level land use framework, which is a big part of all of those binders. But also, for staff to be quite candid, I think this discussion, dialogue with council today is a signal for us, because reducing those binders means a whole lot of decisions like the type of decisions that are in front of you today.
Okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. While we've been talking, I just went back and had a look at the headcount increases in both the development, buildings and licensing, and planning, urban design and sustainability departments over the last number of years since 2016. And looking at headcount, it appears that between the two, there was a 100% increase in the size of the planning department, with an overall increase since 2016 of 115 new employees, with another 51 in DBL. So it seems to me at what we've seen is a significant increase in headcount in these two related departments. And the argument for much of these increases was for efficiency. Can you please respond, and this would be also to the city manager, what the implications are of these significant headcount increases in these departments and their impact on efficiencies, if at all?
Thanks very much for the question, Councillor. I think that just to unpack that, and without having kind of the same data in front of me and the reference points, that with respect to PDS, part of the growth there is transfers of departments or functions in. So sustainability did not used to be part of planning. So some of that is just moving staff. Similarly, there were housing staff that transferred from ACCS to PDS. But I think the fundamental point you're making, which increases in staff to process permits, absolutely. There were 2 years of significant fee and funding increases to staffing in planning, development services, and engineering to assist with this process. Clearly, we're still here. That staffing was critical. We were dramatically understaffed relative to volume at the time. But back to the question before about the impact of adding additional staff and Jesse's point around diminishing returns, it's not a sustainable model to keep adding staff in the number that we have added them. There are process issues here, which one, we need to solve through things like technology and process refinement, but it is also just the complexity of our system. And we need to start unpacking that if we really want to address this problem in a workable kind of fundamental way. So at this stage, again, we're not recommending significant additional staffing for the departments. I think the solutions are the type of solutions that we're recommending to you today.
Thank you for acknowledging that, because it has been significant. So related to that, presumably what we're looking at is we need to create efficiencies because we want to build more housing primarily. But part of the reason that we've been doing these large amount of rezoning is that the development community has told us that it costs too much to build within our existing zone capacity, which is why they're pressing all of the time for increased rezoning. And that the cost of building within existing zone capacity has been increased because of time and money, the time that it takes to process and the money that it takes for our permits and for the additional costs associated with our building bylaws, which are, as have been pointed out, separate from the rest of the municipalities in the province. So is there a way that we can bifurcate the two? It seems to me that building within our existing zone capacity and making that more affordable should be a priority, as persistent rezoning is just inflating the cost of land and exacerbating the affordability problem.
Thanks, Councillor. I definitely, I mean, we would concur. I think that process time adds cost to development in terms of carrying costs and so on. I'm not able to speak to the impact of our process and kind of timelines relative to construction costs and other land inflation and so on. But yeah, there is an opportunity, and that's, you know, the focus of the work we're doing through our short program is trying to support social housing developments to proceed as quickly as possible. Obviously, that's to deliver the housing, but it is also to help them mitigate their costs. So there is the extent to which we're able to streamline this process. There is a cost benefit.
Is there a way of separating it out though? Because I'm all for doing everything we can to speed the process within our existing zone capacity, but I'm concerned that rezoning is, especially at the rate that we're doing, is forcing up and inflating the cost of the land and exacerbating the problem. So can we split the two apart? Focus on development permits, building permits, and efficiencies rather than the rezoning process.
So yeah, the recommendations in front of you today, Council, all pertain to permits. So they're not rezoning. We are doing work on rezonings as well, which apply to housing rezonings, all rezonings. You know, certainly that is work that if Council wanted us to deprioritize, we could. But I'm not sure if there's any additional comments.
I'm out of time, and I'm out of time, but I did note that we started the presentation with rezoning, which is why I brought it up. But I know we've got a lot of speakers, so thank you very much for answering my questions.
Thanks, and that's the end of council questions. Council, we are at 11:45, so we have 15 minutes. I believe the clerks have indicated there's folks on the line, so we'll start moving through the lengthy speakers list. First on my list is Jessica McElroy, who's a city councillor from North Vancouver. Clerks, do we have Jessica McElroy online? I know it was kind of a quick turnaround there.
Mayor Stewart, we're just checking the speakers online. Just one moment, please.
Thank you.
Yes, speaker one is on the line.
Great. Jessica McElroy, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, and you may get questions from councillors of up to 3 minutes each, so please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So as stated, my name is Jessica McElroy. I will state that I'm opposed to the recommendations that have been presented to you, and note that I am a resident of the City of North Vancouver, where I am a city councillor. And also note that I'm the current board chair of the Climate Caucus. So I'm specifically opposed to recommendation D, relating to the delay of the mandatory zero emissions building construction guidelines for all new homes. I do understand very well how important it is for local governments to efficiently and effectively process development and construction permits to ensure we address our housing crisis and the economic stability of local governments. However, this cannot be done at the detriment to our collective efforts in addressing the climate crisis. I wanted to also mention the work that I've been doing with Help Cities Lead, an education and awareness campaign working to build support for more focused collaboration between the province and local governments on building climate policy. So the campaign calls for local governments to be given more policy authority when it comes to energy sources and emissions associated with buildings, including to mandate greenhouse gas emissions levels for new and existing buildings. The campaign efforts have so far resulted in endorsements from over 35 local governments across BC in communities of all shapes and sizes, including the City of Vancouver, and by the Board of Metro Vancouver and the Lower Mainland Local Government Association. We have also had very positive meetings with the province. Many of these measures have been stated in the ministerial mandate letters, and the actions are required in order to meet the recently announced sectoral emissions targets from the province. So our campaign efforts have shown very clearly that local governments across BC and the provincial government are ready to work on advancing building energy and emissions performance standards. In the BC Building Electrification Roadmap that was released in April, it specifically states that electrification is recognized by all levels of government as a critical component of strategies for decarbonizing the province's building sector. And that, fortunately, a wide range of technologies already exist to make the transition from natural gas to electricity, especially in the new construction sector. The roadmap also states that the readiness of different markets varies across the province. The roadmap success will lie in identifying and supporting those market segments that are ready for a faster transition, while simultaneously working to alleviate barriers in those facing a longer electrification timeline. This is exactly what Help Cities Lead is advocating for, and what, unfortunately, this recommendation is going against. It is about ensuring that local governments who are in a position to move can and will. As the largest local government in BC, it is imperative that Vancouver remain on track to reduce the emissions associated with buildings, as well as play a leadership role in development of local government policy and in the advancement of industry capacity. This ensures the transition of our energy systems from fossil fuel to electric across the province in a just and measured fashion. When looking at a household level, every new building constructed with fossil fuel-based mechanical systems from now moving forward will need to be retrofitted. So we know that there's a built-in cost to all of these projects before they even start, putting homeowners in the position of facing expensive capital upgrades in the near future. So how is that an equitable, low-carbon transition, and how does that help address our serious issues on housing affordability? The retrofit requirements in communities across BC are already immense. We need new construction to be meeting the zero emission standards that will soon be required also in our existing building stock to ensure we continue to build out the needed supply chains, skills capacity, as well as homeowner readiness. The technology readiness is there now. We are more than capable of electrifying our building stock in BC, and what better place than somewhere where the electricity grid is one of the lowest greenhouse gas emissions intensities levels in any jurisdiction. So I ask Council to remove recommendation D and ensure that the process to create zero emissions guidelines for new construction remain on track for implementation. It is possible to balance actions to address housing development needs, the city's own sustainability, while staying on track to address the climate crisis. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have a whole bunch of councillors on the list to ask questions. I'll still hold on, but council, we are at 8 minutes to noon. So if we're going to accommodate all questions, we need to extend past 12 to do that. So if
to extend past 12 and to have an hour break, Mayor.
Yep, great. We have a seconder for that.
I'll second, but Mayor, I want to make it explicit to extend past 12 to allow the councillors questions to this speaker only.
Sure, there is a motion on the floor, and I think that's implied. And great, all in favor, yay?
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova, you're up first for 3 minutes to this speaker.
Thanks so much, and thanks for making the time to speak to Vancouver Council today. I'm not sure if your council meetings are quite as long as ours, but I appreciate the fact that the city of North Vancouver is known as a leader, and I've had the opportunity in my work in non-market housing and in the private sector to work through the city of North Vancouver's processes. And you're known to have some of the fastest processes when it comes to development, building, and licensing type permits. and sort of moving things through like rezoning. So I'm just wondering, how do you see having to trade off anything there to be able to accomplish climate action goals such as the ones that you had well articulated in your presentation? I'm just wondering how you balance that, because here you're a councillor in a municipality where things are moving quite quickly in development.
Right. Yeah. So I think for us, early action and unified action across the North Shore has really played an important role. So we were one of the first municipalities to adopt the STEP code at step level 3. We did so with the district and District of North Van and District of West Van, and creating a playing field that the developers and building community could understand, and to have clarity across jurisdictions and unified building codes and standards is extremely important. We've since, across the North Shore, all developed optional pathways now that are coming into place. So buildings are now required to meet either a low carbon emission pathway or meeting step 5. And so we're moving in the manner that the STEP code was designed to, which means that local governments and jurisdictions can move at the speed that they need to, so that the industry can move along with them and learn. We do a lot of consultation with industry. We just did a heat pump program across the North Shore as well that was a public outreach campaign, but it was done in consultation with industry to understand where the barriers are, where we need to see greater policy supports, but also where we need to see greater government action and financial subsidies. So I think we're doing what we can to be united so that people can understand what they're coming into, and going through the processes to listen and to move in an incremental fashion.
Thanks. And I just have 20 seconds left. And just to clarify, you don't think that there needs to be a trade-off? You can still expedite permits and focus on climate action. That's what I'm hearing you say. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, and I'll avoid using up your time.
Thanks. That's all my time. Thank you very much.
Councillor, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yes, great. Thank you. Thanks so much, Jessica, for coming to speak to this. You did talk about the role of Vancouver in terms of, and the role in general about us keeping on track playing a leadership role. In your work with the Climate Caucus, Help Cities Lead, Metrovan, etc., can you tell us what you think the importance is of Vancouver's role, especially around buildings, because of our own building bylaw? How has it impacted you or any of the work that you or other cities are doing?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think for the past, I don't even know how many years it's been now, but since the Greenest City initiative was announced, Vancouver has become a beacon and a point of direction for all local governments. And pretty much any time community members ask me about why we're not doing something in North Vancouver and why Vancouver is, a lot of the times it relates to the fact that Vancouver has its own charter and has its own ability to make steps on buildings that we don't. But it pushes all of us. And so there is a great importance for Vancouver to be in that leading position, not only because it's the jurisdiction that we've all looked to learn from, to work with, and to understand these needed measures, but it also pushes the province to let other local governments do the same thing. It pushes us to try to do further because you have the ability to do so. So it's very important to continue on that path.
And thank you. And you really, the corollary question is, if we were to slow down our action on zero emission buildings, what impact would that have for you, your council, and the councils that you are dealing with in the Climate Caucus and Help Cities Lead?
Well, first of all, I think it would be a very unfortunate signal that the urgency that we've been working around over the past 2 or 3 years now, and really understanding that the next decade and the decade that we're in now and is passing by us very quickly is critical to action. And so any type of delay really is not justified if you're thinking from a climate crisis standpoint. But for us as other local governments trying to push as far as we can with industry to have the largest municipality in the province not coming along at the same pace is going to be, I think, a confusing signal to the building sector and the construction sector, and we need everybody in line moving at the same pace.
Thank you. Thank you so much again for taking the time and your answers.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle, you're last up. 3 minutes, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thanks, and actually, Councillor Carr articulately asked all the same questions that I had, so we'll just say thanks so much, Councillor McElroy, for signing up to speak.
Okay. Thank you so much for participating today. That's it for questions. Council, we're at 11:59, so we're going to take a break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 p.m. In camera. So thank you very much, and we'll continue with speakers starting at 3 p.m. and we have all day until 10 p.m. to hear folks. So we should get, I think, through the list today, hopefully. Thanks so much, everybody, and we'll see you at 3 p.m. back in regular council chambers, 1 p.m. in camera. Thanks.
1, 2, 3. Anthony, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you.
speaker, are you there?
Hi, Mayor Stewart. We'll just check on that speaker. Just one moment, please.
Thank you.
Is Peter McCartney on the line?
I am, yep.
Okay, please go ahead.
Great. Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you for listening to my concerns today. I'm asking you to reject recommendation D of the staff report that delays the zero emissions building bylaw changes. And I have to admit, I'm frustrated that we are reopening the debate about climate policy that was already passed unanimously more than a year ago. I'm under the impression this council understands the urgency of this crisis. You declared a climate emergency and you approved probably the most comprehensive climate plan of any local government in Canada. Now, to hear you're considering a delay to a key part of it because of a permitting backlog is extremely disheartening. People here in BC and all around the world are already losing their homes, livelihoods, and lives to climate disasters. Disproportionately poor and marginalized communities with less resources suffer the worst consequences. Every last ton of carbon pollution we add to the atmosphere will make the storms, fires, floods, and droughts worse. And we have put off climate action for far too long and cannot wait one moment longer. To tackle the climate crisis, we will have to completely transform every industry, every community, and every government on Earth. We have to find new jobs for millions of people and transition entire regions towards new economies. We need to repair centuries of colonization so that nations in the global south can lift people out of poverty without polluting. This is probably the most significant task in human history, and I honestly don't know if we're going to succeed before doing irreversible damage to our planet. But if a city that claims to be the greenest in the world, that declared a climate emergency, that has led the way in eliminating carbon pollution, is going to let a permitting backlog stand in its way, it doesn't look good. How are we going to solve these intractable problems if we can't even find the staff capacity to enact the climate policy we've committed to? Time and time again, governments, including Vancouver, have made bold declarations and set ambitious targets only to dither in their implementation. This is how climate plans fail, one small setback at a time. 54% of Vancouver's carbon pollution comes from burning fracked gas for space and water heating, and 69% of new residential floor space comes from homes up to 3 stories. Vancouver's zero emissions building plan is vital to big move number 4 to cut emissions from buildings in half by 2030. It does most of the heavy lifting of any measures in the city's climate emergency action plan, and so it is significant. I'd also like to highlight an April letter to this council from the Canadian Institute of Plumbing and Heating, specifically asking for a delay in these new regulations. Staff have been clear they've consulted with industry in developing these recommendations, and we know from experience the gas industry is pushing back against local governments trying to do what is necessary to slash emissions from buildings. So I'm left to wonder to what extent this recommendation is another example of entrenched interests using their clout to stall climate action and protect their bottom line. Vancouver's climate action has ripple effects across the region and the province. On a very practical level, when it requires electric boilers and heat pumps, it helps create the supply chains and economies of scale that are actually needed for this transition. Any delay in these new regulations will set us back much further than merely the estimated emissions from hundreds of homes built with gas appliances built in the meantime. But it will also send a signal to neighboring municipalities, to the provincial government, and anyone else who's paying attention that we're back to business as usual, that even Vancouver's decisive climate action couldn't stand up to a combination of industry pressure and bureaucratic paralysis. And with the utmost respect to development, buildings, and licensing staff who are dealing with significant capacity challenges, there just has to be a way to implement these new rules on schedule. I don't know if they need to hire more staff or postpone some non-essential applications, but delaying urgently needed climate action is simply unacceptable in 2021. It's not an emergency response. Vancouver would never consider letting people's homes and businesses burn because its emergency dispatchers were too busy. We would find a way. Yet if this council approves the staff report before you with a delay to zero emissions buildings, you would be failing in your duty to protect your constituents and the global community. So please do the right thing and reject recommendation D in the report under consideration so Vancouver's climate emergency response can stay on track.
Thank you, caller. I don't see any councillors on the queue for questions, but I have a couple. In your statement, you're kind of insinuating that the fossil fuel industry has somehow got to us, and that's the reason why we're making these considerations. And I not only see this in your language here at council, but I also see it in your tweets to get people to sign up to petitions, as well as to a very one-sided article in the Tyee. Is this your thoughts as well? Like, is this truly what you're thinking, that somehow the fossil fuel industry has effectively lobbied staff to have us consider this?
No, I don't think that, there's anything necessarily nefarious about, how this has gone about. I don't think the fossil fuel industry has gotten to anybody, and I don't think that's in the communications that I've made anyway. But what I do think is it's pretty clear that staff has consulted with industry on this, that you've been hearing from builders and developers that they don't feel ready to make these changes. And I think it would be naive to think that industry is always consulting in good faith and that they aren't thinking about their bottom lines when they're asking you specifically to make delays to these changes. And so, no, I'm not trying to suggest that there's any sort of like shady backroom dealings going on, and I'm sorry if that's how it's been interpreted. But I do think, your comments in the media and that other comments from staff suggest that industry has had some role in shaping these recommendations.
Okay, thanks so much. That's it for questions. The next is from Zoe Eng, caller number 2.
Hello.
Hi there. You've got up to 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Hi, okay, sorry. Good morning, councillors and Mayor Stewart. My name is Zoe Ng. I am with the organization Sustainability Teens. I am 17 years old, a resident of Vancouver, and opposed to Recommendation D on the presentation from the Internal Development Application and Permitting Modernization Task Force. There is no denying we are in a climate emergency. With rising waters along the seawall and increasingly smoke-choked summers, Vancouverites have been seeing the effects of the climate crisis for years, and it will continue to see these worsened effects for centuries. In 2019, the City Council unanimously declared a climate emergency, and then in 2020, you unanimously passed the Climate Emergency Action Plan, which treated the climate catastrophe with the urgency of a crisis. We won on both of these days. We won hope for youth across Canada that municipal governments were going to start prioritizing our future, and we won the belief that youth had power in their voices. The Vancouver story about bold climate plans with zero-emission building policy fronting the narrative about grassroots movement power and about city councillors that listened to their constituents rippled throughout the country. It has ignited mass mobilization for climate advocacy. I spoke to all of you last fall to fight for the Climate Emergency Action Plan to pass. But here I am again, refighting a battle that should have already been won. Each step to delay a piece of the Climate Emergency Action Plan halts the momentum for climate action that Vancouver was able to spark. Passing Recommendation D will make it infeasible to reach the climate emission reduction requirements that are absolutely necessary to avoid climate catastrophe. With buildings making up 54% of emissions in Vancouver, delaying these well-planned and mostly communally accepted plans would not set us back by 1 year, it would set us back multiple. And this is especially important to think about with many more contentious moves from CEAP being presented to Council in the upcoming months. If all of Council recognized the severity of the climate crisis when you declared the emergency, then you must recognize it now. There is no space for delaying the zero-emission building policy. Yes, I agree. We have a permitting problem in Vancouver, but keeping up your climate commitments and addressing the permitting backlog is not mutually exclusive. City staff have brought other impactful operational changes with tangible details of how it could help clear this backlog, and city staff will continue to bring these new solutions to the table. Recommendation D has a very small payout for the costly trade-off of delaying zero-emission building policy. With the increasing emission requirements in the future and the implementation of zero-emission building policy, the backlog will only be pushed back as heating systems must be retrofitted and put through the permitting process yet again. This additionally will also be severely cost inefficient for homeowners. Delaying this policy will move us backwards in our fight to solve the climate crisis as the city, and it will mean losing the faith and trust of the youth that have been vocal and supportive around this plan since day one. This cannot be the solution. I know that you know what it means to act like we're in an emergency, because you've been doing it for the past year. But right now, it does not feel like a climate emergency. Right now, as I speak out to fight for a future we thought we already won, and to fight for a plan that has been developing for more than a year now, it does not feel like an emergency. You need to put action behind your words and continue to be the climate leaders you have been, which means not allowing Recommendation D to pass. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. You've got some questions, Councillor Dejanova. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. And Mayor, bear with me here. As I'd mentioned, I'm just having some IT troubles. Thank you very much for your presentation. I wanted to ask you maybe to elaborate a little more on what you had said about how this will be inefficient cost-wise for homeowners.
Yeah, for sure. So, as all of you probably know, if we don't implement the zero-emission building policy now, many homeowners will need retrofits later on because to meet our climate targets later on, and retrofits are just very, very costly and will be put on homeowners. For example, I know people who have retrofitted their houses for up to $20,000 for a heat pump, for example.
Okay, and then if we look at those who haven't yet retrofitted, but for instance, we're seeing more technology come through like renewable natural gas, instead of using a heat pump, we could look at sort of systems that are being refit. Is it fair to say that there may actually be more options that aren't available now if we're looking longer term?
Right. Well, I feel like that also just works towards the point now. We should be working towards retrofitting all houses now because industry is ready. they have a variety of solutions right now, and it should be ready by the time we implement the bylaw, because the work is being active and it depends on the timely implementation of the bylaw. So by not delaying the zero emission building policy, we're going to see that market have more opportunities earlier on.
Sorry, I've limited time. I have about a minute left. I just wanted to ask you, because it's something that I think about. I do have a young daughter, and I think about her opportunities to live in the city of Vancouver, one of the most expensive cities in the world, and trying to balance that with the climate action that we need to take. So how do you suggest we balance that with time and affordability, but also climate action?
Right.
To make sure that there's equity.
Thank you, Councillor. As I mentioned, I do recognize that there is a permitting problem, but as I said, we can address the climate and the permitting backlog at the same time. There's other solutions that are being brought forward today, and there's also other solutions that have already been implemented, and Council will continue to bring forward new solutions so we can address this permitting backlog. But right now, it's too costly to be delaying zero emission building policy. This trade-off is not worth it.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Appreciate you calling in. Thanks very much. I'm going to call Anissa Lee. Clerks, do we have Anissa Lee on the line?
Speaker 3 is not on the line, Mayor Stewart.
Okay, thanks. We're going to go to speaker 4, Melissa Lem.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity to speak with you today. As mentioned, my name is Melissa Lem, and I'm a family doctor who lives and works in Vancouver, and I'm also president-elect of the Canadian Association of Physicians for the Environment, or CAPE. And today I'm also asking you to vote to remove Recommendation D in this report for the 12-month delay in implementing the Climate Emergency Action Plan requirement that new homes are built with zero emissions heating and hot water. In a climate emergency, natural gas has no place in our homes. We know that buildings emit over half of all carbon emissions in our city. So if we delay this phase out of fossil fuel-based heating, hundreds of new homes will be powered by gas instead of clean energy, increasing our carbon emissions by thousands of tons and making it that much harder to hit our 2030 emissions targets. And as we heard this morning, and from the previous speaker, I want to underline again that these new homeowners will have over $20,000 in avoidable future costs baked into their homes because they'll need retrofits down the line to convert to zero emissions. And I also want to point out that another benefit of using clean energy to heat these homes will probably be that fewer gas-burning stoves are installed. And what this means is that fewer families will be breathing in the carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, and formaldehyde that these stoves release, which research tells us harms kids and adults with asthma and chronic lung diseases, which CAPE has described in its Switch It Up BC campaign. And not only that, but as demand for natural gas decreases, gas extraction by hydraulic fracturing or fracking will also decrease, which uses up huge amounts of fresh water in the northeast part of our province, creates pools of toxic waste, and exposes farmers and families who live there to a higher risk of unhealthy pregnancies, cancer, and lung disease. I have to say that one of the best days of this entire pandemic for me was in November when, on behalf of everyone in Vancouver, you passed the Climate Emergency Action Plan. And so many of my colleagues in cities across the country reached out to me to celebrate and say that they would now be using our example to push for climate action in their own cities. So if we reverse any of these plans, it sends a signal to not only the people who live here, but people who live in cities across BC and Canada who look to us for leadership that we're not serious about climate action. But that one high point in November came after one of the worst summers for many of the patients in my family practice. I think we remember the weeks of smoke from those record-breaking wildfires in the U.S., and when so many of my patients whose mental health was already suffering from the pandemic called me with decompensating symptoms of depression and anxiety because it wasn't safe for them to be inside or outside anymore. And we all know that these wildfires are worsened by climate change, which is driven by our burning of fossil fuels like natural gas. And just speaking to what city staff have said about how critical the building permit issue is in our city, I totally understand that there are demands on the team. But I also practice medicine in rural towns in BC and the North, where I work in a lot of emergency rooms in low resource settings. And when there's an emergency, everyone drops what they're doing and works together as a team to save lives. And I think that's what we have to do in this city, is to work together to prioritize action on the climate emergency, not prioritize getting building permits approved a few weeks faster. And finally, Mayor Stewart, in particular, I was so honored to speak beside you on behalf of CAPE with Minister Wilkinson at Environment and Climate Change Canada's press conference in March, when we both celebrated the Supreme Court's ruling that carbon pricing was constitutional. And I remember after Minister Wilkinson talked about how Vancouver was blazing the way forward on climate change, you saying that leadership matters, and that's what today is all about. So today I'm asking that City Council please show leadership today and commit to implementing the zero emissions building plan as you originally set out for January 2022, and vote to remove recommendation D. For our kids and for my patients and for everyone who lives in our city, let's continue to lead the way on climate action. Thank you.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Dr. Lem, for showing up. I'm wondering if you can speak to the significance of this decision in terms of the signals it sends and who's watching. I would understand for folks who aren't as focused on climate that it might seem like a small thing to just delay this change by a year. And I'm wondering if you can put that in context in the national climate work that you do.
Yeah, I just want to say that, like I mentioned when I just spoke now, colleagues from Ottawa, from Toronto, from other cities across the country, they reached out to me after this was passed, and they said, "This is amazing. Like, how did Vancouver pass this? We want to hear from you about how to do this in our own city." So it's not just Vancouver, it's not just BC, it's people across the country who are watching. And I mean, I think of it as kind of like, you know, that butterfly flapping its wings in the Amazon, or Greta Thunberg, you know, doing her first climate strike for school. Like the small actions that we take, even if it seems like nothing at the time, they really do have implications beyond where we live. And I think, you know, right now Vancouver looks kind of like a climate hero to people across the country. And the current climate change effects that we're seeing on our health, like we're already seeing wildfires here in BC, we're seeing droughts in the prairies, we're seeing, we're seeing more allergies, more Lyme disease. Climate change is already here, and the health effects are already affecting us. So if we don't take action now, it's really a vote against the health of people who live not only in our city, you know, and across BC, but really across the country.
Thanks for that. And just related to that, I'm wondering the ripple story and impact of us approving this plan was heard and felt across the country. I'm wondering if you think the decision to delay would have the same kind of, would be heard as loudly.
I mean, I think so. Do you know, sometimes I think, it's funny, sometimes I think because this is sort of a regional issue in Vancouver, I was actually speaking with our executive director the other day and thinking, you know, is this something that CAPE really wants to, you know, pursue because it's such a regional story? And this resounding message came back saying this is not a regional story. This is a story about fossil fuel phase out that was planned by the city and that is being reneged on now, or that is potentially going to be reneged on now. And they said this has implications for our fossil fuel work. I mean, the International Energy Agency has said that we need to start phasing out fossil fuel infrastructure and phasing out development of fossil fuels now. And if we're delaying our own plans to phase that out, that's something that has implications for the country and for our national organization. So just on behalf of physicians and health professionals across the country, we are watching, and we're really hoping that you'll make the right decision.
I'll leave it there. Thank you for signing up to speak and the work you're doing.
Thanks.
Councillor Reid, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, my first question is on recommendations B and C talk about removing the tree protection bylaw and reducing the trees. I'm just wondering, from your health standpoint, there's been a lot of work on health benefits of trees and urban canopy and access to nature. So I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit to what you feel about recommendations B and C.
Oh gosh, Councillor Weeb, thanks. You just put a big smile on my face because I actually do a ton of work, advocacy work around the health benefits of nature. And I chose not to focus on those recommendations, even though I'm not a fan of them, because I sort of wanted to spend my time on talking about fossil fuels and natural gas. But I'm so glad you brought that up. So there's a huge body of evidence showing that spending time in nature and just being able to look at trees and nature outside your window has a huge range of positive effects for our health. Just looking at your window, you don't even have to be under the tree. So anything that contributes to reducing our tree canopy and reducing the trees on our streets will also contribute to reducing mental health in people who live in our buildings and look out at those trees. So I think we should be aiming in the opposite direction. I think we should be looking to add more trees, not kind of remove regulations that help keep trees on our streets. So anyway, if I had to prioritize...
Yeah, I don't have much time, but staff talked about an opportunity of a tree bank where we could look at carbon credits and opportunities to really kind of push this momentum to, like, the 330-300 movement that says that every resident should see 3 trees from their place. So you think that that's a direction that we should continue to advocate for?
I absolutely do.
Thanks for coming to speak today.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. And that's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in today. And we're going to move on to Rashmi Chadha.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Mayor and Council. My name is Rashmi Chadha. I made a deputation to you in November speaking in support of the Visionary Climate Emergency Action Plan, which I'll refer to as SEEP. I work at the intersection of issues that are important to Council as I am an addiction physician working with some of the most marginalised of our community. Today I'm here to ask that you oppose recommendations B, C and D of the task force report. Before I start with my concerns, I must voice my unwavering support of the city in its efforts to provide housing to the people that live and work here. This is important work and needs to be done. I just do not think it should be done at the expense of SEEP. Last year, you voted to adopt and implement the SEEP. This commitment to climate action was a relief to those of us who are tired of broken promises at other levels of government. Therefore, it was a surprise to hear about three of the task force recommendations that are being put to you today, as they are both regressive in addressing the climate and ecological crisis. I would like to acknowledge a line of the task force's report that seems to describe why these delays and changes are being proposed. I'll read it to you. The recommendations outlined and proposed in this report are designed to reduce the existing pressures on staff experiencing significant morale and burnout challenges. This reminded me that everyone, including the task force, is trying their best in a very difficult time. They're in a situation where they're trying to accomplish their remit with finite resources and manpower. This is something we have experienced in medicine over the last 18 months, and the burnout rates in my doctor and nursing colleagues has been high. In my organisation, clinical leadership has acknowledged this and taken action to lessen the burden, but they have not done this by stopping healthcare workers carrying out their other important work. For example, although we're in a pandemic, we haven't stopped doing our other healthcare work, such as treating chronic pain or dealing with the opioid crisis. Similarly, work-related burnout in city staff should not be dealt with by delaying important work, such as SEEP. There are other ways to lessen their considerable burden. Recommendation B is that trees of 30 centimetres diameter or less now be considered to not require the protections they previously had. It states that the protection of trees bylaw should be changed to define a tree as having a diameter of 30 centimetres rather than the current 20 centimetres. And in doing so, this would allow larger trees to be felled. The report indicates that this change would reduce development processing time by 2 to 8 weeks. I take issue with this. As per the report, the change would mean an extra 200 trees are cut over a 1-year period with no replacement trees. That last part is important to consider, as the commonest trees in our urban canopy take 2 to 3 decades to grow to 30 centimetre diameter. Scientists tell us that trees are one of our greatest allies in decarbonising the atmosphere, so it is not climate leadership or respectful to be felling something that may have taken a quarter of a century to grow, like the oak. As a doctor, I know from the research that aside from their assistance as carbon sinks, trees also provide shade and relief in the swelteringly hot summer for those who may not have the ability or feel safe to go indoors. Scientific research has demonstrated that trees provide psychological wellness by lowering levels of stress hormones, and being around them has been shown to lower blood pressure and improve mood. So to reduce the protections on trees that have taken decades to grow and provide health benefits to people on the planet, all for a saving of 2 to 8 weeks of development processing time, is a recommendation that I hope Mayor and Council reject, particularly as it seems to have been earmarked as a pilot project, which means it could be adopted as the new normal in the future. As already seen, many of today's speakers are speaking to recommendation D, so I'll only mention a few points. The focus on low risk to community criteria that the task force used in their report to identify strategies is one to consider from a health perspective. Use of natural gas, like consumption of other fossil fuels, has health risks, which Dr. Lem already alluded to. These health effects are more likely to be experienced by children, poorer households, and the most vulnerable, such as older adults and those with chronic medical illnesses. Furthermore, fracking, the process whereby the natural gas itself is extracted from the land, has adverse impacts on pregnancy, birth outcomes, and respiratory disease. It has also led to toxic water supplies in rural communities in BC, oftentimes affecting Indigenous communities disproportionately. So the task force's assertion that these recommendations are low risk to health, life, or safety is incorrect if we look at them from the ecological perspective with future generations in mind. Mayor and Council, please oppose recommendations B, C, and D and direct staff to do all of their work with an additional climate lens. Thank you.
Thanks. You have questions from Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks for joining us, Doctor. And I appreciate you bringing up the context of B and C, because I think most of the comments we'll be hearing today are regarding D. So I won't get into that. I'm curious about your thoughts around the metrics used being employed to sort of value a tree, and if you think that the diameter of the trunk width, in this case going from 20 centimeters to 30 centimeters, is the criteria we should be using when we're valuing trees.
Yeah, obviously I'm not an arborist or a botanist, so can't speak from any form of educational knowledge about this, but I would say it kind of breaks my heart if we think about trees themselves as being living species that share the planet with us and are our greatest allies in the climate fight. I mean, if anyone can just eyeball a tree that's 30 centimeters in diameter, they'll understand this is by no means a small sized tree. I don't know if that answers your question.
That's okay. I recognize it's not your area of expertise, so we can leave it at that. I've mentioned earlier in one of my comments that I have a fast-growing English laurel that, by all accounts, isn't a great tree, but it quickly went from a twig to far in excess of 30 centimeters. Most arborists would say it's not a worthwhile tree specimen, though, and there's better functioning trees. But maybe we'll have an arborist come speak to some of this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. That's all for questions. I appreciate you phoning in today.
Thank you.
The next speaker, number 6, Jake Fry.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm assuming you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. So I'm coming to speak to Council. I have 2 roles that I perform in the city within the industry context. I run a design build company called Small Works that specializes in laneway homes. I'm also the director of a not-for-profit called Small Housing BC. Small Housing BC works in the community, both across the province, looking at and promoting affordable housing using the smaller built forms, and having those built forms exist within current neighborhoods in a harmonious way. I'd like to thank Jesse Adcock and the city manager along with staff. I would like to speak to my full support for the proposal put forward. I will also qualify, given the 5 speakers ahead of me, that I am a green builder, and I've been a green builder for going on a decade and a half, and have done a lot of progressive work in this area. And I'd like to speak from that background, also commenting that I've done extensive work with the city. I've been on 3 mayors task force. I've initiated and participated in a number of industry and staff workshops looking at the very thing that this proposal addresses, which is creating a more harmonious system at the city. I've undertaken 2 major projects for the city, both of the Sustainability and Planning Department, looking at affordability and environmental impact. And I'm currently also a member of the Regulation Review Committee. And I mention this because I think I come with an insight that's not just a city one, but really, not just an industry one, but has a lot of insight from the city. And I too believe that there's obviously, and I think we all recognize, imminent challenges with the climate and what we have to do to address that. I do, however, feel that we should move forward with the proposal as it is. I actually think it's a step forward, and this is why I will say this. One is that there's current work going on in the city that will so complement the current initiative. One project in particular that I've had some involvement with Chris Higgins on, it's called the Carbon Calculator out of the Endeavour Center. So we're looking at actually going far beyond the fossil fuel, this looking at the benefits to the actual materials that we use within construction. And there's far more gains to be achieved with this work that's going on. And I think as we allow 12 months to go by, and as this work that Chris is doing will complement the work that's going on, we're going to have a much more robust system that we're going to be able to bring on, and more fulsome guidelines. When we look at single-family home construction, fossil fuel pales. It's paled in comparison to impact, carbon, and some of the conventional materials that are used, where other materials are much more readily available and have significant benefits when we look at greenhouse gas impacts on the planet. I would also say that currently there are some supply chain issues. We're having an opportunity in waiting up to 12 months to have a much better range of products that are available to us, much more affordable to a homeowner, much higher value as suppliers bring new material in, and at the same time, materials that have been conventionally available to us in the green building environment are somewhat on back order and are already looking at delays. I think when we look at some of the comments that have come up about the demand in the market that's already existed, we already have a very fulsome demand. The community is demanding greener buildings. Greener buildings are some of the projects that are in the system right now that cannot get out. We certainly have 2 or 3 projects that are of high performance, which we're still months away from getting a permit. To get these projects out, to get them built, are going to give us much more information to help the program overall. And so I think while there is a reaction that is very understandable about not wanting to delay or push this back, I also think there's an opportunity that comes with that breathing room. And I think it's so important that staff's given the time, which they will have if we start to take the approach that's being proposed here. And with this, I really think overall, globally, looking at this, I think it's so important. I mean, what we're doing is we're not really rolling back a lot of things in this initiative. What we are actually doing is taking a modest shift. We're stepping back and taking what's become a complicated prescriptive program, hampered by competing interests and agendas within the city, and making something that's simpler, that relies on the core values and the core elements of the bylaws as they were written. And we're moving and allowing a system to start to exist that moves from one which is an extractive system that is prescriptive and problematic, and moving to one which relies on partnerships and allows for a much more facilitative practice and interchange between the city and the citizens and industry as we build a greener, better city. Those are my comments, and thank you very much. I hope you consider them in the contrast and with the background that I'm bringing to this conversation.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Jake, for speaking to council. You packed a lot in there. I wonder if you could just elaborate a bit when you said there's more to be gained in the short period of time by completing some of the projects, and you also referenced materials and availability, two sort of discrete and different thoughts there. So can you provide a bit more specificity or an example of in sort of real terms,
certainly. I mean,
what that might
be? Real terms. Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Councillor. So here, an example is a project I did with Chris Higgins from the Sustainability Department going back 3 years. We looked at laneway house construction, and we looked at what were the biggest carbon and greenhouse gas generators. And where we found the biggest gain was that moving away from concrete and looking at alternative systems, which we've begun to pilot, the greenhouse gas savings by that initiative alone exceed a 60-year life cycle of a home of the very same home and its operational burden of using conventional fuel to heat it. So there's a material choice that can be made, and we're piloting these initiatives right now that will have a bigger impact. No, I'm not suggesting that the net zero is something that should be stepped away from, but rather I think we can be adding greater elements. And I think there's been a rush and a push to hit these deadlines, and that's very important. But I do feel if we step back and allow this year to go by, gather the information from the projects that are moving through the system right now, we're going to be in a much stronger position to make much more robust decisions that are less prescriptive and more performance-based. And in regards to the supply chain, which is a separate point, we know from our suppliers we're having lots of trouble getting components in for both repair and there's new things, certain heat pump systems, certain high-efficiency boilers, which are in the middle of being manufactured right now to address and try and make the time frame of the initial net zero start date. But because of COVID, many of those components are left waiting for components to come in. So within that 12-month time frame, we're going to have a broader choice of materials to be used that are going to be more applicable to a broad array of projects.
Okay, so following up on that, because sort of staff had sort of conveyed during their presentation that if council doesn't support these recommendations, then they have to redeploy staff to work on sort of the implementation policy that will be required for the new zero emissions standards for those residential 1 and 2 family in January. And therefore, if staff are redeployed, they're not going to be able to move forward or at the same speed. There'll be delays in some of the other projects. So just like sort of a bit of a related question on that. What does that mean then in terms of those projects that you can't pilot those materials, that you're not getting, in terms of the green projects you're working on, you're not getting that housing into the market? What does that mean?
Well, actually, we're just at the 3 minutes, so just a very quick answer there, please.
Yeah, of course. I would say that those projects that you're describing, they're currently happening right now. So we're going to be collecting data from those. They're not delayed. They're delayed waiting for permitting. They're not delayed within the context of research and being able to then disseminate that information and pass it on to the city.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much. We have Brendan McEwen, speaker number 7. Brendan McEwen.
Hi there. Thank you, Mayor Stewart and Council. I'm Brendan McEwen. I'm a Vancouver resident, Director of Electric Mobility and Low Carbon Strategies at AES Engineering. We're an electrical engineering and climate policy consultancy. And I was previously a staff person at the city of Richmond, where one of my many duties, I represented the Union of BC Municipalities on the Energy Step Code Council. So both in that capacity on the Energy Step Code Council, as well as in my current consulting work, I've supported multiple BC cities in developing low carbon requirements for new construction. So I wanted to convey my strong opposition to recommendation D that would delay the implementation of the city's mandatory zero emissions requirements for new buildings. I believe adopting this recommendation would send a really terrible signal to both the development and building industry, as well as to other cities that are looking to the city of Vancouver for leadership. In the course of my work, I've had the great opportunity to engage with a wide range of contractors, designers, developers, HVAC equipment suppliers. My distinct impression is that industry is ready to implement these requirements for new construction to be zero emissions, and that it would just hurt the leaders who have been preparing for these types of requirements, and frankly introduce uncertainty about whether these requirements will really actually be adopted. And I think it'll give the impression to industry that the city doesn't really prioritize its climate commitments. I'd also say that the City of Vancouver's leadership really does matter to communities across BC and around North America. Other cities are watching. Cities like North Vancouver, the District of West Vancouver, District of North Van, City of Richmond, City of Victoria, They've already followed Vancouver's lead and have either adopted or considering adopting similar zero emissions requirements for new construction for these types of buildings. And I think there's a real risk that this will have a chilling effect, and they'll lose confidence to be able to move quickly, which we know we desperately need. Requiring zero emissions new construction is really one of the simplest, most effective steps that the city can take to address the climate emergency. Frankly, I'm not convinced it will necessarily be a significant burden to staff time to develop new enforcement regimes. I don't believe there is a trade-off between affordability and getting to zero emissions. Buildings with heat pumps on a life cycle basis, they will be just as cost effective to building with gas. So it's really disappointing to see this recommendation D. I think any city that would adopt recommendation D can't claim to be acting like it's a climate emergency. I don't believe you can call yourself green and vote for this recommendation. So I'm encouraging you, Mayor and Council, as strongly as I possibly can to reject recommendation D, to reaffirm to the development industry, to other communities, and frankly to your staff, that the City of Vancouver intends to be a leader on climate action. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question from Councillor Boyle? Go ahead, Councillor Boyle, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. Just a quick question to clarify that it's your experience and sense that the supply chains are ready to go and to continue to grow to be able to support this change on the original timeline?
Yeah, that's my sense. And, you know, certainly there are some technologies that I think we're going to see a lot of innovation because of this regulatory push, provided that there isn't too much uncertainty about whether or not these sorts of regulations will actually apply, and we should be getting this type of equipment locally. But there are technologies out there where you can comply with these requirements in a whole range of building types, and it'll be simplest, frankly, in the most affordable building types of this type that get constructed that are zero emissions, and I believe that industry will be able to meet that. There's always challenges and you know, a bit of process to be able to adapt to new code requirements, but I believe that those are really no different than have been faced when there's code changes in the past, and that the industry will respond. We just actually need that certainty of those requirements being in place.
Okay, great. I'll leave it there. Thanks so much.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Appreciate you coming in, and we're going to move to our next speaker. We have Bryn Davidson, speaker number 9.
She's on the line. She's just muted, so we're just checking that, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Bryn Davidson?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Yep, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Mayor and Council. And I also wanted to thank staff for all of their work on this. I know it's been a huge chunk of work. I wanted to speak out in opposition to Part D with the delay and with regard to climate action. But I also wanted to speak strongly in support of the rest of the proposal. Because I think it's very profoundly important. I am the co-owner of Lane Fab Design Build. We build laneway houses, full-size homes, passive houses, duplexes, character homes. And permits are basically the lifeblood of our business. Our staffing basically expands and contracts based on how quickly we can get permits through. And so I very much appreciate how all of these things are weighed. When I look at the proposal for delaying the fossil gas rollout, however, I don't necessarily see something that's going to have a big impact on permitting. And so I wonder why it is that we are proposing that when it seems like there are other bigger actions we could be taking. My understanding is that when we go in for a building permit, somebody has to make sure there's not 12 fireplaces in a house. But other than that, The rest of it gets basically relegated to a trade permit, which can happen after I've already started construction. So frankly, I'm not too fussed. So anyway, leaving that aside, I think that we have to address the larger crux of the problem of permitting in Vancouver, which has always been the fact that there's either too many rules or not enough people processing it. And in the past, previous councils have thrown money at the people problem, which is about more people doing the same bloated process too long. But it's really only now for the first time that we're starting to look at carving away parts of those layers of rules. And so I think that's actually quite brave on the part of staff and council, and I think that's what we need to look at more deeply. When I look at what our building permits should do, in my opinion, they should be focused on priorities, including life safety, accessibility, and climate change. And that next in order, is expediency. And we need council to explicitly say that expediency is a priority that is important for the city. And below that, we have all of this other stuff that has to do with the aesthetics and massing, how wide is your trim, all of these other things that are not that important in the grand scheme of things. So if we can give staff that mandate, so the middle managers have the power to, relax or set aside some of these aesthetic concerns, I think that that's critical. When we draw drawings, we're drawing them to the 100th of an inch on our elevations. That's 3 millimeters. And a lot of times we end up with junior staff who are looking at this sea of regulation and they're trying to figure out how to navigate this where they're all treated the same. So this idea of setting priorities and then deferring or prioritizing enforcement is absolutely critical, because that's something we can do right now and have a big difference. So going forward, from my point of view, I don't see the climate action as really the delay as having any impact on permitting. But at the same time, I feel like there's something missing, looking at why are we still doing separate development permits for infill dwellings? It's basically a big laneway house, but there's 8 months of extra process just to look at the aesthetics. 8 months of extra process just to look at the aesthetics. And that is just encapsulates Vancouver's approach to low density housing in so many ways. It's sort of fundamentally for decades been just about the aesthetics, and we really just need to reprioritize that. And if we do that, we can see really fundamental changes in the amount of permitting, which helps me, helps our clients, and helps us do green buildings. So I'm going to leave it there. Thanks.
Thanks so much. You have questions from Councillor Boyle?
Thanks so much. Just appreciate that this tension between permit times and also prioritizing climate is something you professionally live within. So I'm just interested to hear or to confirm that your professional experiences, there are many avenues to speed up the permitting without delaying this climate work that's already got a date scheduled to move forward?
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much we can do that's really meaty that we could get into to expedite this without delaying important climate action. Because frankly, we're already doing 90% all electric buildings. It's not a hard thing to do. It doesn't need a lot of research. It doesn't need a lot of staff time in terms of permitting. So I was a bit bewildered when I saw this listed as something that was going to apply towards permit expediency.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thanks for making the time.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Thanks for joining us, Bryn. I'm wondering if you might expand on a few of the other things that you were talking about when you said there was a myriad of other things that we could target first on the expediency side.
Yeah, it comes down to layers of priorities. And the fact is that every policy in Vancouver has a constituency. So if you relax something, you're going to piss off somebody. And that's par for the course. And I hope we're brave enough to power through that. But when I look at all of the various rules that we're doing on a building permit, whether it's building depth or whether there's an FSR exclusion for an overhang over a balcony on a passive house, we end up spending lots and lots of time arguing over little details with staff over things that are not about life safety, not about accessibility, not about climate change. And so I feel like what we need council to do is to say that, expediency is a priority, and you as the middle managers are empowered to, use your discretion in terms of getting these permits out the door. If we get down to a 2-week permit time, then let's go back and do all that stuff. But we are in a climate emergency and in my mind, a permitting emergency, and we really need to prioritize.
So we're covering some of that in A, but we could go farther, I guess is what you're saying.
Yeah, I think, I'm wondering, RS7, the outright zoning has a bunch of things about cladding types and trim, and I end up fighting back and forth over, how much my trim or my cladding wraps around the corner, because of how it looks. And when I go through do an infill dwelling, we spend months talking about these fussy little details, and it's really it kind of blows my mind that we're spending that much staff time on some of these things that are not priorities. So I hope council can say what their priorities are.
Sure. Now, you and I have talked about in the past about the nature of your business, building infill and stuff, and some of the tree complications, especially around root masses and stuff when you're trying to build infill. Where do you think we can move on some of the tree policy beyond what's contemplated in this?
In my ideal world, we have a kind of simple formula for the size of the tree, maybe the species, that says how big that tree barrier is, and the permit reviewer can just check our drawings against that. There's no need for an arborist. There's no need for the landscape department. What we find is that when that package of drawings moves off of one plan checker's desk and goes to a different department is when the processing times just balloon, and it becomes this massive convoluted problem. So if we could have a very simple formula that the plan checker reviews, maybe there's landscape staff who support them, but we keep it on one person's desk, I think that would be profoundly important. Because really, in the last 5 or however many years it's been, the amount of bureaucracy around the trees has really transformed, but our practice of what trees are coming and going is really not that much different. And so I would also like to be able to see greater flexibility in terms of where buildings are located. Because a lot of times we end up cutting down a tree because we don't have the flexibility to stretch that laneway house long and skinny. In the past, we've gone to the Board of Variance to be able to protect a tree because we don't have the flexibility in the zoning.
Thank you so much for your time today. That's it for questions. And going to move on to the next speaker. We have Kevin Liang.
Mayor Stewart, Kevin Liang is not on the line.
Thanks very much. Number 11, Rob Baxter.
Hello, my name is Rob Baxter. I'm a resident of Vancouver. With 17 years of experience dealing with the permitting issues, I definitely support streamlining the permitting process, but I do oppose recommendation D. My family has lived in Vancouver for 6 generations. I would like to see Vancouver take a leadership role on climate policy. Unfortunately, we are falling behind. There's over a dozen cities in the U.S. that are moving to reduce their use of natural gas, and we really should be doing the same here. I think it's important to understand that this isn't really something new, right? As was just mentioned, there are plenty of builders that are building homes that don't have natural gas used for heating, both single-family dwellings as well as multi-unit residential buildings. So those builders are already doing the work. We should respect that. There's engineers that are signing off at that. We should respect that. And there's city staff that are doing the inspections for those buildings already. What we're really saying here is we want all of the buildings to be built like that and instead of just some of the buildings. So I think we're maybe making things more difficult than they need to be. I would like to read from a staff report that was presented to City Council for another city that was looking at reducing or eliminating natural gas use in buildings. To quote the report, it says, "The simplicity of the electrically heated and all electric requirements would not require additional resources and may save time in reviewing plans. The on-site inspections would require less inspection time due to less or no natural gas infrastructure." That's from a staff report to the City Council of City of Menlo Park in California, dated August 27th, 2019. So again, I think there are ways to move forward with reducing natural gas for heating and buildings in a simple way, and at the same time increase our or speed up our permitting time. So I hopefully you will reject recommendation D and treat this as a real climate emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker. We've got speaker number 12, David Hughes.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and councillors. My name is Dave Hughes. I'm representing the Canadian Institute of Plumbing and Heating, a trades association of manufacturers, distributors of plumbing and heating products in Canada. We'd like to speak in support of Part D. I'm not a resident of Vancouver, but several of our members are. We applaud the city and your efforts to address the climate change emergency and would like to assist the city where we can with your transition to a low-carbon future. We are not opposing the climate initiatives. We are looking to help the city proceed in a manner that the construction industry can support. The reason we support the delay of the implementation of the zero-emission building requirements are the direct results of circumstances that no one could have predicted. COVID has impacted the world in a way we could never have imagined. We also believe that this impact will cause additional delays in the building permit completions. One challenge that the manufacturers and distributors are facing currently are a direct result of the global supply chain crisis, which in turn add to the permit completion process. This crisis has been brought about by the restrictions that countries have put in place to control the transmission of the COVID virus. Everything from mining to manufacturing to the shipping and distribution of products have been impacted by stay-at-home orders and global border closures. To this end, we face shortages of materials such as stainless steel, copper, plastic rosin, to mention a few. But there's also the electronic components such as computer chips for the controls. Tied to the shortages of materials are massive increases in the pricing of those materials. For example, the cost of copper has risen 41% recently and is in all probability of rising higher until the effects of the pandemic dissipate. The increase in material costs add to the cost and affordability of the final products. There has been very little demand for heat pump technologies in North America. So to provide consumers with quality, competitive, and affordable choices, manufacturers continue to bring new products to market. Part of the process to bring these new products to market is the certification of the product. This part of the process has been impacted as well with products being stalled in the CSA certification process. We've got products sitting for more than a year and a half, once again, a byproduct of the pandemic. The approval bodies are unable to get together to approve these products. Our members have products like heat pump water heaters, for example, which meet the needs of the city of Vancouver, but the global supply chain issues are a huge factor in getting these products in place. A downside of the supply chain issue is the utilization of lower efficient products, which will not be moving Vancouver forward towards their goals. Part of the rollout of products by manufacturers is ensuring that the designers, installers, plan checkers are well trained. So the resulting systems are designed and installed properly that the products perform as they were designed. A permit process in place that takes into consideration the codes being developed by NRCan and the bylaws of the city will provide the protection for the citizens of Vancouver. Vancouver is a leader, definitely is. The rest of the country is watching, and we want this to be a success. Moving forward with early adopters, as the products become available and the supply chain can deliver, will provide guidance with the transition for the community. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks again for coming in. We have John Foster from, John Foster, speaker number 13.
Hello?
Hi there, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Yep. Yeah, hi. Yeah, I am John Foster, and I am a resident of Vancouver. Hi, everybody. It's kind of ironic I'm after the guy from the CIPH because I kind of have some things to say about the letter they sent to council. I'm an engineer working in energy efficiency in buildings. I'm speaking only for myself, not on behalf of my employer. I analyze GHG emissions and energy costs in buildings, mostly in multi-unit residential apartment buildings, but also sometimes in single-family homes. I am opposed to item D, and I disagree with many items in the April 19th letter from CIPH to Mayor and Council. Specifically, I'd like to talk about affordability. Other people have spoken about this, but I looked up some stats from CMHC, and 50% of the housing starts in Vancouver are actually townhomes and duplexes. These are not very affordable to most people, but they are the lower end of the cost spectrum that this legislation applies to. On average, only 55% of the sale price of detached homes. So half of the market cost, on average, half as much. These townhomes built in Vancouver these days are mostly all electric anyway. So they're already basically low GHG, zero emission. And this is not from a green consciousness of the developer. It's just economics. It's cheaper to build without gas and a small, affordable home. Doing away with all the ductwork, the furnaces, the hydronic pipes, extra utility connection, gas pipes in the dwelling, insurance, etc., gives us more affordable homes. For the fuel costs, yes, electricity does cost a lot more than burning gas, and we don't want more Site Cs. But because of the huge efforts recently by buildings and regulators, some of the people who were on the call earlier, salute you guys. Homes can now be built so efficiently that they require almost no heating. And this is particularly true with townhomes and apartments, which are nestled together for warmth. Monster homes with inefficient convoluted facades and acres of luxury radiant heated flooring can easily consume more than 10 times as much energy or GHG per person than townhomes. And that's where the gas heating is used and wanted in larger detached homes. So fuel cost, the carbon tax and heat pumps. A furnace or a heat pump installed today will last about 15 to 20 years. Over that time, the average gas cost will basically be double the cost that we're used to as the federal carbon tax ramps up. That will be a hardship on a lot of people heating existing homes. But heat pumps for new construction, heat pumps are able to easily produce 2 or 3 times as much heat as an electric baseboard. So if we go that route, overall electric heat will be on par or cheaper than gas over the next lifetime of the equipment. The timeline, the gas industry, yeah.
That's just a short echo. Please continue.
Okay. The gas industry and furnace manufacturers have had 30 years to change. They've had 30 years since the scientific and global political consensus about climate change at Rio. But CIPH still now asks Council for another 1.5 to 2 years more to adapt. I believe that they just want more time to put into advertising for gas and red herrings like the nonsensical and never-ending hydrogen pipe dream. In terms of local jobs, yes, there are local jobs tied to natural gas. Changing is always a hardship. My own job is actually tied to natural gas because the most easily affordable money for energy efficiency improvements comes from the gas company, ironically. I know many engineers who are very reluctant to even think beyond fossil fuels. And putting my name out here, might be a risk to my employability. But there are many local contractors, manufacturers, builders, suppliers of zero-emission products, including heat recovery ventilators and heat pumps and high-performance building supplies and solar, like Rob earlier, who are here in Vancouver and in this region. And this is a growth industry, while gas-fired appliances are inevitably a sunset sector. There is funding available for companies to transition, and they need to be supported.
Thank you. We're at the 5 minutes, but you do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much. And first of all, John, I really want to appreciate that you sent your speaking notes to us ahead of time, and they're quite detailed. So I really appreciate that. And also appreciate your analysis on the rising costs of gas to a homeowner that incorporates it. Were your analyses of those rising costs based on the use of gas for heating as opposed to for appliances, things like obviously stoves or gas fireplaces? So just wanted to know if the prices that I'm looking at in your submission are, as I say, just for heating, if it was gas used for heating, or also or appliance.
I believe that the carbon tax applies to all natural gas that's sold. So regardless of what it's used for, the price goes up because of carbon tax.
Okay, and why don't you just, if you don't mind putting on the public record, it seems like it's quite a steep escalation by 2030, and then it flattens off, or do you think it will increase after that, or you've just got good statistics up to 2030, steep curve of price increasing?
That curve is just what the federal government has announced, which was held up by the Supreme Court. So that's what they plan to do. And could be changed by subsequent government, but that's what that shows.
Okay, well, thanks for that. That practical information. Again, really appreciate your taking the time to speak to council.
Thanks so much. We've got Councillor Dominato next. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, John, for calling in. I just had a follow-up question. It's just something you reflected in your comments around what you're seeing of the adoption already of energy efficient technology. Is obviously the report here had some recommendations around delays for 12 months, but what I heard you saying is in fact that you're seeing builders already utilizing this technology, regardless of the supply chain issues that were referenced earlier, is that we're seeing that built into new builds. Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. And again, it's not necessarily the super green builders who are doing it out of conscience. It's, developers doing townhomes. It's cheaper for them to put in electric baseboards or heat pumps, but primarily, it's electric baseboards because it's cheaper to build. So that makes more affordable homes.
Right. So regardless of the motive, you're seeing that trend anyways.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, up to 3.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in and lending us your expertise. What do you think would be the impact if D passed?
I don't know. I think that if D passes, people will in the gas industry will have some more time to spend on advertising, and more kind of gas-centric approaches will be produced in that time, and it might also become kind of an election issue. I don't know what effect it would have on the market. I think if D isn't passed, it will certainly accelerate. It is hard to get products like heat pumps and things in. It will be a little chaotic, but it will put more pressure on to do it faster.
Okay, thank you. That's great. Thanks for coming.
Well, thanks, Jean.
Thank you. We haven't got anybody else on the list for questions, any other councillors, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. We have Serena Jackson, speaker number 14 of 70, I think. Yeah.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 14 is not on the line.
Thanks. How about if we go to Yon Finn?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, I hope you got your first name correct. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Close enough. Mayor and councillors, good afternoon. My name is Owen Finn. I am a 40-year resident and homeowner in the city of Vancouver, and I am before you today representing the environmental NGOs Force of Nature, the North Shore Community Action Team of that, and My Sea to Sky, and their combined 20,000 and counting supporters in the region. I don't know how many of those are homeowners, but they're all citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on the subject of the requested one-year delay, that is Recommendation D, in implementing the restrictions on fossil fuel use in new buildings. I urge you to refuse that request. I hold a PhD in chemistry, an MBA in international business, and before retirement, I was a full partner in a top 4 global accounting and consulting firm. And since retirement 9 years ago, I've been researching the subject of climate change and the actions we need to take to revert its worst effects. As a former scientist, I have to admit times when I experience despair, mounting to occasional panic, and when I see the influence of fossil fuel proponents on public policy, seeking to delay or outright deny actions urgently required if our children are to inherit a livable planet. Some climate facts are hard to deny or hide from public view. We are on a trajectory which will see planetary temperatures rise over 3 degrees by the end of this century. Oceans rise by nearly 2 meters, and atmospheric carbon balloon to 450 parts per million and more. Wildfires and extreme weather events are already upon us each year. Old diseases spring anew from thawed permafrost. Climate change induces the rise of deadly new variants, and over half of Vancouver's greenhouse gas emissions come from burning natural gas for heat and hot water. What is abundantly clear is that we do not have a year to spare in the fight to halt our climate's decline. International Energy Agency, normally the fossil fuel industry's champion, recently affirmed the need for a rapid phase-out of gas use in buildings. We have the technologies: electric heat pumps, zero electric vehicles, LEDs, geothermal, solar, and wind-powered electricity generation, mass timber buildings, low-carbon concrete, and, of course, last but not least, behavioral change to transition away from burning fossil fuels. We also have the taxation and industrial incentive machinery for this difficult task. To achieve its climate goals, the BC government estimates the province needs to reduce its emissions from buildings and communities by between 59 and 64% from 2007 levels by 2030, scarcely 8 years and some from hence. To hit that goal, we need in BC to retrofit 80,000 homes per year off gas, not just the 1,300 or so new homes built each year in the city. Doing so will create far more jobs and generate more economic activity than would be preserved by any postponement. Penalizing those more nimble companies, and there are many, that have planned for this transition is also patently unfair. The alternative is that we're being asked to place our blind trust in unproven technologies, and I point out carbon capture and storage dream especially, more efficient fossil use, the very small supply of renewable natural gas and tree planting, while succumbing to the false hope and treaties of fossil fuel industries to delay eliminating them from our homes, our transportation, and our industry. Adapting to change is both necessary and inevitable. Blacksmiths and buggy whip makers didn't long survive the advent of the automobile. Kodak, the proliferation of digital cameras, mini computers, makers, the personal computer. Now gas suppliers and installers do need to adapt to the inevitable electrification of our economy. If we buy their story that we must delay, we are gambling with our children's future. They will not thank us. A ruined atmosphere, dead oceans, and a mountain of debt do not a legacy make. This city, that's one striving to be the greenest on the planet, is a role model for many municipalities across the province. Were it to go wobbly on this plan to switch to electric heating and cooling in new buildings, it will send shockwaves far and wide and engender widespread dismay. If Canada's greenest city succumbs to developer and fossil fuel producer pressure to delay climate action, what hope others? What does it say about the city's priorities when dealing with the climate emergency is placed on a par with somebody's deck extension? I urge Council not to approve Recommendation D. Please heed the scientists' warning. Stay firm and hold on to your climate action course. If more staff are needed to cope with permit applications, hire them. You have recognized that we are in a climate emergency. Please act and deny this application. Thank you.
Thanks. We have Councillor Carr with questions. Councillor Carr, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Owen, thanks so much for coming and speaking. I just have a quick question. I didn't quite catch one of your in one of your statements. You talked about the BC Climate Plan. It looks to reduce GHGs from the buildings sector by 59% to 64% by what year?
By 2030. It's in Climate BC Plan.
Great, thanks. Just wanted confirmation of that. That's it. Everything else I caught. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mayor. Bear with me. I'm going to try and turn on my camera. My connection gets lost sometimes, so I might turn it off. But thanks for your presentation. I wanted to ask you. You had mentioned at the very end comparing the importance of climate action with a deck extension. I'm wondering if you can see the importance of balancing affordable housing overall in our goals for climate action to make sure that there's equity there.
I agree. But one is a delay to a person's preferences. The other is an existential threat. They do not exist in the same priority sequence.
And if we're talking about housing and homelessness overall, and we're looking at the amount of housing that, I mean, we're not just talking about 1 or 2 single family residential homes here necessarily. Do you think that there, when we look at those who are able to find housing and those who are able to get those supports and who can afford to live in the city of Vancouver are more able to participate in climate action? Do you think that there's any consideration that should be made for that?
I definitely think that the people who are, and my own family is amongst them, who are looking to be able to live and work in Vancouver are at a huge disadvantage relative to some people who already own properties and are quite willing and able to pay for the climate actions that we're trying to enforce here.
Okay, and then my last question to you, you don't have to answer, is do you think that everyone who lives in Vancouver, rents or owns, is willing and able to pay, and especially able to pay, I suppose?
No, of course not. And but we have a whole bunch of incentives. We have a whole tax structure, and various other instruments that level the playing field in that regard.
Thanks very much.
Let's use them. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. I just want to thank you so much for calling in today. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is Judith Brooke. Speaker 16, Judith Brooke. Staff, is Judith Brooke on the line? Speaker number 16, Judith Brooke.
Speaker 16 is on the line, Mayor Stewart.
Great. Speaker, whenever you're ready, please go ahead. Judith Brooke, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, thank you so much. Please go ahead whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Judith Brooke, and I am a resident of Metro Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to address Council. I'm speaking on the topic of agenda item D, the suggestion of delay in implementing the COV regulation. I strongly urge Council to vote against any delay in the implementation of City of Vancouver's requirements set to begin January 1 for all new homes to be built with zero emissions heating and hot water systems. Humanity has thankfully and finally moved past the denial stage of climate degradation. However, as expected, there is pushback, such as distract, delay, dissemble, from those with interest in business as usual continuing to promote use of fracked fossil fuel. It has been clarified by Councillor Kirby Young question and staff answer this morning that the letter from Canadian Plumbing and Heating is not the reason for the suggested delay by COV staff. Both that organization and COV staff prefer to defer this action by 1 year. For staff to respond to those falling under new zero emissions, as we've heard from other speakers, would seem not to take a great deal of time. And as one experienced speaker in this area suggested in California, this actually takes less time from the permitting department. And I remind you that your staff, Mr. Paul Motry, if I'm pronouncing correctly, referred to process issues within your departments and that they are not recommending more staff. Progress on climate actions must not be hampered by those who seek to delay. As Bill McGibbon, founder of organization 350.org stated, quote, winning slowly on climate change is the same thing as losing, unquote. We cannot afford to dither around. We need positive action, which you as a council have been stellar at achieving to date. Other municipalities, not only in Metro Vancouver or in BC, look to you for climate leadership. In my speaking with other Metro Vancouver councils over the past years on climate actions, when they have questioned, but what could we possibly do? I respond with, well, let's look at what action City of Vancouver is taking. Don't throw in the towel now. This regulation has been known to the permit office since April 2020, 1 year, and there is remaining a half year, 6 full months prior to implementation in January. The COV staff have discussed some means this morning to deal with the backlog. Permit backlog actions must not be at the expense of the climate. The ability, technology, proven examples all exist of successful low carbon, low emission buildings. I remind Council and those listening of the new UBC Okanagan Skeena student residence in use as of past September 2020, using no fracked fossil fuel for either heating or hot water. This 6-story wood building provides 220 beds and is UBC's first passive house certified project with the small amount of heating required provided via heat pump technology. This is not an isolated case. There are countless examples of industry stepping up and stepping into the future. The Canadian Institute Plumbing and Heating has suggested use of current gas infrastructure piping for moving renewable natural gas, RNG. I am a long-standing RNG customer myself. Council must realize, and the public needs to be fully aware, there is no possibility whatsoever of enough RNG being made available by Fortis BC to replace all the fracked fossil fuel throughout the province through these lines. The Fortis BC website itself states a target to have 15% of supply to be RNG by year 2030. This would appear to not even be in the ballpark of reaching the Canadian federal government goal of 45% lowered emissions necessary by year 2030. Note that many have stated a 60% or greater lower emissions is necessary by that year. Of further interest, Fortis website states, quote, We have more demand than supply, so we can't add more customers to the RNG program at this time, end quote. What does this tell you? Attention, please, Councillor Di Genova. You were asking earlier about RNG. It tells you that customers want off the supply of fracked fossil fuel. It tells you that RNG is not going to be the savior here. What is needed is to electrify and then use renewables to provide that electrification. We know we have thousands and thousands of retrofit within Vancouver, costing, per your staff statement this morning, from $22,000 to $25,000 per home. Why would we knowingly add to that retrofit number by delaying this implementation? A reminder again of the IEA report that fossil fuel is not part of a livable future. Reminder also that both...
You're at your 5-minute limit, but you do have questions from Councillor Di Genova.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Councillor Di Genova, please go up to 3 minutes.
Thanks for your presentation. My first question is, for those who perhaps aren't as convinced and are more focused on, whatever that might be, affordability, or they're focused on, we've heard from people today who've said, I don't like the fact that my job is literally, excuse the pun, fueled by oil and gas, or even if it's renewable energy, but it might not be heat pumps. How do we bring them along with only one option? Or do you think it's important that we have numerous options, everything from renewable natural?
You've dropped off, Councillor.
You cut off there, but I can certainly speak to that. I feel that we should use all the... Yes, thank you. I can speak to that. I feel we should use all the tools in our toolbox. We cannot depend solely on RNG. As I mentioned, it is not going to be the savior here. What many knowledgeable people have recommended is...
Should we also continue? Sorry, my question was, are you suggesting we shouldn't use RNG?
I myself am a customer of RNG, so obviously I do support the use of it. I don't support the sole use of it.
Okay, thanks. But you do support us also looking and continuing to find other ways that we may not have right now to further our climate action work.
I support the use of what we know works now and not delaying action any further.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Really appreciate you coming in today. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, Gerard McDonald, speaker number 17, Gerard McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gerard McDonald. I'm a resident and business owner here in Vancouver. My firm is called Reshape Infrastructure Strategies. We advise developers, utilities, municipalities on the energy transition across North America. I'm here to speak in opposition to delaying the elements of the zero emissions building plan. I'll try and be succinct. I have 3 points that I'd like to relay. The first one, I asked the clerk's office to put up a slide. I think paints this picture. A delay here in Vancouver, it means a delay across the country, or really municipalities across North America. We are leaders here, and I know this from our work in San Jose to Seattle, Montreal, Calgary, Edmonton. We work with developers, with cities across the country, and we always look to Vancouver as the one kind of out there in front. So I know the trade-off here might seem like a few thousand homes by 1 year, but it certainly has a cascading effect and in terms of momentum. So I would encourage you to think about that in terms of the trade-offs here. And a lot has been talked about, the trade-off between housing, in particular affordable housing, and climate. I might suggest that that's a false dichotomy. The city has a lot of other services that it operates, a lot of other priorities. We seem to be pinning these two against one another. And I know staff has been creative in thinking about other means to kind of free up some bandwidth. But again, I would like to make the point that housing is not the only, or climate is not the only thing that you can trade off to expedite these very high priority housing initiatives that need to come to light with clearing the backlog. Then lastly, and this is building on the last speaker who made some really good points about the RNG program, setting the record straight or maybe providing some additional information on this idea that we can maintain connection to the gas grid and still meet our climate targets. It's fantasy. RNG is going to play a role. A lot of experts are seeing it as a role in vehicle transportation. We think of where we are now, about half of the province's gas, less than that comes from RNG. A very ambitious target to get to 15% by 2030. Our firm has worked on a number of these initiatives. They take many years to come online. If we got to 15%, that would be great. But continuing to expand the gas grid and having that as a silver bullet solution doesn't really align with a pragmatic solution to the transition. With respect to hydrogen, that's another thing that's been floated out there. There are technical limitations to using hydrogen in our existing gas grid. You get up to a limitation of about 5 or 10% by energy content, and then it becomes difficult to use the infrastructure that's in the ground today. You need to build new infrastructure. So I think the point that I want to impart is hydrogen, RNG are going to play a role. It's not in space heating. Happy to speak to that more if you like. I'll maybe finally just offer, I thought, a line that my colleague offered in his letter to council on this item as well. It's something we're very passionate about is, we're in this giant hole. The first thing we can do is stop digging further, expanding the gas grid. So I'd encourage council to not delay implementing all the elements of the zero emissions building plan. Thank you.
Mayor, I think you might be muted, but also I think you were telling me it's my turn.
It's your turn.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for signing up to speak. I'm actually hoping to ask a question about your final point there, which is I'm wondering if you can help us help paint a picture of the impact of a year delay, both in terms of the emissions that it locks in the buildings that get built, but also in terms of what it means for other local governments who are following our lead.
Maybe I'll answer more to the latter, because I think actually that's more material. There's a few thousand homes a year, and you're delaying it by a year. Some of those, they're going to be fully electric anyway. So you look at the numbers for Vancouver, it's not a very large number if that's all you're looking at. But, there's momentum in the climate movement, and, I can just see the headlines across the country. Vancouver takes a step backwards, and that's how it will be interpreted. These things really matter. They're important, and not everybody's going to capture the nuance. I recognize there's a lot of trade-offs here, and I think it's up to council to decide how you weigh that. But whether we like it or not, we are in a leadership position, and I think all we've done on climate, we need to continue to be leaders in this, because even as leaders, though, we're not acting nearly fast enough. The math does not add up for us to be hitting our 2030 targets. So. While we may be ahead of others, we're still behind where we actually need to be doing. So Councillor Boyle, I don't know if that helps, but those are some thoughts in the question.
Sure, yeah, appreciate that. And my other question is just, again, because I know we've heard some mixed opinions on this. You work in the field, and your sense is the supply and capacity is there and will grow to meet the challenge if we keep this date that we previously committed to?
For non-fossil fuel solutions, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, without question. The market's ready. I mean, we're doing it. There's countless examples. I don't see market readiness as being a barrier.
Okay, thanks for your time and expertise on this.
Thank you. Next speaker is, let's see, Albert Rooks. Speaker number 18.
Yes, thank you. Albert Rooks here. Am I coming through?
Yes, you are. Up to 5, please.
Thank you very much. Hello, Council. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Albert Rooks. I'm the founder and CEO of Small Planet Supply Canada. Our business is a wholesale distributor of heating and ventilation products located in Vancouver. I'd like you to know today that I have prepared our company to serve the Vancouver market with electric heat pump solutions for both space heating and water heating. Since the initial climate emergency plan came out, we've made 2 large investments based on what we saw as emerging business opportunities to grow our business while supporting the city's low carbon transition. The first was bringing a new global manufacturer of ductless heat pumps, also known as mini split heat pumps for residential heating of 1 and 2 family homes, to the Vancouver market. Brand new global supplier, brand new manufacturer into the Vancouver market, fully certified CSA and prepared to reach the market. That was investment 1, and that stands. The second was a larger investment for future Vancouver policy moves, which was new heat pump based, using CO2 as a refrigerant for large multifamily buildings. And we're delivering those now to both large multifamily and commercial office buildings in Vancouver. And between these 2 investments, this allowed us to grow our Vancouver staff, and we're looking at the next phase of growth in more engineering and customer service help, and looking to continue to support the low carbon mechanical opportunities and the fuel transition. For us, that was very significant. We feel that the business is ready, and the impact of 1 to 2,000 homes in Vancouver over the next year, in consideration to a potential delay, would harm us and kind of take us backwards. 1,000 to 2,000 homes in that equipment on a scale in Vancouver is not a difficult target to serve from an equipment supplier standpoint. I think also from an equipment supplier standpoint, it is true that we've had to face many challenges in global logistics, and our company does business in many countries and with many points of supply in Europe and Asia and so forth. And there are some challenges, yet we've been able to deliver all of our products to all of our projects, certainly in the Canadian market. And the global logistics channels are just kind of easing. We're seeing more equipment availability, and certainly we do have some issues around chip availability and so forth that we'll see a little bit of spike at some point. But from a supplier standpoint, what we need now is predictability, and we need as high as a product request as we can get, because all of us in the chain have started building to serve a higher capacity because that capacity was requested. And so changing that capacity or doing anything to kind of slow that down really doesn't help the supply chain. We need predictability and volume to operate effectively, and we've already begun working very hard to fill the volume and the voids that were an impact of COVID. I think the policy originally was well written with an achievable timeline in the 2022 transition or fuel transition. And while I absolutely respect the difficulty of these transitions, part of managing a business is to understand and work with your market to the benefit of the community that you serve. And it's tough when one company does spend the time and money to invest and retool into the market and the other doesn't. A delay doesn't really help that. And delays, when you build a business plan and then based on a policy and then the policy kind of shifts, it makes it more difficult, and you have to extend more trust and credit and investment if you can't really predict the solid ground that the policy is based on. So with that, I'm not in favor of delaying the change, and I'm hoping that that council maintains the timeline as written.
Thank you so much. You do have questions, Councillor Carr? Go ahead up to 3.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, and for the work you're doing out there. I just want to clarify something. It seems like you said that your understanding is that that there may be a delay in the moving to heating and sort of allowing gas heating to continue in terms of space heating. Staff this morning made it clear that that's not a delay, so space heating would have to proceed around zero emission. So I can verify afterwards again, but that's what was said to us all this morning. My question is around your supply line. Are you receiving adequate supplies now, and do you have any concerns? Because one other speaker before you said there are concerns around supplies. So are you satisfied you're getting the supplies that are needed for us to make this move?
I am. I've had some difficult supply issues in April, and through May, all of our open orders are satisfied, and we're looking at June, July, and August, and that's looking really good. And that's really been the difficult timeline to manage when you're coming out of COVID. By the time we get through July and August, we feel like we're in a really good position. I'm sure as a supplier, I've been trained to predict and pack as much inventory in as possible during these uncertain times. And so that's really what we're doing, because the future is always a bit unknown, but I have a high degree of confidence and will back that confidence by hiring new employees to serve the market, because I think we have products that we can deliver.
Great. One last question. I know that there has been issues around the timelines for installations. So what are the timelines looking, the wait times looking like right now, and what's your expectation into the new year?
You know, I in a transition like this, there's always a little bit of hiccup and kind of, where maybe permit applications bunch up and are relieved. On my side, honestly, in these homes, these are relatively simple pieces of equipment to train installers, and the permitting process is, while I'm not someone who is in pulling permits, it's a relatively simple item to pull a permit on. So I think, again, adding volume rather than reducing volume and keeping a predictable timeline will help us to smooth out any bumps that we're encountering now.
Okay, good enough. Thanks a lot for taking the time to speak to us.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yep.
I actually have a couple of questions for you if you've still got time.
Yeah, please.
So how's the market now? Just kind of that's, this is legislation or changes to our bylaws that would really compel change. How is it now operating on a voluntary basis? Are people switching over on their own, or do you think they need a real prod?
Yeah, it's a funny thing. I don't get to talk to everybody, and I don't understand everyone's motivations. I think there is a certain population that are switching over voluntarily, and they believe it's a good choice, and they are spending more money to do that because there are cheaper options that externalize the damage, the climate costs and the social costs. And then there is a significant population that really need to be encouraged with a little bit of code or bylaw force to make a switch. The energy issues, the fuel issues are not really something that they personally recognize. And, much like public safety, they really need us to process that information, make good policy to give them an environment that will allow us to all flourish. And so I think I'm gently trying to say there's a significant population that we really need to help make that transition. I don't know that they're going to make it themselves. We can certainly serve the volume that are making it now, but we would appreciate more volume from a simply, business forecasting point of view.
And what will so if we, these changes we're all committed to, it's just a matter of when we bring them in. What if it does pass, like if we do approve the staff recommendation, would your message to your clients be, oh, it's coming in, it's just you have 12 months, or would it be something else?
If it was pulled back on the timeline, I've actually got two issues. I've got an output to the market, and then I've got a supplier issue on the logistics supply chain on the backside, right? Because we're all trying to understand kind of what the throughput of this would be. And so getting a go back signal creates some real challenges. And on my side, it would slow down my training and market engagement. And it would also, I think, send a signal to the public that, maybe the transition isn't conceived well, when I think the transition is. This is only a implementation standpoint. And I don't think the year really gains. I think the year could come at some unexpected costs that are difficult to show until you experience it.
Okay, thanks so much for your time today.
Council, very much.
Thank you so much. We only have 5 minutes left. So it does seem we're asking questions to each speaker. So I think we should just take a break now for dinner and come back at 6 o'clock to continue on with speakers number 19 and beyond. So let's recess for an hour and come back at 6 o'clock to hear the remainder of the speakers. Thanks so much.
One, two, three, four, five. Anthony, can you hear me?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Loud and clear.
You're awesome.
Ready to go? We got speakers on the line?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, we have speaker 19 on the line.
Great. Okay. Kyle Cartwright, speaker number 19. Are you ready to go?
I am ready. Yes.
Great.
Thank you, Mayor.
Up to 5. Yep, up to 5 minutes, and you may get questions up to 3 minutes each. And just before we begin, Council, I'm going to try to get us a break. So we have speakers most of the evening at about 8 o'clock. We'll take a break for about 15 minutes, just so you can kind of mentally digest that one. Okay, thanks. Go ahead, speaker.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Kyle Cartwright. I am representing West Tech Window and Doors. I'm the technical manager there. And we are a low to mid-level window and door manufacturer based out of Chilliwack, BC. Our flagship product showroom and sales office is based out of Vancouver. And we are opposed to Recommendation D that would further delay the zero emissions building construction for 2022. I think that West Tech, along with our fellow window and door manufacturers, albeit some of our direct competition, have well known that this is happening, and all of the conferences that we attend, whether it be through associations like Fenestration BC, Fenestration Canada, the various home builders associations, all the work put through from the City of Vancouver with its marketing and its aggressive marketing, to be honest with you. We saw this coming a long time ago, and West Tech certainly is prepared, and certainly our competition is prepared. And maybe that comes from windows and doors being, maybe a little bit more scrutinized than other aspects, with it being thermally the weakest point of the wall and structurally a part of the wall. They're continually being looked at, and over the last couple of years, 3, 4, 5 years, West Tech certainly did put in place project plans to be in the position that we are at today. We were ready for this change even to mid of 2020. So a little bit ahead of the game, but taking from cities such as yourself, City of Vancouver, wanting to be on the forefront of this change, West Tech wanted to be on the forefront as well. We're fully ready to meet these targets and meet and exceed these targets. And speaking from a manufacturer standpoint, specifically fenestration products, maybe just due with technologies out there, some of the technologies for us have been around for decades. Maybe specifically triple glazed windows and such like that have been around for maybe 20 years and slowly came into the market maybe 10 years, give or take. So the market wasn't necessarily pushing for that technology to come to the forefront, and thus the slow implementation. So I think that the vast majority, if not all, window and door manufacturers have the technologies to meet these requirements at hand. It is not necessarily a shift in research and development necessarily to comply with these. It's more so of a market requirement. I think that if you were to look into the enercan.gov website, there's literally hundreds of manufacturers with thousands upon thousands of product lines that are able to meet these requirements. So I think that from the fenestration industry, we are ready to go. I think that the level of investment certainly put forth by West Tech, we're looking at upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars in testing, in research and development, in material procurement, adjusting supply chain, and all sorts of things that we've already undertaken. And I'm sure that's true for our colleagues as well within windows and doors. I think that with the acceptance of Recommendation D, that would hinder some of the manufacturers that have done their diligence and heeded the warning from the City of Vancouver and attend all the associations and want to be above board and compliant for when this comes through. Maybe some of our fears would be that 1 year delay is certainly not going to return value to our investments as soon as we expected. Also, it may allow for perhaps other manufacturers or perhaps even offshore product to come in where they would not necessarily be able to meet these targets set forth in 2022, but allows them an additional year to operate and perhaps at lower costs. So that's certainly going to be an issue for us and perhaps other window and door manufacturers. Westech years ago, seeing this trend coming, also developed product lines such as passive house product lines, knowing that the city of Vancouver was going to be as low as it is now and even lower moving forward. I just wanted to make a reference back to, I believe, caller 17. Forgive me, I don't recall her name. She referenced the UBC Okanagan Skeena residence, which is a 6-story passive house project.
You are well over your 5-minute time allotment, so I'm just going to have to stop you there. And thank you so much for your input this evening. And there are no questions for you, so I am going to move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much for participating. And we're moving on to speaker number 20, Penelope Tilby.
Right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with you today. My comments relate to item P1 and specifically in opposition, as the previous speaker, to the recommendation D for a 12-month delay in implementing the zero emissions building plan. As many speakers have reminded us today, Vancouver Council has recognized previously that we're facing a very real climate emergency and acted on this by passing a significant climate action plan in November 2020. You have also endorsed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which commits to the phasing out of the production and use of fossil fuels and to the just transition to renewables. Both of these actions demonstrated to the citizens of Vancouver Council's real commitment to making vital changes in our city here and now, not further down the road. Many of us who live here have been very happy with your leadership in making these commitments, as they have been ahead of other municipalities in BC and across Canada. We've also been encouraged by the fact that the fossil fuel industry itself is starting to pull back on developing new sources of fossil fuels, given the writing on the wall that we need to move away from these to zero-emission energy sources in the very near future. The next step clearly is to proceed as soon as possible with the actions that must be taken to deal with the climate emergency. An article in yesterday's Globe and Mail, not a radical source, stressed the importance of reducing the use of fossil fuels in home and water heating, which currently make up a high percentage of our greenhouse gas emissions. Achieving this reduction, they pointed out, has to be more than just making energy-efficient homes using so-called natural gas, which seems to be the federal government plan. We have to replace natural gas with zero-emission energy sources. There will be opposition from some quarters, especially from those with vested interest in fossil fuel production and use. Moving on this immediately takes the strength of our convictions, as it is always easier and more popular to respond to other familiar and immediately pressing demands. Pressure from those with vested interest in fossil fuel products will always be there, and no progress will be made unless the climate plan becomes a top priority and mandates change. Once change is mandated, people who have been reluctant to make those changes will adapt over time. We've seen that in many instances in social history. You've heard today from a large number of people, just like the previous speaker, who build homes in our city, who strongly support your climate action plan, feel the plan is doable, and that they are ready to go ahead. And in fact, many have pointed out that they would be quite disadvantaged if you don't go ahead as soon as possible. Citizens often feel powerless in the face of climate change, whose effects we see now around the world. But every level of government has changes it can make in its own sphere of influence, and this is one example. You, our council, can make a real difference with lasting impact. People need to know that the messages you have sent via the important commitments you've made to date are not mere signaling of your virtue, as governments often have, but will lead to meaningful action. We see new housing developments everywhere in the city which can be built to a higher environmental standard. Sticking to the climate action plan and implementing it now will reap significant rewards in this city. We are facing a global existential threat far greater than the current pandemic, which must be addressed urgently. I would encourage you to do the right and necessary thing and oppose this delay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You don't have any questions this evening, so again, I want to thank you for calling in. I'm going to move to the next caller, speaker number 21, Scott Kennedy.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Happy to be at the meeting. I have two themes to my remarks. First theme relates to the specific initiatives presented today, and the second theme relates to the broader initiative of improving permitting processes. While I support and have supported input to staff on the recent initiative to improve the permitting process, I do not support Initiative D, delaying the implementation of energy efficiency and energy switching for new homes. Practitioners of energy efficient construction throughout Canada and North America are envious of the leadership shown in Vancouver and the province of BC, encouraging and supporting the transition to energy efficient, climate neutral construction. Vancouver policy and support for training and information sharing has led the way in Canada and has allowed our firm to engage our clients in discussions about energy efficient construction. For our firm, it tends to be passive house levels of energy efficiency. We have 3 completed projects and 2 under construction in Vancouver now. Energy efficiency is not a life safety issue at the scale of an individual project. To speed up processing times, trust the design professionals, trust the energy advisors and the builders, and have the design professionals or energy advisors sign a simple letter stating that the design complies. The letter could indicate the software used to do the energy model, the version of the plans the model is based on, a copy of the model for city records, and a copy of the plans. I would then propose that the city, in a year or two, audit a few of these to see how well they're going to do. The purpose of the audit is not to penalize applicants, but to educate them and to educate city staff and share information on better processes, guidelines, and judgments moving forward. Don't cancel or delay good policy that is a leading example for the province and the country. Just ease into it. The good builders and designers will get there and create the demand for products. Suppliers will step up if there's demand. The less engaged builders and designers will be forced to catch up, but don't eliminate the target. Canada is watching, and any delay in implementing this policy will have ripple effects throughout the province and the country. My second remarks are just on improving the permitting process. It might feel that the report kind of misses the mark. The issue isn't the objectives. The issue is the numerous disparate departments in the city that rule the process. Improving processing time relates to how the city is organized. There are too many layers of staff between applicants and decision makers at City Hall. The city needs fewer specialists and more generalists with the authority to make decisions on all aspects of a permit. Let's sweat all the minutiae that don't affect the big picture. As an applicant, we're expected to know all the requirements and policies of the zoning schedule, planning, building codes, engineering, housing, heritage, landscape, sustainability, and all the myriad of smaller divisions within each department: parking, streets, sewer, water, garbage, tenant relocation, tree protection. I don't think it's too much to ask that the staff member we engage with to evaluate our application be versed in all these areas without needing to refer the application to the various departments other than for special advice. If we disagree with the direction given, a simple quick response process designed not to offend either party would be helpful. Applications frequently get bogged down in minutiae, often issues on checklists that have no effect on the work being proposed. We've had to supply energy efficiency checklists in a recently completed building when all that was being done was to plumb in a bathroom. We've had to obtain a building permit when no actual physical work was being done just because the development permit was for a change of use. A bit of judgment on the part of city staff would avoid these unnecessary make-work projects that waste the time of both the city and the industry. Building design and construction is a fluid process. Adjustments occur constantly due to budgets, new materials, construction errors, changing client requirements, etc. We need the city to be our partner in delivering and documenting the process rather than a distributor of bureaucratic hurdles to be cleared over and over. Having a single staff member that we can discuss the ongoing issues with and make judgments on whether the inevitable changes are minor and can be documented at the end of the project would be very helpful. The city should be our partner, ensuring a balance between the protection of the public and the efficient delivery of the built environment. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thanks so much, Mayor. Yes, thank you very much for coming, Scott, to speak to us. I'm interested in the process that you're describing. Have you experienced that kind of process elsewhere in any other city or jurisdiction? In other words, where the evaluation, verification, certification of meeting certain policy requirements is done by certified professionals?
Well, Vancouver has done it with the Passive House in that we do have to hire, we have to get it certified through an agency, and there's a pre-certification process. I'm just doing some work in other municipalities now where the step code is coming in, and we are seeing checklists that we basically sign. They basically rely on the professional to say we have done our job, and I think you can. I don't think. It's not a life safety issue, energy efficiency. It's really, it is at the broader scale of climate change, but it's not at the individual scale of a building. And so I don't think it's something that we need to, get into the weeds on. We just need to encourage everybody to do it. And I don't think we should be penalizing the early adopters. And I think we should it really needs to be more of a positive process rather than a negative process. And I think we can do that. And I think you've heard numerous speakers tonight saying, we're on the right path. Let's not screw it up. Let's just take a little bit of the bureaucracy out of how to get there. That's all.
Okay, appreciate that. Thanks so much.
Councillor Weeb, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I have a quick follow-up on that. Do you think that we should be working towards a more performance-based or operation-based when we're looking at these metrics, recognizing that sometimes people want to be more outcome-based? And do these recommendations before us represent any of that work?
Well, I'm definitely in favor of a target for energy efficiency and an energy model that tries to get you to that target. I also believe that there are extenuating circumstances, houses that are shadowed or tiny laneway houses, which are very difficult to meet the actual target if it's per square foot or something. But I do think we should be targeting things. I think bigger buildings are a different animal and have different issues. But I do think that the processes that the city is engaging in are correct. I think the staff work has been very good. And I must say, I have so many colleagues that I meet online on various events where we share knowledge. They're so jealous of the fact that I'm working in an environment where I have the support of the city, where I can engage a client and say, hey, if we get you to do a passive house, I can get you 5% density bonus. It starts the conversation, and that's so important for us being able to get our clients across the line.
Okay, that's great to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that's it for questions. We're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks. Speaker number 22 is Scott Semple.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 22 is not on the line.
Okay, thanks. How about Tom Gervais, speaker number 23?
Yes, good evening, Tom Gervais here.
Hi there, 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council, and those from the city staff still on the line. Thank you for your endurance in keeping with the public engagement here. You're almost halfway through the queue. Good work. My name is Tom Gervais, and I'm in support of task force report recommendations, specifically recommendation D. And I am not a resident of Vancouver. But thank you for the opportunity to speak today on this timely, practical, and entirely relevant issue, specifically the building permit backlog discussion that's been occurring today. As an employee of Bradford White Canada, a key duty of mine is to help stakeholders achieve functional, long-lasting, efficient, and ultimately successful applications of the essential products we manufacture, and that's water heaters and space heating and conditioning equipment. Bradford White Canada applauds the city's urgent attention and well-articulated path with respect to greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And we, as well as our membership of the Canadian Institute of Plumbing and Heating, do strongly support harmonization of national codes and standards and coordinated action across the country. Experience demonstrates the valuable lesson that comprehensive stakeholder preparedness is foundational to successful achievement of visionary goals, such as the City of Vancouver has articulated. In this instance, and reflective of Recommendation D, not all stakeholders are comprehensively prepared at this moment, in my view. A great many of us are keenly aware of the ongoing challenges resulting from the global pandemic of COVID-19, as well as other influencing conditions. For us as a manufacturer and industry resource, that includes considerable supply chain disruptions for our North American production facilities, impacting our ability to provide products, electric or natural gas, at a pace consistent with demand. Perhaps many of you, and I know I do, read Canadian housing statistics with some amazement at the moment. Supply constraint with tremendous demand, among other things, contributes to significantly increased pressures for those involved, including all of those hardworking individuals in city building departments. The phenomenon of provincial and federal lockdown conditions and stay-at-home orders, despite the incredible deployment of IT solutions for a great many of us, significantly impacts and delays industries, and indeed industry in concert with other jurisdictional entities, ability to contribute to stakeholder preparedness for sea change events for designers, supply chain, and skilled trades. To my knowledge, regulatory requirements do not prohibit or otherwise deter the use of electric space and water heating systems, and designers can do and specify these now. And we've heard that from a number of others already today. So deferring the effectivity date of those certain sections of bylaw number 12692 per the opportunities outlined by the task force seems to me would result in a condition more optimized to help the citizens of Vancouver and council realize those bold and pressing goals outlined in the climate emergency statements. As a conclusion of my comments, please do give favorable consideration to the recommendations presented by the task force. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so thank you so much for coming in this evening. Next, speaker 24 is Ron Rapp.
Hello?
Ron, hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. I'd like to wish a good evening to Mayor and Council, and thank you very much for having the opportunity to address you this evening on this issue of modernization and streamlining the permits stream through the City of Vancouver. My name is Ron Rapp. I'm the CEO of Home Builders Association of Vancouver, or HAVAN for short. HAVAN is representing approximately 1,100 builder, renovator, and industry stakeholders in the residential construction sector in the greater Vancouver area. We are active in many different areas with respect to energy performance, as well as advocating and providing education for members in the residential housing sector. HAVAN is a supporter, educator, and facilitator for the adoption of the provincial BC Step Code and moving to high-performance homes and net zero ready by 2032 across the province. And, you know, we commend Vancouver and several other lower mainland municipalities that have already planned or are in fact advancing the Step Code performance targets and moving towards net zero target for the performance in the residential sector. At the same time, we are trying to look for consistency, consideration of unintended consequences, and give all stakeholders in the marketplace an opportunity to adapt and accept the changes, which were the cornerstone of the Step Code rollout strategy from its inception. HAVAN recently released a report covering all municipalities, including Vancouver, in our catchment area, which is basically Greater Vancouver. And there's a broad disparity between one jurisdiction to the next with respect to the schedules that are being applied. The impact on the pursuit of net zero targets in the Vancouver program, which was targeted and set and is now potentially subject to a 12-month delay, is not is not as big an issue as some have sought to try and paint it as. Vancouver is already well ahead of most of the country and showing great leadership with respect to these initiatives, as has already been mentioned by a number of different speakers throughout the day. And I don't believe that this debate is centered on whether or not there is preparedness or if the industry is ready and so forth. There is a broad spectrum of that as well. The issue here is the permit processing stream and the untenable delays and sort of crisis proportions that this has reached within the city. It doesn't matter what standard is applied if the actual product cannot be brought into the marketplace in a timely and efficient fashion. It's having a negative effect on housing supply, which in turn affects affordability. And the opportunity for people to realize the goals of the climate action plan are being significantly diminished because we've been hearing from members who are employers and providing building and renovation services within the context of the city boundaries, and they are in fact either sending people home or potentially seeing a loss of staff because of permit delays and inability to fulfill their contracted projects. If the issue with respect to climate action was something that could be processed and digested inside of a week, this conversation would not be taking place. And if there's a means by which to find the opportunity to expedite that process, as has been addressed by, I believe, the previous speaker, with some other opportunities, then certainly leaving the schedule in place would not be detrimental. But at the same time, the issue with permit issuance and the delays inherent to that are having a profoundly negative effect both on the city, on the industry, and consumers. And the impetus is necessary to be able to move this forward in the most expeditious manner possible. We have collaborated with staff, we have provided suggestions, and the recommendations having been put forward tonight represent, low-hanging fruit, the things that could return the most benefit with the least amount of significant impact. And both the tree issue as well as the delay in climate action implementation are temporary measures, and should the backlog and the delays be expedited, then that could be revisited as well. So we encourage Council to look forward to trying to find the best means possible to be able to expedite the permit process and unblock this impediment to being able to provide much-needed housing and affect affordability within the city of Vancouver.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. So I just want to reflect back what I heard, because I want to be clear here. And you said something I think is really important, that the issue at hand is not whether or not we have a commitment to climate and whether or not we have a commitment to these standards, but the issue is the permit processing stream and the untenable delays. Did I get that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you are suggesting by extension then, I just want to be really clear on this and walk this through, that reducing that backlog and the impediments, there's no point, if I can paraphrase, in putting new regulations in place if you won't be able to get those zero emission homes through the permitting process, because you will have just exacerbated and added to the backlog because of the complexity in regulations and the extended processing times. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
So if we look at it from a net point of view, speeding up now could actually equal greater impact in terms of a GHG reduction later on, quicker and more faster than if we put these regulations in place, but we can't actually get people moving on their project. Am I reflecting that?
I would agree. Yes, I would agree with that. And many of our members are currently already working at high performance levels voluntarily. But at this point in time, they are stalled. They cannot get the permits approved to be able to bring those projects and those products to bear. I mean, there may be some argument about whether or not everybody is adequately prepared to be able to move forward, but as has been previously stated, the industry and those directly affected will adapt and will move forward.
Can you talk a little? Can you talk a little bit about? There's a reference made.
Just 1 second, please. I've got a point of privilege. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova. Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, I don't know what's happened there, so please continue.
Sorry there, Mayor. I had a delay. I thought everyone else might too for a moment there. Thank you.
What can I help you with, Councillor Dejanova? Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young, please continue.
Thanks, Mayor. Sorry, so sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. Sorry, can you just repeat your last point for me, just so I can pick up from that?
I'm sorry, I had some trouble hearing you there.
Yeah, no, I remember what it was. There was a reference made somewhat humorously earlier about climate, obviously be more important than someone's deck extension. And of course, everybody would agree with that. And of course, we want zero emission buildings. But can you speak to what kind of delays your members are really seeing? And is it deck extensions or is it actually just getting homes and housing built? What kind of projects are actually getting delayed?
Well, projects are being delayed across the board from large to small, anything from minor renovations through to major projects. And the entire process throughout the city of Vancouver has become fraught with overlapping complexities, often conflicting guidelines, misinterpretations, or so on and so forth. And overall, what we're seeking is the means by which to adopt a culture of trying to find a way to make things happen expeditiously as possible, which is in fact to everyone's benefit, and including the climate action plans, which are certainly at the top end of the priority list because of the climate emergency that we're facing. But at the same time, if we cannot bring this, as I mentioned, if we cannot bring this product into the marketplace, the spin-off effects are much greater, both economic, from an environmental standpoint, and from the opportunity for people to maintain their living and livelihood.
Thanks
very much. That's the 3 minutes. Thank you. There are no more questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks for coming in tonight. Speaker number 25 is Jana Ronnie. Sorry, Jana Rome.
Mayor Stewart, speaker 25 is not on the line.
Okay, let's go for speaker number 27, Kelly Lau. Is Kelly Lau on the line?
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 27 is not on the line.
Okay, let's go 28, Lori Parkinson. Lori Parkinson?
Oh, yes, hello. Yes, it's my turn to speak?
It is. Please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, hold on. Yes, just a second. I'm in the, just have to sit down here in the middle of waiting. Sure, okay. So, Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Lori Parkinson. I'm a biologist and a volunteer with the Force of Nature Alliance in North Vancouver. North Vancouver shares the climate with the city of Vancouver. I'm here to ask you to reject agenda item P1, city staff's recommendation to delay changes to the building bylaw. Please ban fracked gas in new homes as planned. Why? 4 reasons. The permit office has known about these changes has known about the climate regulation for over a year. And once passed, the regulation won't be implemented for 6 months. So they've had a lot of time to get ready for this. Second, we now have only 8.5 years to have our carbon emissions. That's a huge task. We need all the time we've got. And you are considering delaying big carbon reductions for a whole year? That's weird. The City of Vancouver is a climate leader. North Shore municipalities look up to you on this and strive to match your moves. Google tells me that Vancouver is the 3rd greenest city in the world, surpassed only by Copenhagen and Stockholm. And you are considering falling back on this level of achievement? Third, a recent article in the Tyee about all of this said local plumbers would like pipes for natural gas to be installed in new buildings so the pipes can carry renewable natural gas or hydrogen in the future. This sounds good, but it doesn't actually make sense. Here's a bit of practical information. Regarding renewable natural gas, right now less than 0.3% of the natural gas supplied to houses is renewable. That's right. Less than 0.3% of natural gas in Fortis's pipes is renewable natural gas, and they don't have a source for much more renewable gas than that. Have you heard of the International Energy Agency? They promote oil and gas companies worldwide. Recently, this group that has historically said, yay, fossil fuels, told the world that by 2025, no fossil fuel heating should be installed in new buildings. Renewable natural gas is a fossil fuel. Okay, how about hydrogen in our natural gas pipes in the future? Unfortunately, that won't work. Why? 1 liter of natural gas heats the same amount as 3 liters of hydrogen. That's right. One liter of natural gas heats the same amount as 3 liters of hydrogen. So to heat your house, pipes for hydrogen would need to be 3 times larger than natural gas pipes. So pipes for natural gas can't be used for hydrogen. And fourth, I had an electric heat pump installed in my house in March. I found the industry was very ready for this. We had 3 companies do estimates, and all 3 were very happy to install a heat pump. No delays were discussed. I did not have to wait for the heat pump, and plumbers installed it. There's lots of work for plumbers installing heat pumps. And did you know that electric heat pumps in houses are mainstream in Asia? So BC is behind Asia. City of Vancouver Council, please vote no on agenda item P1. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you for your time this evening. I don't see any other questions for you, and we're going to move on to the next speaker, who is Dave Ramsley, speaker number 29.
Mayor Stewart, speaker 29 is not on the line.
Okay, thanks very much. We have speaker number 30, Robert Ford.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay. My name's Robert Ford, no relation, and I've been the PAC chair at Henry Hudson Elementary, except for this year, 13 years prior. My credentials for being here are a 19-year-old and a 13-year-old, both of whom pretty much think they're going to be dead by the time they're 40 because of climate change. Perhaps that's a bit of a drastic interpretation, but I suspect their fear is born from reality around us. Now, I was looking at that section D of the P1 resolution, and I think that the delay method to solve the problem is conflating 2 distinct issues. One is the timeline for net zero new building code, and one is a backlog of building codes, which tells me, and if I start to sound really boring, I'm a project manager by trade, that you've got a resourcing problem where you have overlapping requirements landing on the same resources, or the building, the approval process is broken in some way. Now, of course, I haven't looked at this, so I'm speculating, but after 30 years of doing this, and in fact, today at work, I had a doozy of a process break. I think you're conflating 2 issues, which are really a resource issue. So they need to be split out. You need to solve your process and or resourcing problem for permitting, and you need to get on with the climate change, because unless you've figured out how to slow down the speed of light or any other scientific principle, climate change isn't paying attention to this meeting at all. It is doing what it's doing because we're pumping too much carbon dioxide in there. So, strong recommendation. I think you have a process resource problem. If you want me to come in for free and yak about it, I'd love to. I'm here to help. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you to Council.
Thank you for your time this evening. There are no questions for you, so we're going to move to speaker number 31, Maureen Collier. Speaker number 31.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
That's great.
Hi there, please go ahead.
Thank you all. I'll set my timer. Thank you. My name is Maureen Collier. I'm a resident of the city of Vancouver for quite a few decades now. As a longtime Vancouver resident, I support the city's climate action plan, and related to that, I'm opposed to recommendation D. Some may call the city's climate action plan ambitious. It's leading the way in Canada for carbon emissions reductions plans enacted at the municipal level, but it is just a small piece of the actions required by Canadians to stop the rise in global average temperatures. We all know how little time there is to drastically reduce emissions. A great climate plan, however, is useless unless implemented. There are many pressures on the city to stall or back down on serious action, and some very real challenges. Some of the pressures are practical and others involve vested economic interests protecting their revenue streams, which have not really been on the speaker's list today, I don't think. Change is disruptive. Unfortunately, our time to work gradually and soften the disruption is gone. 30 years ago, climate researchers were saying that we needed to start back then to make the transition gradually away from fossil fuels. The longer we delay, they said, the harder and more disruptive it would be. Guess what? Here we are, only 9 years to cut emissions in half by 2030 in order to avoid runaway increases in global average temperatures. The provincial government recently released sectoral emissions reductions targets for buildings and communities. Those targets require us to reduce our emissions up to 64% in the building sector by 2030. The Pembina Institute estimates we will need to pull gas out of 80,000 homes per year to meet those targets in the province. We need to stop making this problem worse. The mandatory zero emissions building construction guidelines will at least stop making the problem worse. There are so many challenges to changing our energy future and reducing carbon emissions. Many promised technological solutions have simply not materialized. Some, like RNG, are being touted as a green way to keep using gas. RNG is completely unrealistic as a substitute for fracked gas due to the massive new infrastructure requirements and supply issues. In any case, burning gas still produces emissions no matter the source. Beware the temptation to pursue a false solution that says we can still burn fossil fuels and magically arrive at zero emissions. That there are some effective emission reductions actions that can be taken, and they are within the city's power. The changes to building construction envisioned in the zero emissions building plan will actually have a significant reduction in emissions from our built environment. A year's delay, as requested in our resolution, recommendation D, in implementing this key aspect of the city's climate plan may sound insignificant, but it isn't for 4 reasons. One, an additional year of construction of multiple units that are not zero emission means another 50 to 100 years of hard-baked emissions from those new buildings that are completely unnecessary. Implementing the zero emissions program immediately is one of the easiest things that council can do for climate change. Relative to other actions to significantly reduce emissions, this is actually some of the low-hanging fruit, or as low as we can now find, with the urgent climate reality that we now find ourselves in. A delay in implementation, that's the second item, why we shouldn't delay, increases the possibility that the zero emissions building guidelines will not be implemented at all or watered down to be ineffective if there's a change in council at the next election. A delay in implementation will have, in my view, a negative multiplier effect of discouraging or delaying other municipalities from taking necessary action to reduce building emissions in their areas. And finally, a delay in implementation is a setback to businesses that have already retooled to provide the new building systems required under the new mandatory zero emissions building guidelines. And we've heard from a few of these businesses today. Improving internal processes and processing development applications is laudable and necessary, and staff appear to have done a lot of diligence in preparing the process improvement plans for the next few years. But process improvements have to take a back seat to taking action on the primary challenge of our time, which is the climate emergency. Surely there are other outside-the-box process changes that can help reduce the backlog. Let's say, for argument's sake, that Council agrees to recommendation D. How do we know that the desired process improvements will be accomplished as outlined? How do we know that we'll have made a dent in the backlog of applications? Maybe another year down the road, another year will be requested after that. This Council was elected to take action on climate change. I'm a climate voter, just a regular average climate voter, and I ask you to proceed with implementation without delay. Please vote against recommendation D.
Thanks. You're over your 5 minutes, and just wanted to say thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We're moving on to Speaker 32, Lalith White.
Hello, yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Lalith White, and I oppose proposals B, C, and D that were presented to you this morning from your task force. Climate action should not be put on hold to catch up on a backlog of permit requests. As an arborist and a student of urban forestry, I'd like to speak mostly to the proposals B and C about the trees. The urban forest has been recognized as a key asset to climate adaptation by the City of Vancouver. Ambitious goals to expand the canopy cover of our urban forest to 30% by 2050 have been set by the city. The Vancouver Urban Forest Strategy states that tree protection through planning, regulation, education, and bylaw enforcement is the key pillar to achieve these goals. Proposal B and C downgrades the protection of trees bylaw, and if approved, will result in more trees lost from our precious green resource. Private land contains 37% of the current canopy cover, and these established trees need more protection to sustain the ecosystem services we all rely on. When you expand the diameter of trees that can be removed without a permit, you allow a greater number of established trees to disappear, and with them, the benefits of cooling shade, cleaner air, seasonal beauty, and floodwater interception also disappear. When we allow more trees to be removed without a permit, we also lose the opportunity of a replacement tree and the chance to share information to encourage homeowners to choose a tree species that will grow well in the future climate conditions we anticipate. While trees provide adaptive benefits to allow us to survive the inevitable climate changes, zero-emission building construction guidelines provide necessary climate change mitigation with their reduced greenhouse gas emissions. Recommendation B, C, and D ask the Mayor and Council to turn their back on bylaws that support solutions to our climate crisis. Let's all hold strong to our commitment and look for other ways to solve this backlog of permit application solutions that support our environmental commitments and can sustain our city for the next 12 months and well into the distant future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. No questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have Harrison Johnston, speaker number 33. Harrison Johnson.
Hello?
Sorry, Harrison. Yep, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Perfect. Hello, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Harrison Johnston, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am supportive of speeding up the permitting process, but I am calling in today to speak in opposition to recommendation D. I was a lead organizer of the climate strikes in Vancouver, including the September 2019 climate strike that started right outside City Hall and brought more than 100,000 people to the streets demanding climate action. Through my work with the sustainability teams, I was also involved in getting the city to declare a climate emergency back in January 2019, more than 2 years ago. And we were also involved in ensuring that the Climate Emergency Action Plan passed at Council back in November 2020. Implementing all aspects of that plan was absolutely vital because city staff estimated that the plan would result in between a 48% and 51% reduction in emissions, either narrowly missing or narrowly meeting our target of 50% emissions reductions. When the plan passed in full, Vancouver showed that we were going to be a leader in fighting the climate crisis, not only setting a bold target, but laying out a real plan to meet it. Talking to other climate organizers all across the country, Vancouver City Council was one of very, very few governments that was really doing your part to fight the climate crisis and protect the futures of young people like myself. You have been an example that people across the country have used, working to get other jurisdictions to implement bold climate plans. And you have given us hope that other levels of government may also accept the responsibility. As I mentioned earlier, the Climate Emergency Action Plan did not leave room to tinker around the edges or delay certain recommendations. This is especially true for zero emissions buildings, which are a central part of the plan. I think it's notable that the motion does not specify how much staff time would actually be saved by implementing Recommendation D. But I don't think it matters. The climate crisis is not going to wait a year. Though I don't believe it is said in the motion, if Recommendation D is accepted, it will not only mean that we will not meet our climate targets, it will mean that we have to increase other parts of the plan. And I also worry that it will open the door to tinkering and delaying other parts of the plan. Climate activists such as myself will also no longer be able to point to Vancouver as a leader and example to other jurisdictions on what bold climate action looks like. You are one of the few levels of government that really gave us hope, and I don't want to lose that. I urge you to vote against Recommendation D. Hold strong on being true climate leaders and don't negotiate with our futures. Thank you.
Thank you. And we don't have any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. We have speaker number 34, Jinhua Huang Ambrose.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor Stewart, City Councilors. My name is Jinhua Huang Ambrose. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a member of Babies for Climate Action Vancouver, which is part of the Canada-wide For Our Kids network. For Our Kids is a network of parents and grandparents working together to tackle the climate emergency. I'm speaking to you today in opposition to Section D of this report. I'm also troubled by Section C regarding changes to the Protection of Trees bylaw, and I hope this section will be amended, but in my time today, I will speak only to Section D. I recognize that the backlog of building permits is a significant problem for the city and that it connects to the housing crisis, which myself and other members of Babies for Climate Action care about deeply. I very much appreciate your efforts to address this backlog. However, doing so must not compromise the Climate Emergency Action Plan. I was one of many people who watched Council debate the Climate Emergency Action Plan in the fall, and I was relieved and grateful when he passed it. Your leadership on the SEEP was bold and forward-thinking. It set an impressive example for how other Canadian cities can go beyond the symbolism of declaring a climate emergency and step into the difficult governance of making true change. As others have mentioned, Vancouver's climate plan has impacts beyond our city limits, certainly in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, but also in terms of narrative. The leadership that Vancouver shows on climate contributes to our national story and provides a necessary example for other cities in Canada. Please do not underestimate the importance of this. I'm worried that if you pass Section D and delay the zero emission building guidelines, it will undermine and devalue the example that you have shown. Recommendation D in this report suggests that delaying climate action is an acceptable problem-solving tool. It is not. Climate delay is the new climate denial. Climate delay misunderstands the very short time frame that we are working within. I ask you, please do not fall into that trap. Leaders like yourselves navigate incredible complexity in the work that you do. As you navigate these challenges, please respect the simple yet overarching truth that all human activity takes place within the biosphere. The decisions that you make, the problems that you solve, the issues that you grapple with, all exist within the biosphere. Currently, greenhouse gases are changing the characteristics of that biosphere in a way that amplifies risk across the board. Climate change is a risk amplifier. Any delay of climate action will bring greater hardship to all of the issues that we care about and that you are working on, whether it's economic prosperity, infrastructure, homes, human health, food and water supply, just to name a few. Climate change increases and amplifies the stress on all of our systems. We can't separate climate from other issues because climate affects all issues. I will say again that delaying climate action is to engage in a new form of climate denial, and it has consequences. To quote the 2018 IPCC report, every bit of warming matters, every year matters, every choice matters. On behalf of myself and the members of Babies for Climate Action Vancouver, I ask that you vote against Section D today, and that moving forward, you work with staff to ensure that the integrity of SEEP is not compromised or undermined in the municipal problem solving that you engage in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much. Next speaker is Monty Paulson, speaker number 35.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Again, up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart and Council. I cannot fathom the patience that listening to these long evenings demands of you, and I'm grateful for your work. My name is Monty Paulson. I've lived in Vancouver for 20 years. I lead a team of passive house consultants at RDH Building Science. We are helping architects and builders create more than 7 million square feet of zero-emission buildings here in Vancouver. I absolutely support the effort to improve the permitting process. It is vital to our success as a city. And yet I'm here to speak against recommendation D in item P1. Many of the points I'd hoped to make have been made by the speakers, so I'm going to shorten my remarks here and just kind of hit 3 points quickly. Number one, supply chain. This regulation applies to single-family homes, townhomes, and small multifamily. As we know, the vast majority, something like 90% of those townhomes and small multifamily already use electric space heating, primarily because they want to do cooling first and then they get the heating in the package. So what we're really talking about here is single-family homes in the city of Vancouver. And I understand this is about 400 to 500 projects a year. There is no supply chain shortage for 400 to 500 new homes a year. That is a claim made only by suppliers of gas appliances. There are multiple suppliers, multiple products in this range available here in the marketplace today. We've heard from some of these suppliers earlier this evening. Is there more and better stuff coming? Yes, absolutely. But there is plenty here to cover this demand of 400 to 500 homes in the next year. There is, however, a supply chain issue for larger buildings. Mitsubishi and other global manufacturers have been sitting on the fence for years, delaying bringing equipment they sell in Japan and elsewhere in Asia and Europe into North America. They're watching to see if you will take these steps. If you don't take these steps, they will continue to delay bringing in the supply we need for larger buildings, and you've given them the signal to do so. So I urge you to move ahead with the stuff we do have supply chain for, to send the signal to these major manufacturers that they need to bring in other pieces. And then a lot's been said about affordability tonight. I want to say again, we're talking about something in the range of 500 houses a year in Vancouver. These are houses where a family can afford to buy a house for $2 million plus, tear it down, and spend another $2 million to build a new house on the site. $25,000 for a heat pump is not an affordability issue for any of these projects. Indeed, many of these small lot developments might add a laneway house or something like that, but many others take a 2-unit house that had been rented previously to 2 families and replace it with a larger 1-unit house owned by a family that does not need rental income. So the result of most of these 500 houses a year is a net zero add in housing units. Again, this is not affordable housing. Indeed, it stands in the way of affordable housing. As has been noted previously, Vancouver needs 10 to 15,000 new housing units a year. We have roughly 60,000 single-family lots. Do the math. If you somehow put an extra house unit on every lot in the city, you'd still be out of capacity in 4 years. So I would urge you to, if you really need to cut backlog time, why not do a moratorium on new permits for single-family homes? You can use that year to rezone sections of the city for multifamily and move ahead with the kind of affordable, deep green housing the city needs. In the meantime, I invite you to reject item D on this list.
Thanks so much. Sorry, I'm just clicking here. We don't have any questions for you. Just wanted to say thanks so much for coming in tonight. And I'm going to move on to speaker 36, Arman Madagi.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Hi there.
Perfect.
We
Thank
can hear you.
so much. Thank you so much,
5 minutes whenever you're
Mayor.
ready.
Perhaps there is a delay. My name is Arman Motali. I am the CEO of a company that is located in the city of Vancouver called Lambda Science. Our work is generally about smaller buildings and making buildings more energy efficient and greener. And doing that with technology, I don't think there is a lot of us, like companies like us in the city of Vancouver. In the meantime, I am also a board director from the BC Sustainable Energy Association, and I collected their comments before coming here and speaking in front of you. I would like to thank Councillor Boyle for taking the time and answering my email and the concerns I had, and also Councillor Swanson for answering as well. I think there are a lot of points highlighted by others before talking to me about the city of Vancouver being the front runner inside the province and within Canada and around the world, and importance of pushing this legislation forward to be encouraging to the rest of the world as well. But I think one of the arguments that have not been really brought forward here is the impact of going forward with the recommendations on delaying the stop of natural gas hookups for 1 year. Is that it's just going to result in lower quality homes. As it is expected, there is going to be a few hundred homes that will be looking for a permit, and they're going to be built in the city of Vancouver. But having gas-fired home has a negative impact on the quality of life for the people inside the home, as it can have combustion that is lowering the air quality. I have a Master of Applied Science in Building Science from BCIT. There have been some really talented folks that were researching the effects of the effects of cooking and activities like that inside the air in the house. In the meantime, it has been seen with the research that when we have gas combustion inside the home, and in general, the lower air quality of the house can affect the occupants. There have been research on the effect of air quality on children, on the attendance of them inside the classrooms, on the math scores they are getting. And I think this conversation might be a little bit lost. We understand that the city of Vancouver is going to have some administrative burdens. But in the meantime, is the city really ready to swap that administrative burden with getting lower quality of housing for 1 year that needs to be fixed at a later time in the future? In the meantime, about affordability, electrification does not seem to be a big burden to the affordability inside the city when compared to other items. The resilience is one thing that electrified systems can better provide than gas, and also the runaway emissions that gas has is also an environmental factor that may need to be considered. But to summarize my point, I feel like we have to think about what quality of homes we are getting in this 1 year if the city is willing to move forward with recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Don't see any questions for you. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker, who is Catherine Harrison, speaker number 37.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Harrison. I've been a resident of Vancouver since 1987. I'm a professor of political science at UBC, where I conduct research on climate policy. I ask that City Council reject the motion to delay implementation of zero emission standards for new buildings. The City of Vancouver declared a climate emergency 2 years ago, and unlike many jurisdictions for which declarations of climate emergency were a purely symbolic measure, you have shown tremendous leadership in adopting a climate action plan consistent with the emergency we face today. Today's motion, if adopted, would diminish that leadership. My first concern is that a 1 year delay will have consequences far longer than 1 year, because we're talking about infrastructure that is built to last for many decades. That was true of the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, and the Fraser-Surrey Docks coal terminal, both of which the City of Vancouver opposed for that reason, among others. It's also true of new buildings. The multi-decade life of buildings combined with the availability of clean electricity are two reasons why the Canadian Institute for Climate Choices, a federally funded think tank on whose expert advisory panel I serve, identified ambitious new building codes and deep retrofit of existing buildings as essential to put Canada on a path to net zero. The housing built during a one-year delay will cast a shadow over the city's climate emergency plan for many years to come. It will make it more difficult to meet our emissions targets in both the short and longer term. And if we do meet those targets, it will likely mean almost certainly mean replacing fossil gas furnaces installed during that one-year reprieve before their useful life has ended. That will be a wasteful cost to homeowners and possibly also future taxpayers. My second concern is that adopting this motion opens the door for future concessions. And I appreciate that slippery slope arguments are an overused rhetorical device in policy debates. But I'm not just speculating, I'm drawing on decades of studying how environmental plans and laws are announced with great fanfare and bold targets and then undermined by a series of much less visible delays and concessions, often in response to business lobbying. One strategy of incumbent businesses is to plead inability to adjust, sometimes combined with an argument that if you give us more time, we'll do even better. Lately, the North American gas industry has been promoting renewable gas as a future substitute for fossil gas. Renewable gas is a far more costly way to achieve emissions reductions in space heating than renewable electricity, including heat pumps, to say nothing of the scarcity of RNG supply. Death by delay is an all too common pattern in environmental policy, but it's been the norm in climate policy. Indeed, it's one of the big reasons we find ourselves in an emergency today, because for more than 3 decades, Canadian local, provincial, and national governments announced bold targets but backed off at the implementation stage. Now, you may say this is just a one-off extension and we won't do it again, but even if that's true, you will have made it a whole lot easier for the next council to back off. I will conclude simply by restating that climate change is an emergency, as this council acknowledged in 2019 and again in 2020. An emergency is not the time to delay and make exceptions. If your house was on fire and you'd already sounded the alarm, you wouldn't throw a little more gas on the fire to cook dinner before you got out the fire extinguisher. This council has shown true leadership on climate. It has made me extremely proud of my home city and has served as a model for other Canadian municipalities. I hope that you won't undermine that leadership today.
Thank you so much for phoning in. I don't have anybody on the list for questions for you, so I'm going to move on to Richard Campbell. Speaker number 38.
Hi, Mayor Stewart. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, can. Please go ahead. Up to 5.
Oh, okay.
Hi there.
Hello,
we can hear you. Up to 5.
Hi, Mayor Stewart and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening. And, you know, quite frankly, all the previous speakers have said, well, a lot of what I was going to say pretty well. And to be clear, I oppose the delay of the of D, and also I oppose the tree cutting bylaw changes. And to follow up on the previous speaker's statement and some of the other ones, I think one thing that this is sometimes a tough decision, but a decision that governments need to make. So they need to make sure that businesses focus their efforts on innovation and creating positive change and moving with what the public and the city has committed to, and as opposed to investing in lobbying. And if you reward them for investing in lobbying, they will continue to do more of that. And the businesses that are investing in, innovation, they will be put at a disadvantage. So your decision here will send a strong message to business by by sticking with the current schedule and without altering it, you are supporting the businesses that are investing in the positive change you want. If you delay, you are supporting the businesses that are investing in lobbying. And, we really don't have time to delay this. A couple of weeks ago, you made another decision on a recommendation from business lobbyists to change city policy regarding the commercial dry pipelines. And so you are delaying climate action there, and you're avoiding it on that side. So it's important that you take a stand here and stay strong on the principles and listen to and support the businesses that are doing the right thing, and the ones that are hiring the lobbyists, send them a message to stop doing that and get with the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are no questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thanks again for calling in. We have Matt Giraffe.
Mayor
Matt
Stewart.
Giraffe.
Yeah, Mayor Stewart. Speaker 39 is not on the line.
Number 39. Okay, thanks. How about speaker number 40, Murray Hassick?
I am here, Your Honor.
Murray Hassick?
Yes. You can hear me,
Great,
I take it?
Very much. Go right ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay,
Thank
you. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to Council today. My name is Murray Hassick, and I represent Sunrise Tradex Gree Canada in Western Canada. I've registered my opposition to Recommendation D delaying requirement for zero-emission heating equipment for 1 year from the effective date of January 1st, 2022. There seems to be a general concern or misunderstanding about the availability of alternative technologies to existing fossil fuel heating equipment used in hydronic heating installations. And I'd like to address that in the next few minutes. I'm focusing on what is called an air-to-water heat pump system. There are two main types of systems available: heat pump water heaters designed specifically for domestic hot water requirements, and air-to-water heat pumps, which are able to provide home heating via radiant floors and low-temperature forced air distribution systems. They can be used for cooling as well, and in some cases, domestic hot water and home heating can be integrated into a single system. Now, air-to-water heat pumps for hydronic heating are a global product. The current market in Europe is approximately 270,000 units per year and growing. And in Asia, the Chinese domestic market alone is around 800,000 units per year. Conversely, North America has a current consumption of air-to-water systems in the range of 1,000 to 1,200 units. I'd like to talk about our experience in the local market over the past 5 years. Sunrise Tradex Gree Canada is the importer of the Versati air-to-water heat pump system. We've been distributing the product to the BC and U.S. Pacific Northwest markets for the past 4 years for residential and commercial applications, both radiant floor heating and domestic hot water production. We inventory equipment in Delta, BC for sale to our various distributors in this region. Our first marketing efforts started in 2016 and have occurred numerous times over the past 5 years, making people aware of the available technology. The Versati systems manufactured by Gree China and sold worldwide through their various country distributors. Gree is one of a number of global scale manufacturers producing air-to-water heat pump systems to service these markets. Gree China currently has a capacity to produce approximately 1,000 units per month. I understand that concerns were expressed by other participants in the residential hydronic heating market in adopting this initiative January 1st, 2022. One of the concerns is the ability of air-to-water manufacturers to supply sufficient to meet the demand. Along with the Gree Versati, there's currently 7 other manufacturers selling air-to-water heat pumps in BC as we speak. Given the expected demand of approximately 400 to 500 units per year, the industry should be able to keep up with requirements with no issues. However, timing of supply will be the key issue. Typically, an order takes anywhere from 90 to 120 days to process, ship, and arrive into a Vancouver area port from Asia. Current constraints on containers and shipping capacity have affected everyone in the industry. In addition, production of the materials required to assemble a finished system has been impacted around the world. However, if our industry knows that the City of Vancouver will move ahead as planned with the Zero Emission Initiative on January 1st, then we can prepare to be able to supply the equipment in a timely manner. There's a knowledgeable installer base in the Lower Mainland already, and the technology simply requires a hydronic heating installer and HVAC contractor. So from our perspective, we feel well prepared to meet the current requirements starting January 1st of next year. If there's any questions regarding the technology, I'd be happy to answer them now.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions from councillors for you on my queue, so I will thank you so much for coming in today and move on to the next speaker, number 41, Niall Dugan.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for your patience. So I just want, I manage a wholesale business, so we supply both HVAC equipment and hydronics, so both gas and electric. So it doesn't impact my business. At the end of the day, I have to sell one unit or another unit into a house, so I come from a neutral approach. However, I have been working with the City of Vancouver for a while through CIPH on adopting a great process, what we think will be a great process, along with some great training. If we walk down into your, if you walk down into your basement and looked at your furnace and hot water tank, that's what we're talking about: domestic hot water and residential heating. And so we want to make sure that these, you know, we respect the fact that these aren't just like a dishwasher. This is not just something you plug in. These are dynamic systems. And if not done correctly, they're going to put pressure on the users. We could have failure of systems and an overall bad experience. So we want to make sure that we have a positive experience with our installers, with the systems designers, so that the City of Vancouver can stand as a shining light of how to do it the right way. COVID has put a tremendous amount of strain on the supply chain. We are constantly working with delays right now. The other issue that is, we wanted to embark on a very rigorous training program. There are scenarios that we haven't thought of as an industry, as inspectors, as manufacturers, and we want to make sure that our homeowners and our builders get the ideal product and an ideal system set up. So my appeal to council is that you show the leadership in the discernment to make the right choice, to stay aligned with the intention, which was to develop a world-class system for electrification that we can roll from the residential to larger markets. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I have a question from Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for coming to speak. Just appreciate your comments and observations from the field. I wasn't clear. Are you speaking in support of the staff report or support of some parts?
Yeah, so support to delay it for 1 more year.
Okay.
Sorry,
because I was. Yeah, no, it's okay. You were also referencing some issues of the supply chain, but one of the observations that's come from others is that, and maybe you can comment on this, is that this is the report that's come forward is really to enable our staff to address the backlog, and regardless of supply issues, is that we have significant delays around building and development permits, and so we have a number of challenges already with being able to support homes and homeowners and whether it be small renos or new builds. And so there's significant delays. So there would be, I would imagine, regardless of supply, just delays in implementing new technology. Would that be fair?
That's correct, because we need to train the installers, and the design of this is not done in it's not a simple cookie cutter. Every house has its own particulars that we have to design for a heat loss, design both piping systems as well as the actual appliances that go in there. So I think that the timing of this is actually an opportunity. If we delay if we delay it until next year, then we'll have a better system and better understanding, and we'll have more people trained on how to do this the right way.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no other questions for you, and I'm going to move to the next speaker, Jason McKenzie. Jason McKenzie?
Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Mayor and councillors, thank you. Good evening. My name is Jason McKenzie. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm an owner of a company called Equipco. We're a manufacturer's representative of plumbing, heating, HVAC, and electrical products, and a member of CIPH. I support the 12-month delay in the implementation of the amendments to the building bylaws set out in P1. COVID has delayed the ability of manufacturers to do the required product testing and development. Research and development has been slowed with delays of the certification bodies like CSA, adding to the long lead time to get this product into the market. The turbulence with the rebound of the economy has also put pressure on the supply chain. The shortages, as well as the increase in price of lumber, steel, copper, chips, has created shortages of input materials that has caused long lead times on products, 12, 14, or greater in some cases. I would suggest that a 12-month delay would allow for the city to clear the backlog, but also would allow industry to clear its backlog. Thank you.
Thank you for your time today. Going to move on to speaker number 43, Donovan Woolard.
Hello there. My name is Donovan Woolard. I'm the CEO of Open Technologies. We're a Vancouver-based software company that helps the people that shape our cities to make pro-climate decisions with confidence. And I'm speaking against the 12-month delay. So our work includes a range of tools to help cities to understand and act upon the pathways to net zero carbon in the built environment. And this includes building energy benchmark and disclosure tools used by Vancouver and jurisdictions across the country to understand the existing building stock and to direct resources to where the most effective leverage points are. Design optimization tools to help identify the most effective pathways to energy step code compliance or net zero. And market analytics tools such as Shift that was built with the Vancouver Economic Commission to show how the step code will transform the building products industry in the Lower Mainland. And it's informed by this that I'm asking you as city shapers to make a pro-climate and a pro-business decision today, namely to stick with the timeline of phasing out fossil fuel-based heating systems. So we all understand the climate imperative, that in the next 10 to 12 years, it's essential that we act to bend the curve on our collective emissions. So I got 2 points to make on that. The first is a year is not just a year. Based on the operational life of these systems, this is another year in which all new homes and buildings can lock in 10 to 15 to 20 years of additional fossil fuel reliance. And the climate science can't justify this. But I think particularly germane right now is that the market is ready. You know, the Climate Action Emergency Plan didn't just come out of the blue. As of next year, the Energy Step Code requires that every city in the trade region needs to build to at least Step 3. And West Van already requires net zero ready, and Vancouver's own zero emissions building plan is close behind. So the technologies exist, and the local suppliers have invested in meeting this moment. Training programs have been in place from federal and local governments, industry associations for years, and changing the roadmap now simply penalizes those that have been ahead of this curve and anticipating it. So in closing, I believe we must and we can get off fossil fuel heating systems now. So please approve recommendations A, B, and C to streamline the permitting process and vote down recommendation D. Thank you.
Thanks so much for your time. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, number 44, who is Devyani Singh.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, councillors and staff, for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm Dr. Devyani Singh, and I'm a proud resident of Vancouver, and I'm speaking as a concerned citizen. I'm opposed to the council report recommendation for the 12-month delay to mandatory zero emissions building construction guidelines for all new homes. I want to begin by expressing my appreciation for the work that the staff here at City Hall do. I know when it comes to political work, it is so often the people behind the scenes that complete most of the nitty gritty stuff, but without any of the accolades. I can only imagine the impact that the pandemic and all of its related impacts has had on your workload and the pressure you continue to face to complete the work, in spite of those challenges. Unfortunately, as the impacts of climate change are felt, it will be more and more difficult as time goes by to be able to operate under a business as usual model. Warming temperatures, rising sea levels, increased levels of smoke from wildfires, and even the possibility of future pandemics as humans continue to destroy animal habitat will all impact how we live our daily lives. It is imperative that we do everything in our power now to lessen the impacts of those effects, which is why I'm speaking in strong opposition to the report and recommendation in principle. As a scientist whose expertise is energy and climate policy, I can confidently say and agree that we are in a climate emergency. And seeing as how City Council yourselves have declared a climate emergency, I'm sure you are in agreement. The point of an emergency is to act as if our life depends on it and acting on it, because it does. The immediacy of the situation demands an immediacy of action, and that requires using every tool in our arsenal to respond to it. This particular initiative is important and acts in conjunction with every other climate action that the city, other levels of government, and individuals are taking. One can argue that pausing this one initiative cannot make that much of a difference, but I do not agree. Allowing for the deferral of one policy suggests to those involved and those watching that this crisis is not urgent, or that we still have plenty of time to act on it. Moreover, delaying for 12 months ensures that homes and buildings constructed during this period will be locked into a carbon-intensive system, which will cost significantly more in later years to reverse the decision. Thus, action on this policy is a chance for this council to show they are committed to a livable future and to lead by example. It is clear the workload on staff is ironically unsustainable, and I urge you to explore other methods of relieving that burden. Please do not, however, accept this recommendation to stall your efforts, and please do ensure that the climate emergency is given the urgent attention it requires. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You have a question from Councillor Carr. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much for coming and speaking. And I understand that you said you are a climate scientist, and I'm wondering if, from your perspective, how important it is for any city, but in our case, Vancouver, to lead in terms of setting a standard around reducing GHGs to a sufficient level for us to actually combat this climate emergency. The role of any individual city, how important is that in your mind?
Thank you, Councillor Carr. That is a very good question. And I think it is very important for a city to, especially a city such as Vancouver, which prides itself in being a world leader in the greenest city and in, reducing emissions and, having one of the best climate action plans that was just voted into council as well. So I think it is very important as Vancouver and the city to lead by example in reducing our greenhouse gas emissions as fast as we can and to not take a step back on the climate emergency and the climate actions that have already been put into motion.
So my understanding from knowing some of your work is that you have worked with other cities. Do they look in North America, that is, do they look to Vancouver? I mean, are we on the radar in terms of other cities and their climate plans?
Actually, yes, that is a good question. And I'm working currently with two cities and municipalities in Pennsylvania. And I've actually been looking to our climate plan as guidance and as, inspiration. And they have been also very impressed. So I do know that with the cities and the municipalities that I have worked with, they are very impressed with Vancouver and are trying to follow its model.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate very much you taking the time to speak to council.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you so much for calling in. We're going to move to speaker number 45, Dylan Hirema. Hirema?
Hi, can you hear me?
Can do. You got up to 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Dylan Hirema. I'm the Policy and Research Manager in EcoTrust Canada. We're a charity that works with homeowners experiencing high energy cost burdens to lower their bills through low carbon home retrofits. I'm a former resident of Vancouver, and I'm seeking to implore Mayor and Council to reject Recommendation D, which would delay implementation of the city's climate emergency commitments by a year, and more importantly, set a dangerous precedent for further delays and backsliding on addressing climate change. This recommendation comes after a concerted lobbying effort by the natural gas industry to delay implementation of Vancouver's world-leading climate emergency action plan. It will provide the necessary justification to further lock in natural gas infrastructure that is jeopardizing the city's and the province's chance of meeting its climate commitments and meaningfully addressing carbon emissions in the built environment. The City of Vancouver's actions serve as a blueprint for policy-wide policy direction, and the fossil fuel industry knows this. There is no reason to delay the phase-out of fossil fuel-fired appliances when a superior technology exists in the form of high-efficiency electric heat pumps that provide both heating and cooling at comparable operating costs to natural gas. But at the end of the day here, climate action isn't always easy. It's going to be hard sometimes, and it has costs. We need to think about what the trade-offs are. Yes, there have been a lot of permits happening in the city of Vancouver for many years, doubly so during COVID. But the fact that there's a lot of building happening just makes it all the more critical that we not lock in carbon emissions from those buildings. If a permit backlog is the worst impact we see from taking action and being an example to the world in the context of climate change, I believe that's a small price to pay, but I also don't think that it's even the crux of the issue here. I've been working in the building sector for 10 years, and I just don't believe this problem is the major permitting hang-up it's being somehow painted as. I also work with contractors every day, and what I've heard is that the market is ready. The supply chains have largely recovered from 2020's issues. What's needed is certainty and direction and giving industry a clear path to follow. So if you want your permit, design your building to be low emissions. It should be as simple as that. At this late hour, figuratively and literally in today's case, thank you for your patience, but we must not waver in our commitment to protect citizens from the dangerous impacts of climate change and the dangerous intentions of the natural gas industry. Our children's and our grandchildren's future is at stake. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move. Oh, Councillor Carr, did you? No, I think that's okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Linda Thayer, speaker number 46. Linda Thayer.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 46 is not on the line.
Okay, let's try speaker number 48, Helen Brown.
Good evening.
Hi there. You've got up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Helen Brown. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a librarian in the areas of medicine and environmental and natural sciences. I'm speaking in opposition to the Internal Development Application and Permitting Modernization Task Force update, particularly Recommendation D, but also B and C. The goal of these recommendations are to address backlogs, workload, and the complexity of the regulations. And I absolutely recognize that these challenges and their impacts, but I would also argue that we need to ensure that we address climate and health risks and that the changes really do address the issues that they're meant to and don't create other problems or work. So I'll begin by addressing the recommendations that would result in the removal of healthy trees up to 30 centimeters in diameter, estimated at about 200 a year. We need to ensure that these recommendations do not undermine the work done to increase lost tree cover in the City of Vancouver. The Urban Heat Island Effect study that the city conducted with Health Canada and SFU indicated lack of tree cover as a major contributor to heat-related health and safety issues in the city. As a result, the city aimed to plant 150,000 trees between 2010 and 2020. It required staff time and investment to plant trees, but also to help them grow in the early years. However, most tree loss is on private lands, and I understand that this is where the permit work comes in. The research on the impacts of increasing heat on health shows that protecting trees decreases risk to health, including, for example, the 2,700 heat-related deaths in the over 65 population in Canada in 2018, and health issues like reproductive issues, kidney disease, heart attacks, asthma, and mental health impacts. Ultimately, I want to make sure that these changes do not increase these risks or jeopardize other work by the city. And secondly, I'd like to speak to oppose Recommendation D to delay mandatory zero-emission building construction guidelines for all new homes. What I see lacking in the recommendations is an acknowledgement that this is an emergency and that this building bylaw is an essential part of addressing this threat to health and lives here and around the world, as it directly addresses a core cause of emissions. About 400 to 500 new homes are built every year, and the presentation noted that delaying the shift to zero-emission building guidelines would cause an additional 1,000 metric tons of emissions every year throughout the lifetime of the house's system, and would require new homes to be later retrofitted. Just to put that in perspective, a total sustainable level of emissions per person per year is 2.1 tons. In addition, there is substantial research that gas in homes leads to respiratory health impacts and risks. Transition in buildings at this point can't be delayed and is likely to require adjustment and change and to be challenging, but we do have solutions available. This report also states that the recommendations contained within this report have a limited risk profile and are connected with non-life safety objectives. And it also says that the criteria that was factored into the selection of opportunities include that they pose a low risk to community. I don't think this is accurate, and it does not recognize the severity of the climate emergency and its impact on health and lives and the significant increase in risk for Vancouver communities. This morning, staff pointed out that these changes would free up staff for other work, but this is also core work that should be a priority in order to address a crisis. There have to be other solutions to reconciling the permitting process and staff workload. The climate crisis is a threat multiplier that disproportionately impacts youth, seniors, Indigenous people, racialized people, and vulnerable communities. The Lancet Commission, which is from the top-ranked medical journal of the same name, states that a child born today will experience a world that is more than 4 degrees warmer than the pre-industrial average, with climate change impacting human health from infancy and adolescence to adulthood and old age. And the Canadian Medical Association and the 2020 Lancet Policy Brief for Canada state, an urgent transition to an environmentally sustainable, just, and healthy society is an essential part of the recovery that Canada and other countries must undergo. I want to underline the word urgent. Delay or undoing work that moves us forward on this poses substantive risks. The most recent report from the UN came out a couple months ago, and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres described it as a red alert for the planet and called 2021 our make or break year. We don't have time for delay. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in tonight. There's no questions for you, so we'll move to the next speaker, who is speaker number 49, Jason Dunkley.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 49 is not on the line.
Okay, let's try number 50, Logan McIntosh.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kennedy and Council. My name is Logan McIntosh. I'm director at Stand.Earth, which is running a campaign called Safe Cities, which is a movement of neighbors, local groups, and elected officials across North America working to keep our communities safe from fossil fuels. I'm calling in today to convey my support to approve recommendation A, B, and C, which does help reduce building permit delays, and to ask Council to vote down recommendation D. I'm a proud resident of Vancouver and someone that's actually personally impacted by the building permit delays, waiting to move into a laneway home that's in my parents' backyard in Mount Pleasant. I absolutely support finding ways for us to reduce those delays so that we can work to address the housing crisis in Vancouver. However, this cannot come at the expense of meaningful climate action. We're in the middle of a climate crisis, and we don't have time left to delay or postpone meaningful action. And I'm imploring that the City of Vancouver does everything it can to shift course, to take action on climate change, and a critical part of that is to transition off of fossil fuels. Vancouver touts itself as a leader on climate. I'm proud of that. And as mentioned by many other speakers today, it's seen as a leader to municipalities across the province and the country. Granting a delay would put a core component of Vancouver's climate emergency plan at risk, and it sends the wrong message about how seriously Vancouver is taking its climate action commitment. If Council decides to push back this key pillar of climate action, it will set a dangerous precedent to other communities across BC and will lose critical momentum behind cities taking meaningful action. It sends a chilling effect. Decarbonizing buildings is a critical part of addressing climate change, and particularly here in Vancouver, where half of our overall emissions come from burning gas for heat and water. So in this decisive decade where we're going to make or break our ability to create a climate-safe future, a future with clean air to breathe, we need to make big moves now to get fossil fuels out of our buildings. In closing, I'm asking that you make a decision for our climate, for our future, to stick with the original timeline of phasing out fossil fuel heating systems, to accept recommendations A, B, and C to help to reduce the building permit delays. And I ask that you vote down recommendation D. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There are no questions for you, so we'll move on to speaker number 51, Alex Wick. Alex Wick, speaker number 51. Hi there.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes.
Cool. Hi everyone, my name is Alex Wick. I'm a forester and a founder of a startup here in Vancouver, and I'm calling in today to express my opposition to all the measures A, B, C, and D. As a forester, I think that measures B and C perhaps are not, they're actually not the worst. You know, there's obviously a delay in the planning process, and these permits have to be pushed through. But I would encourage the city council to take a hard look at the percent canopy cover, and if they're going to accept these provisions, to include something along the lines of, you know, for each tree removed, you have to add 2 or 3 trees in its place. As far as D, I very strongly oppose it, and I think that along with all of the callers today, with the exception of maybe 4 or 5 who I believe are actually not acting in good faith, I think that, I mean, everyone has said far more eloquently than I could, you know, it's an emergency. Our house is on fire. There's no reason to be sort of taking these half measures. And so I would encourage everyone in the city council to vote against Measure D. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time today. There are no questions for you, so we're going to move on to our next speaker, 52, Amy Walker.
Hi there. Thanks, Mayor and Council. Thank you, staff. Thanks all the citizens who have spoken tonight. I feel like we need to remind ourselves of the preciousness of our democracy, and it is this process where we hear each other and have a dialogue that we collectively understand the issues best, and we can make a more informed decision. And I've heard, even amongst the people who spoke for this Resolution D, which I'm speaking against, I've heard some thoughtful words. So I just want to say thank you to everyone for taking part in the process. I want to echo the sentiments of all the previous speakers who've opposed the delay on this recommendation D and the delay it's recommending. So it is a matter of leadership, and it is a matter of symbolism. And just for context, I guess, you know, when I made my first decisions based on knowledge of carbon emissions, was 1988. And I was planning on buying a car, and I just decided, well, I better just ride my bike to school because there's this damaging thing, these carbon emissions. We can't put more of these into the atmosphere. And I think myself and a lot of other citizens have been making decisions and changing their plans throughout their lives for, you know, the last 30 years or more. And a lot of us really, you know, we take those decisions that we make in our lives seriously, and we are boggled by looking at how business as usual continues day after day after day. And we wake up with a feeling of dread and like a hot horror at what's happening in our world. And so when the decision was made for this drastic and beautiful climate stance to reduce heating emissions from homes, I think a lot of us rejoiced. And so the symbolism matters so much more than a lot of you can feel, because you have to sit through all the procedural, all the procedural stuff of the day. So I am empathetic to the process, and I support a democracy, but I also want to break through a little bit and say, like we need to find our hearts here and do what's right and take leadership. And there's this idea, I used to listen to radio dramas when I was a kid, and they would always have these parts where they're talking about, preserving materials for the war effort. And so this example of like wartime prioritizing and wartime projects and rationing of materials, this was during the Second World War when these dramas were on, when they were made. And most recently, Seth Klein in his book, A Good War, has underlined this idea of like you make different decisions when you're facing a major threat. And the major threat we face is climate and emissions. And so what we can do to clear the backlog is maybe say, let's look at the projects that are being proposed and let's say, is this a need? Is this a housing project that people need because they have no other option? Or is this something that is a luxury condo that, is just going to pad someone's portfolio? So let's make some qualitative decisions and let's just reject some of those permit applications that are not based on need, but are based on profit or based on, well beyond where real people's needs are. I think I'll just say, I'll just leave it there, and thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you. Thanks for calling in tonight. David Mills, speaker number 53.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'd like to thank Amy for that impassioned presentation as well. I echo some of her sentiments on the process of democracy. My name is David Mills. I'm opposed to the Permit Modernization Task Force Recommendation D. I'm speaking on behalf of the 300 Dogwood supporters in the city of Vancouver who took the time over the past few days to write mayor and council in opposition to Recommendation D. I was raised in Vancouver. I now live in the city of Courtenay. However, my son recently graduated from BCIT's electrical program, and as a young tradesperson in Vancouver, he's ready to help the city electrify. However, more importantly, he's counting on council's leadership in reducing emissions. For him, it's the most central ingredient to a safe future in the city. I have to say I'm quite surprised to see the city manager recommend Vancouver delay its response to an emergency in order to solve a problem. Senior management support for Amendment D is a major deviation from the expectation that core bylaws in the climate emergency plan be implemented on schedule. Emissions are either an emergency or they aren't. I think it's really confusing for people to see the conflation between a staffing resource problem and the scheduled implementation of the zero emissions bylaw. The climate emergency plan, the building electrification roadmap, the provincial sectoral emissions reduction targets, which call for up to 64% reduction in emissions from buildings and communities by 2030, the national price on carbon, the original council report leading up to the declaration. All these actions are pointing in one clear direction, and that it's time for us to move beyond gas. Councillors, I feel you should keep this plan on track. In general, no government is moving fast enough. Yours is among the few that are moving. You may not realize how much of an impact your council's leadership has provided to smaller cities who are now asking the provincial government for some of the tools you have so that they may follow your lead. Where I live in Courtenay, my neighbor just took advantage of a provincial grant to pull their gas furnace out and replace it with an air source heat pump. There were no delays, and gas replacement technology is dead simple. It's difficult for me to accept industry's concerns that a pressing shortage is upon us when a ferry ride down the line we're not seeing any issues. Further to that, nothing solves supply issues like demand. I think what this industry association is opposed to is electrification. The March 2020 climate emergency requirements for new housing report found the bylaw approach taken by the city was the best policy tool to lower carbon emissions and carbon pollution from buildings. And given that we're on the clock with 2030 looming, a 1-year delay would be extremely significant. I think that perhaps a thread we've heard from both sides of this debate today is that leadership on this issue has consequences. If Amendment D is defeated, it may be that some installers who are less prepared or influenced by gas distributors and believe there's some poorly defined manufacturing vacuum might have to wait longer for hot water heaters and may be outcompeted by tradespeople who understand zero emissions appliances better. On the other hand, if the amendment passes, those businesses which follow the bylaws and prepared for this moment may face setbacks. But to me, it's clear that rolling back the climate plan will cause irreparable downstream harm. Our emissions targets get harder to reach. People who watch the city step up on this issue will feel betrayed, and industry will now have a proven tactic it can use against other cities who try to follow your plan. And finally, the other cities that were looking to follow your lead will lose their motivation. It is for these less measurable but more certain reasons that I urge this council to defeat Amendment D, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so I'll thank you for your input today and move on to the next speaker. We have Robin McQueen. Speaker number 54, Robin McQueen.
And I am also speaking. I'm opposed to the delay, as many of the other speakers have been. I've enjoyed listening to the other speakers, and I'd like to thank Mayor Stewart and Council for your patience in hearing the citizens of Vancouver. I am a Vancouver homeowner. I've lived in Vancouver for 37 years. I'm also an instructor of physics, and I'm the division chair for applied sciences at Langara College. I've had 2 education leaves to study sustainable energy and energy efficiency over my career at Langara, and I've developed and taught a course on the physics of sustainable energy. However, I am not speaking tonight for Langara College, but rather as a citizen of Vancouver. As a homeowner and interested physicist, I've spent a great deal of time studying sustainable buildings and passive house construction in particular, and hired an architect and passive house designer who completed plans for a passive house renovation to my home in Vancouver. So I am aware from both sides. I'm aware of the issues to do with climate and energy, and I'm also aware of the building delays, the delays in building permit at the city. I am not opposed to items A, B, or C, but I do want to speak against item D. I'm opposed to item D, relaxing the implementation of the ban on natural gas for new residential construction. And this is for a number of reasons. Of course, natural gas is a fossil fuel and contributes to climate change. As many speakers have noted, we are in a climate emergency that's been recognized by this council. Every year counts. As other speakers have also noted, new buildings typically last for many decades, perhaps 100 years. So we need to avoid locking in emissions-generating technologies. The BC Energy Step Code promotes efficiency first, eventually leading to the very low energy use seen in passive houses and net zero houses, which do not need natural gas for space heating. We heard earlier from Lane Fab, a speaker from Lane Fab, speaking about this concept. Good alternatives to natural gas are available. Electric heat pumps, and we heard suppliers of electric heat pumps speak for space and water heating, and induction cooktops for cooking. And something that I don't think I've heard mentioned, although I didn't hear every speaker, is natural gas has been shown to be an important source of indoor air pollution. It is harmful to human health. As houses are being made more airtight for energy conservation, this becomes more of a problem. There's a couple of ways this happens. Burning gas indoors produces harmful levels of CO2, and burning gas indoors also produces harmful levels of carbon monoxide, NO2, and particulate matter. So for this reason, a number of jurisdictions are now banning natural gas cooking indoors. Another perspective that has been mentioned by several is that certainty of the regulation is vital for planning by builders and manufacturers. Several of your speakers today affirmed this. Westec Windows, the speaker number 19, and a couple of speakers who supply heat pumps. The code and the the date for the transition provides certainty. And just a little story from my teaching career. I've been teaching physics for over 30 years. Early in my career, there was a lab report that was due, and it had an overnight deadline, and the next day, a student asked me for an extension. And I said, yeah, sure, that's okay. I thought I was being a good guy. But another student standing right next to him said, hey, how is that fair? Do you know how late I stayed up last night getting this done? I think manufacturers and builders who've been working towards your deadline are in the same boat as this student. Needless to say, that lesson has stayed with me for my 30 years of my career teaching. I note from the minutes and from the city report that item D, the relaxation of the natural gas ban, does not result in nearly as large savings in staff time as some of the other measures. And I refer to a comment by an earlier speaker, Rob Baxter, who quoted a study in Menlo Park, California, that electrification and elimination of natural gas in housing would reduce the work by the city to grant permits. They only need to worry about electricity. They don't have to worry about the natural gas. The city of San Francisco voted in 2020 to ban the use of natural gas for heating and for cooking in new buildings starting June 2021, this month. So in summary, there's one big reason not to delay this schedule. The big reason is the climate emergency, which this council has affirmed and shown leadership in recognizing. And there are many smaller reasons not to delay. So in closing, I urge the council not to delay the implementation of this important and progressive policy. Please vote against P1, vote against item D. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so we're going to move on to the next. Actually, council, we've just made it to just about 8 o'clock. So as I said, let's take a 15-minute break and then continue on. So we'll come back at 8:15. Thank you so much for speakers tonight, and we'll. I think we can do this tonight. We can finish off the list. So thanks very much. See you back at 8:15. 8:13, so we're got a couple minutes left before we. Our next speaker.
Mayor Stewart, we're ready to go here.
Great, thanks. We have speaker number 55, Leonard Shine.
Me?
Leonard Shine, yep, go ahead. Hi there, up to 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Sure. You've had a really long day. I won't take the 5 minutes. I first want to thank you, Mayor and City Councilors, for hearing my thoughts tonight. My name is Leonard Shine, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I will be speaking as an individual. However, I'm on the board of directors of 3 environmental organizations which influence my thoughts on this matter: the David Suzuki Foundation, Eco Justice, and the Pembina Institute. I am totally in favor of reducing the backlog in the development, building, and licensing departments. In the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, I got business licenses to operate movie theaters in different locations all over Vancouver, and it never took more than 30 minutes going in person to City Hall. We all know now that business license takes many months. The same is true with building new houses or renovations with getting the proper permits from the city. The longer applications take, the more it hurts everyone in the city, as it drives up the cost for those houses and businesses, but really hurts renters and small local business operators the most. So I'm completely in favor of reducing time in development, building, and licensing departments. But none of these delays over the past 10 years are caused by Council's leadership plans on net zero buildings, which do not start until January 1st, 2022. I'm not going to speak on the suggestions from staff on A, B, and C It is D that I'm concerned with and I strongly oppose. To me, it's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We all know that climate change, global warming is real, and we as individuals, communities, and government must do all that we can. Vancouver made a great progressive concrete decision to deal with carbon from buildings starting January 1st, 2022 for new home constructions. We do not need to reinvent the wheel to have new houses built without access to gas. I have stayed in friends' houses and rented houses in all parts of British Columbia, including Whistler, the Sunshine Coast, Victoria, Gulf Islands, Penticton, Salmon Arm, and none of these houses had access to gas for heating, cooking, or hot water. One can build new houses in Vancouver without gas that are completely comfortable and practical in every way. In terms of staff time, I do not understand why keeping this policy starting January 1st, 2022 should take so much staff time. The architect, builder, developer should have some boxes to check on their application that they certify that they meet all the mandatory zero emission guidelines. Staff could see that they have certified the guidelines and then send their addresses to FortisBC, not to hook up that address to gas. For Vancouver to backtrack on this would be sending the wrong message to other municipalities, provincial and federal government. Please do not approve D. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight. You do have a question from Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much, Mayor, and thanks so much, Leonard, for coming to speak to us. I'm very interested in your perspective on what you see or what you may have seen in terms of a difference in applying for permits. You said that it used to take you like 30 minutes to get a permit, and now it's a matter of months. What have you observed in changes to the way we issue permits and licenses that might be, I think, maybe valuable for us to know as councillors?
Okay, well, I'll speak about business licenses as opposed to home renovation or home building.
Right.
I think what happened in the past was the clerk right at City Hall had the power to just give you the license. It didn't have to go to somebody in the back office. It didn't go anywhere. She would look at the address. Oh, yeah, that's an appropriate zoning for it. And she would give you a license, then you would go to another desk to pay your bill. And it was like that in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. And it never changed. It was just, I think the difference was they gave responsibility and the power to say yes to the person you would meet. And now I don't think that person has that power or responsibility anymore. To say yes, you have to go up to many higher levels. So people only have the power to say no, or what can I find that's not right with this? I mean, I've had many situations with, well, I think I've told a lot of people that time when an inspector measured the distance from the bike rack that I put at the Park Theater to a restaurant next door, and it was 49 feet, 10 inches. And he said, you can't have a bike rack within 50 feet of where they sell alcohol. So your bike rack is 2 inches too close, so the restaurant can't sell alcohol anymore. And I said, well, this is not a health or safety matter. A car is parked 6 feet in front of the restaurant. Why can't a bicycle rack be 49 feet, 10 inches? So there's a lot of regulations the city has that don't make any health sense or safety sense. And I think that's one reason it slows things down a lot. And, this inspector was not a reasonable person, and just said the city will have to move your bike rack 2 inches, but it takes us 6 months to get a crew to move it, so the restaurant can't sell alcohol for 6 months until we move it. So, and I could go on, and every business could give you examples of just being by people who, I would like the people who work in licensing to think, how can we help small business? How can we help residents of this city? What can we do? If this rule doesn't make any sense, why should we enforce it? I would rather have that their attitude than say, oh, well, what can we find wrong that we can, be like, and punish somebody. So anyway, that's just my two thoughts.
Very interesting. I haven't heard the bike rack story before, so thank you. I appreciate that.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Leonard, and thanks for being here. I have heard the bike rack story. She and I have chatted a few times about some of the permitting issues, and it's been very informative. I'm wondering if you're willing to share a recent example that you had with a nonprofit trying to provide food services that was impacted by the backlog and trying to get a very critical community service up and running in a new location during COVID.
Sure, no, I'd be happy to do that. And that's why I'm really in favor of getting rid of backlogs, because I'm on the board of directors of Food Stash Foundation, which the city is one of our funders, and we provide food to food insecure families. We bring it directly to their houses, and we also provide food to a number of charities, about 15 different charities that have kitchens that they supply food for, and we get this food donated by stores that are going to throw it away. And so rather than it going to the landfill, we give it to people who, and it's all fresh food. And we were operating out of Burnaby, which we had a license in Burnaby, which took no time. And we really needed a bigger space, and most of our clients were in Vancouver, particularly in the downtown east side. So we leased a building right a few blocks away from City Hall on West 2nd, which is filled with restaurants and other stores, and we applied online in January end of January for license, because we needed to start paying our landlord their rent starting February 1st. And they said, well, it's, it could be, 4, 5, 6 months before you can get a license. And I said, well, we're a charity. We can't afford to be in both, Burnaby and Vancouver paying two different landlords for the same space or for different space. And luckily,
amount of time, and I don't mean to jump in, and I appreciate your point around paying rent as a charity, and you're trying to get sort of food out to people who don't have it during a pandemic. How much total time did it take? How many follow-up emails? How many calls or requests to counselors to intervene to get that one permit?
Sure. We finally got it in the beginning of May, and that's why our building still looks unoccupied, because it still has the windows papered over by the landlord. But we're operating in there right now, but it took from January 27th to beginning of May to get a business license, even though at that location for the past 25 years it was used for catering restaurants. So it was no different, except that we don't even use it as a restaurant. We just do catering for free. And they said the holdup was because they hadn't had approval from the zoning department. So it wasn't the licensing department, but the zoning department. Whereas in the past, you got a license, you didn't have to go to another separate department, zoning. And I said, well, how can the zoning be a problem? It's been in for 25 years. That was a catering store. Well, the zoning didn't have the time to say, okay. So it just, took that long, which is,
Thanks
ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Thanks. I'm sorry I'm out of time, but I appreciate you sharing that recent example. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Up to 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'll also say thanks for showing up to speak. I've heard some of your permitting stories too, so it stands out to me, and I'm just wanting to make sure I have this clear, that as someone who's experienced a lot of the permitting delays, what you're saying to us is that we shouldn't choose between climate and addressing that backlog, that there are a number of options in front of us to focus on that backlog while also moving forward with this zero emission building plan and the climate plan as we've laid it out?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor. I'm opposed to D because I feel very strongly about climate and what it's doing, especially to the people who it affects the most. But I think there's other ways, and I don't know whether it takes an outside consultant to give council ways that staff could speed up that backlog. But certainly we have to speed, which we really should speed up that backlog. It will really help everybody so much.
So you would still see that as a responsible decision to be voting down D, but still moving forward with addressing the backlog at the same time.
Yeah. No, I think we should address the backlog. It's a separate issue, but we can't give up on our leadership on dealing with our carbon emissions. And we can be a leader in this. And there's lots of other municipalities that don't have gas, and houses get along fine. People do really well without gas. Think of all the Gulf Islands. Think of out of major cities. There's just absolutely no gas anywhere there for houses.
Yeah. Okay. Really appreciate again your time and experience on this. Thanks.
Just a point of privilege, Mayor.
Mayor, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Now I can get on the queue, so
Sorry.
I don't need a point of privilege before my panel
Okay,
had frozen.
Speaker, you have one more question. Go ahead, Councillor Deschanel, about the 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. I wasn't going to ask questions, but your last answer had sparked my interest when you had talked about a consultant and maybe looking at different ways to, I suppose, not only clear the backlog, but look at different processes. That the city of Vancouver, perhaps because all of our staff are working on this, there isn't that time to go out to those other municipalities as much as, I'm sure our staff had hoped to. That's what I've heard. So I'm just wondering, do you think that there's value in that, in having sort of a set of eyes on this, that maybe staff brings forward some ideas for a consultant, or the staff that would be involved in looking at this through the task force? Do you think that that would be a good first step, considering the number of times we've been back here?
Well, I would say in terms of business licensing, there would be a number of people who are on BIAs who would volunteer their time to meet with business licensing staff or management and could come up with some really good and fast ways wouldn't cost the city a penny. I know I would volunteer to do it for free, and I know a lot of BIAs who represent a lot of local and neighborhood businesses would love to do that, because it's we all have this problem. It's dealing with the city, to be honest, and we would be happy to do that, I'm sure.
Thanks. And do you think that would also be helpful on the other sides of that, like the development and the building sort of sides, to look outside of what we've been doing? Because if we just clear the backlog, but we continue on in the same way, that we may end up with another backlog.
Well, I think in terms of backlogs for building things, I think, there would be a lot of contractors, builders, people who've had experience, and, you could get like Seth Klein talks in his book on climate change, from World War II, that government got all private industry who did it for leaders in their industry for $1, a year to do the work needed. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who've had experience in other municipalities who would volunteer, to sit down with, management in the city to come up with ideas, because they have the experience dealing with. I don't have experience dealing with buildings. I just have experience dealing with business licenses.
Thanks. I really appreciate that. I was looking at sort of an overall approach, but I really appreciate your thoughtfulness and how you've approached this and sharing your own stories with us tonight. Thanks.
Okay, that's it for questions for you. Thanks so much. We're going to move on to Carrie Rhea. Speaker number 56, Carrie Rhea.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 56 is not on the line.
Okay, let's try speaker number 57, Nicholas Lagua.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I appreciate you listening to me today. My name is Nicholas Lauga, and I am the renter and business owner within Vancouver. This decision about prioritizing mandatory zero emissions regulations versus enabling staff to clear the existing backlogs of permits is a false choice. Council should do the heavy political lifting by removing the obstacles that make affordable housing so difficult to approve. Then staff can work on improving the process once few obstacles remain. For example, recently, Council had the option of removing public hearing process for non-profit homes for up to 12 stories in certain areas of the city. That would have been a much more efficient way of dealing with the problem. Council should remove all impediments to non-profit housing in Vancouver so that staff does not need to allocate resources to processing those non-profit applications. Council needs to think about the approval process less as a system where applicants push an affordable housing application to the city, and then the city spends a long, inordinate time processing unique applications. Instead, the city should have an open and transparent and simple criteria that applicants pull from the city. Essentially, the city needs to make an open source library of criteria that an applicant would just need to agree to and then have an imputed agreement from the city to proceed once the applicant signs on to those criteria. This would create a process where the city has more affordable housing and less work for staff. Ideally, that open source library of criteria would always include one criterion, and that would be no gas heating. This is something that needs to happen now. Council has agreed that we are in a climate emergency. In an emergency, you try to do everything you can ASAP. That includes stopping the construction of more gas heating. I currently have a 4.5-month-old baby and really wish my current rental did not have a gas stove. I don't want to expose my baby to pollution. It is maybe too late for my current place that my family live in, but I want to do everything I can so that future families are not exposed to that pollution. With regards to the permitting backlog, we need to think about why it is important. What principles support reducing the backlog? I can think of 3 important principles. The permitting backlog affects suburban sprawl, as reduced urban density leads to more developments in unsustainable places outside of the city. And this is very much related to our climate emergency. It reduces housing affordability with a lack of new supply of housing, especially nonprofit housing. It reduces our economic recovery as less work is approved. But all 3 of those principles can be addressed within other tools that Council has access to. Please do not ask staff to find an efficient way to address many obstacles to housing. Please reduce the obstacles so that staff only have to deal with a few remaining obstacles. Many speakers have talked about how the permitting process requires an excess amount of time related to aesthetics. This is clearly not related to the principles that I just spoke about. Only council can deprioritize aesthetics. Another option is to put a temporary halt for single-family home permits, as this clearly does not relate to the principles above. I personally managed change in a process at the First Nations Health Authority, where we moved from a system of providing health records to First Nations peoples from a process that took a few days to a few minutes. That only happens with political will to make it happen. And that only comes from the top. So I implore Council to not delay implementing our zero emissions building construction guidelines. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to the next speaker, Aaron Laval, speaker number 58.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 58 and 59 are not on the line.
Okay, thank you. We have speaker number 60, Jennifer Edwards.
Hello, good evening.
Hi there, up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Mayor Stewart and City Councilors. Thank you for your time today. My name is Jennifer Edwards, and I'm opposed to the report recommendations for the delay. I recently moved from Vancouver to Gibsons, and I feel that your decision today will affect us here on the Sunshine Coast. I'm speaking to you today, not as an expert, but as a parent and an educator. I'm a mother of 2 children, ages 3 and 8. I've been an educator for over 10 years, teaching in both preschools and elementary school. I'm really concerned about our children's future because of global warming caused by climate change. Vancouver is a leader in climate action, and I was hopeful when you declared a climate emergency and took the initiative to become one of the greenest cities. I was really excited when you voted to ban natural gas constructions and new buildings. Vancouver is due to ban fracked gas for space and water heating for all new homes for up to 3 stories starting January 1st, 2022. However, with each step we take forward, fossil fuel industries push back even harder. 60% of Vancouver's greenhouse gas emissions come from buildings, and the new amendment proposed would accelerate the climate emergency and will increase the cost for all of us in the long run. I trust you and the other council members want Vancouver to remain a leader in Canada on climate action and will vote against this amendment. Please don't let our kids down and allow them a safe and healthy future. Now is the time for bold action, and there's no time for delay. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Jennifer Edwards, sorry, Maury Ford, speaker 61.
Thank you. Greetings to Mayor Kennedy, Stewart, and all the city councillors. I am Maury Ford, and I am opposed to the recommendation D. The recommendations, I would say, in A, B, and C are fine. I am a house owner in Vancouver with my partner, Bill McIntosh, and acknowledge that I am on the unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh. And I'm speaking to you today just basically as a citizen of this city. And I have been so proud of our city's commitment to be one of the greenest cities in the world. But during this past civic election, my family and I got together and we voted for councillors who said that they were going to focus on green initiatives and made us big provinces. And we will do that again in this upcoming election, civic election. The city of Vancouver is looked to as a beacon for other cities in Canada and around the world. And the commitment and the leadership in this area is important, not just for us, but for all other jurisdictions and people in our country. And if this council votes to give natural gas industry an extension, I believe that this is a mistake. There will be an election in our city by that time that extension has taken place, and it's not certain what direction that a new council will take. That puts us at risk. And as many other speakers have said to us today, natural gas is a fossil fuel, and it does not help us with our commitment to the climate emergency plan. It's called an emergency plan for a reason. So I want to urge you to consider that and to act now to reject the recommendation D. Last year, Fortis connected thousands of new houses to service, and we really do need to ensure that this does not happen to us again for another year. A year delay will mean that natural gas is in those homes for at least the next 50 years to come. Some of the speakers today have shown concern about the supply, with this recommendation being defeated. But we've heard from home builders today, and we also heard from business owners who have helped us to understand that non-fossil fuel solutions are available to us right now, and that the market is actually ready and prepared. Many of the speakers today have said that, of course, there's going to be challenges as we face this transition, but those of us that are here today must be ready to look past those challenges, and we have to give a clear message to the markets and to the citizens that we are focused heavily on decarbonizing. I want to thank the council for listening to all of us today. I've been with you since this morning, so kind of like breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. It's been really interesting, but the momentum that we have for climate action is in your hands. So please consider A, B, and C recommendations, but please, let's not focus on recommendation D. The 2030 targets are most important. Do the right thing, and please don't accept the recommendations from D. Thank you.
Thanks. You do have questions from Councillor Boyle. Up to 3 minutes, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and thanks for signing up to speak. You don't have to answer this question. I don't want to put you on the spot, but you've had experience with our permitting delay.
Yeah, we are in the process of trying to build a laneway on our property. We're on Fraser Street and 11th Avenue, and just unbelievable delays that in the past we've been told would take 3 days. And Kennedy Stewart, I think you asked this question at the start of this whole meeting today: is how long have these delays been? We've been now told that a delay that in the past would have taken 3 days for building permits will now take 3 months. So we submitted June, and in the past we would have known we submit on June 21st, and in the past we would have known by the end of the month, and now we're looking at a 3-month delay, which of course costs us a tremendous amount of money.
Yeah, absolutely. I can appreciate that frustration. So I'm just hoping to make sure I understand, as someone who has had a pretty frustrating experience with the delays in permitting, you're still saying you think it would be a good and fair balance to approve recommendations A to C in tackling that permitting backlog, but not pit climate and permitting against each other, still move forward with our climate plan and address the permitting backlog at the same time.
That nails it completely. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
Great. Those are the balances we're trying to figure out. So appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You too.
There are no other questions. Thanks for sticking with us all day. Speaker number 62, we have Mike Barrett-Soren. Mike Barrett-Soren. Speaker number 62.
Yeah, Mayor Stewart, speaker number 62 is not on the line, and speaker number 63 has withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Council, I'm flipping to the last page. 64, Ian Robertson.
Hello.
Hi there. You've got up to 5 minutes to address Council. When you're ready.
All right. My name is Ian Robertson, and I'm speaking to you as a design professional who has designed both code minimum and more recently passive house projects. I wrote you yesterday with a long list of 14 points, which are apparent to me as being massive delays in the permitting process. None of these delays are related in any way to building code or building performance. So the short version of this is I'm against point D. I understand that the genesis of the idea that delaying implementation of the climate plan stems significantly from a letter from the gas boiler industry. And you've heard at least 2 representatives from them today, neither of whom live in Vancouver, and that these comments have comprised much of the public support for point D, as well as other home building groups sponsored by Fortis, is quite telling. An industry protecting itself does not good policy justification make. Reading through proposals, I'm frankly astonished that these are the only 4 points that the planning could come up with to speed the process. And it causes me to question whether planning even understands the issue enough to solve it. Delaying the climate plan might help sell some boilers, but that isn't actually Council's job, nor is it Council's job to facilitate the creation of the worst built buildings possible, which are inherently less adaptable, less sustainable, less resilient, and at best trade an upfront minor savings for a lifetime of additional maintenance. Please let us keep in mind that the 400 to 500 houses that might be affected by this change have an average value of about $3 million. And while the worst system possible might seem to save a few $100, after city and provincial incentives, a heat pump system is probably going to be cheaper. So the cost issue is literally moot, especially as no $3 million house should ever not have air conditioning. Like seriously, who would ever? In which case, going all electric is far cheaper. As an example, I've been involved in the renovation of a large house right now, and it was about $10,000 less to do a heat pump system than to go gas. after eliminating also all the corresponding risks that gas has inherent. Delaying these requirements only lets people believe that delaying climate action is possible. And having that precedent, others will try to slow policies which are inconvenient to them also, under the guise that permitting will be faster if you do. But no, it will never be fast enough. There's always something that could, in theory, save some more time, and so some other industry can also invent something else. We'll never end up adapting to anything, and we'll forever kick the can down the road. In 11 months, when everyone rushes to submit half-finished drawings, which require twice as much time to process, we'll create just more delays, and there'll be more justification to kick the can down the road again. Vancouver's gentry doesn't need to save a few $100s at the expense of everyone's environment. The only delay caused by things like surveys and arborist reports is by people who wait too long to request them. And facilitating the disorganized applicant is not the job of council either. I find it puzzling that there is many mention of ASHRAE in this thing as the list of time savings. And they're an engineering group who writes standards for indoor lighting and ventilation. And especially in the COVID context, where ventilation is the only thing keeping virus at bay, I cringe at any potential time savings done that way. It was unclear. I understand from friends who are planners that a considerable percentage of their time is now being spent on the creation of summaries of their projects. And because no one has time to read those summaries, they create summaries of the summaries. Please don't throw away climate adaptation because planning is infatuated with the creation of TPS reports. Thank you for your time. Please remember that we proclaim loudly to the world that we're the greenest city, not the greenest city next year, maybe if it's convenient. To be clear on neutral item A, I think that B and C probably don't actually represent any savings whatsoever, although improving landscaping would be great. Strongly opposed to item D. I've literally had a client die while waiting for a permit, first applied for in 2019, for which the city has imposed a never-ending stream of hurdles. I had to hire a former planner acting as permit expediter to move the process at all, and the thing is still only in development permit phase. It's just a house. I know where delays come from and where they don't, and item D is not the point you're looking for. Thank you.
You do have questions. Councillor Carr has a question for you. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. So you have sent us an advanced email with 14 points, which are pretty detailed and kind of shocking, actually.
I think any industry professional could provide a similar list, quite frankly.
Okay, so of that 14-point list of areas where you see the delays happening, which would you prioritize as being areas to resolve in order that processing times diminish?
Let me honestly bring them up because there were 14 of them, sorry. Well, months have been lost to just simply losing permit sets, which it frightens me that they're now hot desking. I don't know how someone's supposed to be partially working from home, bringing drawing sets with them. It boggles my mind how that's actually going to be possible, because the new office is going to be quite a lot smaller.
For 1 second. Are you submitting online now? I mean, a lot of things have moved to online. Are your application?
I've not been able to submit a single thing online yet, so maybe some things are, but not anything that I've been able to submit at least.
Okay.
Maybe that could solve that issue. If so, hey, great. But there's still plenty of paper being tossed around to lose, and not all consultants are doing digital things yet, for instance. So there's still plenty of things that could still be an issue with.
Mm.
The issue with the director of planning may relax almost anything. In practice, they almost never do. That doesn't actually necessarily mean the director of planning. That means that any accredited member of the AABC is planning, has that authority. But it's not actually allowed for any of them to do it. Like, it's micromanaged city where none of the frontline people who have the authority are actually allowed to use their authority. Like, We've heard others, including Bryn Davidson earlier, talk about millimeters, being questioned. Things that really don't matter, but add massive delays. The secret rulebook thing adds quite a long time, because if an item from that ends up in a prior to letter, that takes a week or two to get to me. That takes me a few weeks to make a change and decide whether or not to argue it or not. Get prints made, send them back. It's a few weeks to send in a pile. I mean, that's quite easily a month or 2 months on a project for anyone who has one of those. And, it'd be fantastic if secret rulebooks didn't exist, but they do, but I only know about it because I have friends in planning. So there's plenty of things in there.
Okay, that's my time. Yeah, thank you.
On to speaker number 65, Connor Ferster.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 65 is not on the line.
Great. Okay. 66, Heather Hay.
Hello.
Hi there.
Thank you very much.
Minutes?
Hello. Thank you very much.
Hi.
I really appreciate Mayor Stewart, and all the city councillors for hearing from all the speakers. And I have been listening for about the last 45 minutes, and it's been a delight to hear people's points. I am speaking to the same item, P1, and I also am would approve recommendation of A, B, and C in the report, but I am adamantly opposed to recommendation D, and that's what I would like to speak with. However, I think it might be interesting to let you know I've lived in Vancouver for 30 years. I was a homeowner for 18 years, and I recently moved into a brand new co-housing project, Little Mountain, which is a passive house design. And my husband and I, one of the reasons we decided to do that was because we wanted to reduce our carbon footprint. And the delays were frustrating, but we are here now. And I'm also a musician, a teacher, and a parent, and I'm in close with a lot of young people, little ones that I care about their future. And I also want to mention that I'm calling from the territories of the Coast Salish people, whose leadership has shown that they like to think at least 5 generations ahead in the decisions they make now that will affect people for 5 generations to come. And so that is what I'm asking the council to do, is to offer that kind of leadership. I remember being in city council on the day that you voted to approve the climate emergency. I was there because I wanted to back the speaker and I wanted to support sustainability, and a number of them spoke. And we know we've had tremendous leadership from young people, from Greta Thunberg and from the sustainability teams, who organized the huge climate rally in September 2019. And so I want to speak about leadership, because I think anyone who's an elected politician needs to understand that they are a leader and that people watch closely what leaders do. And so people have had their eye on Vancouver. It has announced that it was going to be a green city, and that it declared itself a climate emergency, and they were going to take action immediately. So when I heard that there was going to be a recommendation that would delay things a year, I was aghast, and it didn't make sense to me. An emergency is an emergency, and as we've heard people say, if you're bleeding, you don't say, well, let me just think about it for a day or so, or maybe next year I'll get to it. You immediately do something about it. And I think we've not been seeing terrific leadership federally. They bought a pipeline, and provincially. And so I'm putting my bet on cities. I think in the last while, cities have shown tremendous leadership in climate action. Burnaby has opposed the pipeline. Seattle voted to divest of fossil fuels. There's been lots of examples. And Vancouver can follow suit in that as well. I think that the province, other places around British Columbia, elected officials will be watching the city of Vancouver and what their climate policy is. And so you are in a position to be leaders, and leaders take action, especially when there's an emergency. I remember being at conferences 25 years ago when people were talking about global warming, and then then 15 years ago, people said we had, 20 years, 15 years to before the point of no return. Then we were down to 12 years. Now I'm estimating we're down to 5 or 10. And in my mind, a year's delay is a year's delay, and that is a very significant delay when you're talking 5 to 10 years. And so I urge the City Council and the Mayor to uphold what they voted on, which was to declare a climate emergency and act like it's an emergency. And so I think recommendation D, I'm opposed to because it recommends a delay, not leadership and action. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. You don't have any questions, so I'm going to move on to the next speaker, Emma Campbell.
Hello?
Hi there.
Hello?
You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks. Hello, my name is Emma Campbell, and I am a settler living on the unceded lands of the Tsleil-Waututh and Squamish people in so-called North Vancouver. I recently moved here, but up until last fall, I was a longtime resident of the city of Vancouver, and I voted for many of you in the hope that you would enact meaningful and bold climate policy. I'm a mother of 2 little kids. They're 2 and 5 years old, and I'm pretty terrified about what their future will look like. I was really inspired and very happy to see this council pass such a robust climate plan this fall. And I feel like it was really a bright spot in the sea of heartbreaking inaction. You can then imagine my dismay when I learned that the city was considering a 1-year delay on the zero emissions building plan. We really just don't have time for any delays. Our kids simply just don't have any time for this. The city of Vancouver is a leader, and the communities around the Lower Mainland, the province, and around the country are going to be watching to see how the city addresses its emissions. And I just really hope that you lead them in the right direction and show them that these changes can't wait. I oppose this recommendation, and I hope that you do too. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments. No questions for you, so I'll move on to speaker 68, Celine McRae-Hamdy.
Mayor Stewart, speaker number 68 is not on the line.
Okay, thanks. And next is Veronica Dahl.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Veronica Dahl. I'm Professor Emeritus of SFU, but I'm a parent and a grandmother, and I'm talking as a citizen and parent and grandmother. I have lived in Vancouver since 1983, and my position is I'm against recommendation D. I'm against delaying the zero-emission building plan. My rationale I can sum up in 2 words: survival and solidarity. It's important when considering what a delay would mean to remember that it's an age of mass extinction, driven by the rich nations, which represent only about 20% of global population, over-extracting, over-polluting, and over-emitting, for which they contribute 92% of the overshoot planetary emissions. Countries in the global south, in contrast, are still under their fair share of the planetary boundary. So as a matter of ecological equity, our responsibility is to not delay in any plan that will get us out of this swoop. It behooves us to bring emissions to zero by 2030. And it is in this context that when we consider over half of Vancouver's greenhouse emissions come from burning natural gas, which is mostly methane, a fossil gas, are we going to miss the opportunity by delaying? Secondly, it's also a matter of plain equity. Our high levels of emission and resource consumption depend significantly on net appropriation from the rest of the world, while most of the damage is, for now at least, inflicted on them. But the atmospheric commons is finite. so disrespecting it will boomerang. Research shows that even at temperatures below 2 degrees centigrade, there's a significant risk of domino effects. So the morale is simply that governments need to act much more quickly, particularly in the global north, than they are doing, not only for ecological equity or plain equity, but also in plain self-interest for our survival and that of our descendants. There are other speakers who have outlined better solutions than delay to the problem that licensing staff has a backlog. And if all of them fail, why not just simply hire more staff? Emergency situations need emergency measures, and any delay would put our climate emergency plan at risk. And by the way, destroy our credibility. So in short, mandatory zero-emission building guidelines and their enforcement is needed now, or it'll be too late. Please do not approve D. Many thanks for listening.
Thank you. There are no questions for you, so thank you so much for calling in. Our last registered speaker is Dr. John Miller.
Good evening, Mayor Stewart. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking as being opposed to Section D that would delay any zero emissions building code implementation in Vancouver. I'm speaking to you from West Vancouver in the unceded territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and also the first city in Canada to legislate a zero emissions building bylaw, which came into effect in March of this year. We are in the midst of a declared climate emergency, as you well know, federally, provincially, and in many cities across this continent. And this is a crisis beyond any we have faced as human beings, including COVID pandemic, the flu pandemics, world wars, and so forth. I have followed this science carefully for years, and this is an existential threat to our species and to life on the planet. But so far, there has not been sufficient action at any level in this country, federally, provincially, or municipally. Why is this? Because of a lack of political will. This is a very slow-moving and almost invisible crisis, unless you're looking carefully, requiring very tough decisions and with a lot of resistance from powerful vested interests in oil, gas, and coal and other sectors. But it is certainly upon us. We have increasing frequency of wildfires, droughts, floods, storms, hurricanes, tornadoes, rising sea levels, melting permafrost, ice shelves collapsing, and every day of delay is leading to an increased risk of catastrophic outcome and ever-increasing costs of any possible recovery. And we're already seeing increased deaths from increased temperatures, air pollution, and so forth. So this is definitely upon us. And so, as Greta Thunberg has said, it's time to act like the house is on fire. And the greatest potential for action in Canada right now is in the cities. David Miller, the previous mayor of Toronto, has written a recent book called Solved, which I'd highly recommend. And he makes this point very clearly and highlights Vancouver for what it has been seen as intending to do around zero emissions buildings. But we are not seeing the required action at the federal or provincial levels. So we have to rely on cities to lead the way here. Districts of West Van and North Van and City of North Vancouver are going ahead with zero emissions legislation, and it's not perfect, but it is working. This crisis, as you know, is caused by greenhouse gas accumulation in the atmosphere. In Canada, since the declaration of a climate emergency, greenhouse gases have not gone down at all. In fact, they have continued to rise since the declaration of an emergency. And last week, the International Energy Agency declared that no further fossil fuel production should be undertaken anywhere, and that all countries should begin to phase out the burning of oil, gas, and coal now, if we are to have any chance of staying below 1.5 to 2 degrees of warming. And many people point out that the infrastructure we've got out there could take us well beyond that, and then we're doomed. And of course, powerful vested interests like fossil fuel producers will use every opportunity to resist and delay such pressures as zero emissions legislation. But you, folks, tonight, as a city, have a responsibility and a moral duty to resist such encroachments on democracy and go ahead and implement what you know is right and necessary for the future of all. You've got to be tough. So please do not delay this important policy of a zero emissions building code. Thank you for your attention tonight.
Thank you so much. There are no questions for you, so I'll just say thank you very much for participating this evening. Council, I am at the end of the list, you know, we never have this many speakers to a regular council meeting report, so I didn't track the names of those who I called and they didn't. They weren't on the line. So I'm working with the clerk now just to go through. There are some people that have called back in that were missed previously. So if it's all right with folks, I'm just going to call on those people that are on the line, and then I'll move on to the second round of questions from council.
Just a point of parliamentary procedure.
It's a question about procedure, yes?
Yes. Just totally understand what you have just outlined. I'm wondering if it's possible maybe for the clerk to at least tweet out to those who had missed their turn that they can call in, just because we're not going to be calling their names as we would through the pilot, if that would be okay.
Sure. I think that's right. And the other thing, I mean, I could go through and call everybody's name, but many people have already
I'm not
spoken.
asking for that. Thank you.
I understand. Actually, points of procedure are just to ask questions of procedure,
So sorry.
not make suggestions.
Yes, so sorry.
Yeah,
It's late, Mayor.
Right. So, Council, I'm just going to go ahead and call speaker number 3, who is Anissa Lee.
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. You have up to 5. Yes, we can. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, councillors and Mayor Stewart. My name is Annika Lee, and I'm a 15-year-old high school student and a resident of Vancouver. I oppose Recommendation D of the Development Application and Permitting Modernization Task Force. Specifically, I am in opposition of the 12-month delay of the implementation of amendments to the building bylaw relating to mandatory zero-emission building construction guidelines for all new homes. Last year, I spoke to you all on November 5th, urging you to pass the Climate Emergency Action Plan in full, and you did. Yet here I am again, speaking to you because my future and the future of millions of others is at stake. I feel powerless in the face of the climate crisis and fearful of motions like Recommendation D, which weaken the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Every step of the plan is important, from each small detail to what it represents as a whole. More than half of Vancouver's emissions come from our buildings. If you pass Recommendation D and delay zero-emission building construction guidelines for a year, it will have devastating impacts, not only on our city, but on us, Vancouver's residents, and your constituents. By building new places for people to work and live without implementing the guidelines from the Climate Action Plan, pollution will rise within the city. Carbon emissions from the buildings will harm us all, especially people who are most marginalized and people who live with chronic medical conditions. You are putting Vancouver at risk by implementing Recommendation D. By voting against this recommendation, you'll save time, energy, and money. The more buildings which are built without these guidelines, the more it will cost and the more time and resources it will take to retrofit them later. In addition, by implementing them now, more people will be trained under these guidelines and able to support us as we adapt to climate-related natural disasters. They will be able to create safe, zero-carbon homes which everyone can benefit from. Climate action and permitting don't need to be working against each other. In fact, they both have the same goals of keeping people safe and meeting their needs. This whole motion matters because it will allow people to access development permits for housing faster. Zero-emission guidelines will make sure that this housing won't contribute to climate change and will protect us from climate effects. 2 years ago, we had the beginnings of a climate action plan, and today, nearly 2.5 years later, this plan is being put into action. Implementing Recommendation D will water down your continued efforts around the Climate Emergency Action Plan. To avoid climate catastrophe and to keep being climate leaders, every single part of the plan, including zero emission guidelines, needs to be included without delay. Only this can ensure the safety and future of all Vancouverites. I'm no expert, and I'm a teenager facing a climate catastrophe like all of us. But I'm worried about what my future might look like if motions like this keep coming to council, pushing my future further and further away from me. Young people in this city and around the world are waiting on you to act on your promises and in line with your past actions. Know that we are watching your votes on Recommendation D today as you determine our futures. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I don't have any questions for you, so just thank you for phoning in this evening. And we're going to move to speaker number 27 on the list, who is Kelly Lau.
Hi, thank you so much,
Hello.
Mayor Stewart. And hi, can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor Stewart and your councillors for your patience this late at night and your dedication to the democratic process. I'm a young family physician who lives and works in Vancouver, and I'm a constituent deeply concerned about the environment and the impacts of climate change on my patients. I decided to move to Vancouver from Toronto in part because of Vancouver's reputation as a greener city, and I commend you for voting in favor of the Climate Emergency Action Plan last November. I ask you to continue these promises by voting down, again, Recommendation C and D. I'm concerned about the one-year delay in implementing the city's Climate Emergency Action Plan requirements on zero-emissions buildings, and also the loosening of protections for Vancouver's smaller trees and development projects. We are at a tipping point, as many other speakers have already mentioned, and steps to delay and not take action on zero-emission buildings will mean even more consequences in the future when we do not have the resilient system to handle the changes. As we have heard, there are many ways to streamline the processes to address the backlog and remove unnecessary bureaucracy. We have changed our systems in a few months from COVID, and we can learn and change and adapt in times of need. We cannot afford another year of delayed action. To prevent warming beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, we need to drastically reduce emissions by 7.6% every year from this year to 2030. Investing in urban forest environment has, again, as many other speakers have pointed, positive health, economic, and social implications. Urban air pollution, especially in Vancouver, which is prone to a lot of the air pollution from the wildfires, can reduce particulate air pollution, nitrous oxide, ozone and heavy metals, and decrease respiratory exacerbations, heat-related illness, and psychological stress, which are a lot of the health implications of the impending climate crisis. We also have a choice between our unhealthy, outdated options and a safer infrastructure for our families. As many others have stated, gas heating has health implications beyond the climate impact, including indoor air pollution, contributing to higher risk of cardiovascular, respiratory disease, and has been linked to chronic cognitive issues in our young pediatric populations. We do not need to take these unnecessary health risks. Lower income families who are most likely to live in small enclosed shared spaces will face the largest consequences from the choices made today. These choices can have a direct impact on the health of our residents. For example, in Milan, the retrofitting of 5 multi-family buildings and consequent reduction in mold and damp led to a 2.5 decrease in asthma attacks. Better homes also present an opportunity to reduce the cost to governments of healthcare and related services, in addition to reducing energy bills for those on the lowest incomes. In Toronto, a study showed that retrofitting residential buildings to comply with minimum building code regulations could save the city up to $2.3 billion a year in healthcare costs. These healthcare costs, stress, and backlog will only increase over time if changes are not taken. We need to invest in the future, and it means making the hard decisions now. These are the homes of our children. We want to give them the best success in a healthier, greener future. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. No questions for you. So I'm going to move on to the next speaker. The clerks tell me we have speaker number 49 on the line, and that is Jason Dunkley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, great. First of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. Appreciate it. My name is Jason Dunkley. I'm an engineer with a company named Stage 3 Renewables, and I'm also opposing P1, specifically Recommendation D. So a bit of background, we've been designing, installing, and commissioning decarbonization projects and renewable energy systems since about 2009. Primarily institutional, but also serving residential markets. We represent Nordic heat pumps in the Lower Mainland and co-distribute these throughout BC. Nordic heat pumps are it's a manufacturer, Canadian manufacturer that's been around producing heat pumps since the 1980s. They're built specifically for Canadian winters and well proven in our climate. The product offerings are air-to-water solutions for hydronic heating and cooling and hot water, as well as air-to-air, for forced air delivery, geosource, high-temperature heat pumps, as well as numerous heat recovery solutions. So I want to be clear that we have at our disposal today reliable, high-efficiency heat pump options that can displace the need entirely for fossil fuels in single-family dwellings in the City of Vancouver and across Canada. Specifically, I'd like to mention a delivery that happened earlier today within the City of Vancouver. It was a heat pump to a new residence that will be doing all of its heating, cooling, and domestic hot water with a high-efficiency Canadian-made heat pump. So that's one less building that's going to be emitting carbon needlessly for the lifetime of the building. And at this stage, though, unfortunately, it's up to the owners to make that tough choice and to decide they want to go that extra mile, as it's not currently a requirement from the city. So, my experience in other municipalities across the province has been that for residential construction approvals and inspections, it's not materially more difficult to implement an air-to-water solution than it is to implement a gas boiler solution. In terms of the benefit of implementing air-to-water heat pumps over a gas boiler, there's the obvious greenhouse gas emission reduction, but there's also safety benefits in eliminating entirely the risk of carbon monoxide, explosions, burns, fires. So if I haven't made it clear already, I want to say that Canadian-made zero carbon heating, cooling, hot water solutions are available. There is no barrier to implement this. The technology is proven. The supply chain is there and it's ready to go. We just need the willingness of the City of Vancouver to follow through on the commitments to reduce the GHG emissions and make this a widespread reality. That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your time. I have a question from Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. Oh, hi. Yeah, just a couple of questions. I just wanted to follow up in, you mentioned that the technology is there and is proven, and but it's up to the owners or those doing the development itself to undertake it. Are you seeing an uptake outside of the regulatory framework? Is there a positive uptake, I guess is what I'm asking?
Yeah, there is a voluntary uptake. I mean, the capital cost to implement a high quality air source system over, say, a run of the mill